Hey guys, how are you all? Welcome to Let's Start Story on What If Naruto Took Advantage from Wanda Part 1. So do 4 blue hearts comment, be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video and please share with your friends and watch till end. Also check out Patreon for I have upload Naruto X Rias and Akino uncensored spicy version, link in description. Regrets. Naruto's life was full of regrets. Regretting of his weakness. Regretting lives he took. Regretting leaving his best friends. Regretting of never telling the person he loved of how much he cares for her. He had those regrets for quite a while. He nor anybody right now could forgive him. You wonder why? Because he was going to sacrifice himself, to save his friends, love of his life and thousands of people. On his way to save people around, his life was flashing right before his eyes, so he decided to relive his life once again, before ending it. So Naruto decided to go with the mother memories that she passed on to him. Only those important to in her life and to the whole world history. His mother name was Kushina Uchiha, member of infamous Uchiha clan. His father name was Minato Senju, member of the famous Senju clan. Both clan was in war for many decades, before the clan heads, also great-grandfathers of Naruto, Madara Uchiha, and Hashirama Senju ended the war. They also created a shinobi system and hidden ninja villages. Oh yes, they were ninjas. But not normal ninjas so well know us. Unlike our ninjas, they had, how to put it, superpowers. Yes, this word would be correct. They had abilities to control all elements, walk on water or anything they wanted and many other things. After some time, Madara wanted to achieve peace by placing everyone on infinite Tsukuyomi, the endless dream. To do that, he needed all tail beasts, which were created by the founder of Ninja Creed, Sage of Six Paths. He gave ninjas the chakra, a source of their superpowers. Hashirama stopped him. Before gathering the beasts, he had no other choice to kill him. But that didn't stop Madara. He used a secret jutsu to resurrect himself and choose to obtain eyes of the sage. The Rinnegan. To do that he needed his chakra to be mixed with Hashirama's, which he did in old age. Before his death he obtained them. He created a being called Black Zetsu, which he ordered to gather a team of most powerful ninjas. With that, he gave his eyes to Zetsu, who had to choose a hoster for the eyes, that who would resurrect him later. Many decades passed and heirs of both clan were born. His parents. For the first few years, they were rival, before ending up in the same team. During that time they both get stronger together and little did they know that fate had special plans for them. During their missions, Kushina accidentally unleashed some of Nine Tails' chakra, the strongest of tail beast. After the death of Madara, Hashirama gave each village tail beast to look after them. But people believed that they are weapons, which only they could use. In the end, on the mission, only Minato was able to stop her with his fuinjutsu. After this whole thing, it became their personal secret that only they knew. Which also helped her unlock the last stage of her Sharingan, the Mangekyo Sharingan. That makes them get closer to each other and they fell in love. After some time, a group of S-ranked ninjas known as Akatsuki raised and they were researching for tail beasts. During that time, Kushina had to get control over the power of Nine Tails, but she was also under the training of one of most powerful ninjas around, Jiraiya the Toad Sage. Minato wasn't left behind as he was training with his mother, Tsunade Senju. Akatsuki was able to gather most of the beasts, aside from Nine Tails and Eight Tails. Then Great Shinobi War started and all villages had to join forces to stop Akatsuki. The hoster of Rinnegan, Nagato Uzumaki brought Madara to life and then he was killed. Madara go his eyes back and absorb all tail beast he gathered. With that, he becomes the new Sage of Six Paths. Then he gave a fatal blow to Kushina and Minato. They pulled out and saved by the real Sage of Six Paths. For some reason, he was still alive, but it wasn't time to explain that. Hagoromo, the sage told the original story of how his mother wanted to rule the world, by using chakra. He and his bro, Thair Hamura stopped her and sealed her up in the moon. His brother went to look after their mother and he started a new life. Hagoromo had two sons Indra and Ashura, the founders of Uchiha and Senju. Sage said that their great-grandfathers were the reincarnations of his sons, while Kushina and Minato were current ones. Only they could co-stop Madara right now. So Sage gave them his power in war. End them that they should end this quickly because Madara was getting stronger by a minute. Kushina was gifted with Rinnegan in her right eye, while Minato was given his great-grandfather Mokuton, the wood release. After returning to the real world, they started once again their battle with Madara. They were getting the upper hand before suddenly Black Zetsu appeared and betrayed Madara. He pierced his chest with his bare hand. That makes Madara's hairs start to grow and cover his entire body. With small shock wave, his hair becomes white and it was revealed to be Kaguya under that hair, with Zetsu in her kimono sleeve. His parents were quite scared, but with their new-founded powers, Kushina and Minato knew they can defeat her. The fight took many hours, but they came up with an idea. They knew about her love for her children. They decided to use it. Minato went forward and used transformation jutsu and shadow clone jutsu to make it look like Hagoromo and Hamura were here. That distracted her for a second, which gave Minato a chance to punch her hard in the face. Kushina used that chance to use her new power to teleport Kaguya between her and Minato. With Flying Thunder God Kunai, Th.E.Y. quickly teleported to Kaguya and placed a seal on her, which made her return to the moon once again. After the battle and freeing everyone from Tsukuyomi, both Kushina and Minato decided that it would be wiser to erase everyone's memory of chakra and everything that happened, creating new memories for them. Kushina used her 6 paths chakra to power up her Koto Amatsukami, which was granted by her Mangekyo Sharingan. She erased everyone's memory of everything happened until now and about her and Minato. Both lovers decided to become guardians of the world. But there was one problem. Since the Y wanted to protect their world and not allow their children to be put in such a dangerous, they needed to become immortal. They spent many years to crack the code, but they couldn't find anything. Once they turned 29, Kushina got pregnant. On the day they learned that a shooting star landed on the Earth. A little worried, they've decided to check it out. They found it a crater, where star landed and saw a bright orange gem in the big rock. It was emitting some unknown type of energy. Minato for some reason knew that this might help them. So they took a gem and find out its power after many days. The gem could control time and space at the same time. It was very dangerous to mess with something this powerful, but they were able to draw some power from it and infused it with their formula to become immortal. They've done it. They've cracked the code, they become immortals. It was time to Naruto to be born. It was quite dangerous because the seal was getting weaker each day, since pregnancy. Kushina with help of Minato and new trusted friend, she was able to deliver him. But Minato decided to split Nine Tails chakra into 2 halves, which one he gave Naruto. Kushina wasn't very fond of the idea. But there wasn't anything she could do. She wasn't a seal master. 35 year of our era. During his first 5 years of life, Naruto was living like a normal boy, aside from being immortal. Naruto was playing with other kids before he and his parents were changing homes. It's been 150 years and Naruto was still 5 years old, but he really wasn't seeing this. For him, time was passing normally. Once he turned 6, his parents decided to start his training. They were doing it quite slowly since there wasn't any rush. For him, he was training for 3 years, but in reality, it was 500 years. 560 year of our era. Naruto Ultimate Ninja Storm Ost Sand Ripples in the Wind. Naruto was getting back from his playtime with his current friends. He and his parents were living in the woods far away from Rome. But he could travel via ninja style, by jumping from tree branch to tree branch. After some time, a blonde-haired boy with 3 whiskers saw a huge smoke coming from where his house was. Feeling the worst, he used Shunshin no Jutsu and teleported in front of the house, or where his house once stood. There was nothing more and pieces of the house around. He starts to look for his parents and he saw them next to each other in the pool of blood. He jumped toward them with tears in his eyes. "Mommy, Daddy," he cried. "What happened? Who did this to you?" "Naru-chan," whispered his mother. "It's good that you saved." Quote, "We don't know how to explain this to you, but something from other world attacked us," said his father with a small smile. "Listen to us. Remember the place in the mountain where are we training?" "Yes," he replied while looking at their wounds. "Does it hurt?" "Not anymore, sweetheart," replied Kushina. "There is a special rock with seal on it. Use your blood to open it," added Minato for Kushina. "Naruto, We don't have much time, so this will be goodbye. No. Please don't leave me. I can't live without you. Naruto screamed through his tears. I'm too weak. Please don't leave. At that Kushina started to cry too. That's not true, said his father. You're stronger than you think. You need to carry our will and protect this world from any harm. Please live for us, Naruto. If you can, find happiness in this world. Okay, he asked, and after a second he nodded. Until now they saw that Naruto's eyes changed from usual blue color to blood red, 2 tomo in each eye. Kushina smiled, as she touched his son's cheek. Your daddy's right. Naru-chan, you're stronger than you think. Slowly she starts to close her eyes. But she used the last strength to change her eyes into Mangekyo AN. She has Itachi Mangekyo Sharingan pattern. She lost her Rinnegan eye because she used its power to keep Minato and her alive to say goodbye to their only son. If you'll ever gain these eyes, Naru-chan, then you'll have swift yours with mine. Minato-kun, if you will. Minato nodded and quickly used his remaining strength to take Kushina's eyes and place them in a vial, which he handed to Naruto. Young Uchiha Senju was scared by the sight, but the smile of his mother was calming him. Don't worry, there are scrolls how to do it. You'll be fine. You're my beloved son after all, she said with a grin, which Naruto replied with a small smile. We love you so much. We're proud of you and always will be, said Minato with matching grin of his wife. Now, go Naruto. There'll nothing from this place soon. Leave now, he said now, as he was taking his last breaths. But, Naruto tried to argue, but the stern look of his father shut his mouth. Leave now, Minato ordered as he spat some blood. The earth around them starts to shake. Naruto did as Minato said and left the place with tears in his eyes. After some time he heard an explosion and stopped for a second. He turns to see even bigger smoke. Then the rain starts to pour and Naruto's hair covers his eyes as he wipes his tears. After some time he arrived at the place where he was training with his parents. He got a quick flashback, before looking for a rock with seal. It took him only a minute. Like his father told him, he draws a little blood to the seal. For a second it glowed BEF. Or rock faded and stairs to the underground appeared. He walked down on the stairs as his every step was making an echo. A good minute later he found himself in the large stone room. On the walls were hanging various weapons and scrolls. What gets Naruto's attention was a big war fan with 3 tomos on opposite sides. He then moved to get a better look and saw a corridor with few doors. Naruto dead to open one of the doors that had his name on it. Once they were open, Naruto saw a single bed with desk, wardrobe, a chest and a chair. It was simple room. Blonde-haired Uchiha saw a letter on the desk, he took it and read it. Again he was crying. In the letter was everything about Shinobi history. About their lives and everything he needed to do to get stronger and control the power inside of him. There also was a big red scroll just next to the desk. It was a special scroll. If he would sign it, the toads would help him anytime, but he needed to train the summoning jutsu. Or by luck, if he signed, some random toad should appear. They also explained to him why they moved every 2 or 3 years. They were immortal, they didn't age, aside from him now. Someday he would stop aging. Mom, Dad, I'll promise that I'm going to keep this world safe. No matter what, nothing is going to stop me, he said with determination before he felt some dark chakra coming from his stomach. He gulped. Once he heard a sinister voice inside of his head. Are you sure about this? End of chapter. Chapter 2. Chapter 2. Naruto. Shinobi. Disclaimer. I don't own Marvel, MCU, or Naruto series. Let's get started. I'm glad that you liked the first chapter. Chapter 2. Demon. Naruto Mindspace. Young Uchiha Senju felt enormous evil chakra coming from his stomach. It was the first time he ever felt that kind of fear. Truth to be told, once on the trip to new home, they were in ambush by some bandits. He was about 4 at the time and he was quite scared, but the aura around his parents helped him to calm down. They quickly dealt with bandits and they went back on the track to new home. But this, whatever this was, it definitely was something else. The most sinister thing on earth. He slowly closes his eyes as he felt on the ground. Unconscious. Suddenly Naruto found himself in some dark room flowed with water to his ankles. He then used chakra to stand up on the water and got a better look at his surroundings. On the stone walls were various round metal-shaped objects driven into the walls and coming from them. Keep in mind that Naruto is still a kid and his parents didn't tell him everything regarding Shinobi World. Only stories. He only knows that chakra is real and they are the only who can use it. Also, I'm not good at history, so if there were pipes at that time or something close to them then let me know. I know I can check, but I don't really want to T_T. Blonde yet again felt a dark presence, so he turns to see a giant gate with kanji for a seal. What is this? He asked anxiously about it. Then he gulped as bloody red eyes appeared in pitch black gate. Then sudden winds start to blow around the room, knocking Naruto out off his feet. What an intense chakra. Sinister voice from before spoke to him. So, my hoster decided to pay me a visit, huh? Voice asked as the red eyes narrowed their glance at blonde Sharingan user. Cut the chakra in your eyes. I hate this damn Sharingan. At that Naruto own eyes winded. He looks down at water mirror to see that his eyes changed to red color with two tomos. Naruto then nodded, before cutting chakra out of his eyes. After that, they returned to their natural blue color. Good, now answer my question. Are you sure about this? That you can protect the world all by yourself? Voice asked as the red eyes start to rise up. Then from the dark cage appeared giant nine-tailed fox, who was the source of the eyes. You may have the scrolls, weapons and everything regarding the shinobi world, but can you truly protect this world from anything and from itself? I'm not sure, he replied, and Fox was ready to snort, but then Naruto looks up at him with determined eyes. But I'm sure as hell that I won't know unless I'll try. That's why I'll do whatever it takes to protect what my parents entrusted me with. They've told me that they're proud of me and that they love me. I won't let them down. And I'll never give up. This will be my ninja way, he exclaimed as he released his own power within him. Fox rose his eyebrow and smirked. He's your child Kushina. Like mother, like son. Or was it the opposite? Screw it. But this look in his eyes. As if I'm looking at grandpa himself. Who knows? I guess there is no other way, but to teach him a few things. Without a teacher, he might kill himself with some jutsu. I ain't a teacher, but this toad will definitely help this brat. Though Fox as he scratched his chin. Then he laughed, confusing Naruto. Ha ha ha. Well, I guess there is no other way. I'll be your sensei for a while. But before that, remember the night stories that your parents told you when you're younger. You mean stories about Shinobi World? He asked, still confused. Fox would have a lot of work with him, but since he also was immortal they had plenty of time. Yup. They real kit. Everything that your parents told you is true. At that blonde gasped in awe. And you have a potential. You come from two most powerful clans after all. Not only that, but your bloodline is stronger than other members of these clans. Your parents were both heir of the clans and great-grandchildren of the strongest clan heads. Hashirama Senju, also known as God of Shinobi, and user of both Senjutsu and Mokuten, the wood release. He could create the endless forest, which once he did. Before some stupids humans cut those to make houses. Madara Uchiha. A damn bastard, but the strong one. With his Sharingan, he could defeat any army by the single glance. He had strong fire attacks. Which destruction was compared to a god. So you have even greater potential than both of them since you are both Senju and Uchiha. Add to the blood from Uzumaki and Sarutobi and you'll be a god on earth. That's just... I don't know what to say. Naruto never felt so proud of his family lineage. Since he didn't know about it. Wait, you'll become my sensei. But why? We just barely met and I don't even know your name. He asked as Giant Fox sighed. There are two reasons. First, without a teacher, you might kill yourself with some jutsu. At that Naruto deadpanned, but nodded. It was true. Second, there's something different about you. Like I know you for quite long time. Anyway, I'll tell you my name. Keep in mind that I've never told your mother about it, so feel privileged. Now Naruto's sweat dropped, but nodded. It's Kurama. Before I'll end our training you'll be calling me Kurama-sensei, understood? Once again Naruto nodded. Good. Now go get some sleep and tomorrow you'll sign the contract with Toads. I'll show hand seals after that. Better be at 100%, because I won't go easy on you like your parents. He said with a sinister grin, as Naruto starts to fade from the room. Back in the real world. Naruto woke up and slowly pushed himself off the ground. He then stood up and sat on the bed, while shiver went down on his spine. Why do I have the same feeling like when mom told me about training? He thought, before realizing something. Oh, that right. My parents died not long ago. Did I really forgot about it this quickly? After training, I have to go back and get them a proper burial. Even if there is nothing left of them. With that, he leans on the bed and for the first time, he will sleep in a new place alone. The United States of America, College of William and Mary, Virginia, 1781. Currently, Naruto was at the lecture of one of history professors. To be honest, Blonde quite bored, as he knew everything about history. He lived every era of this world up to now. But then again there were other subjects in the college, which were more interesting. You may be asking, how somebody of his look can just sit with other students without the problem. Well, Naruto was just using a simple henge no jutsu. He was wearing white pants with black boots and brown coat with matching shirt and tie. His features were quite simple, brown long hairs, blue eyes and cheeks without his birthmarks. Naruto was looking at the doors to the class. His friend Humphrey Marshall wasn't in the class, which worried him. It was one of the favorite subjects after all. Besides, he never stayed in the home or anything like that, even when he was sick. It was difficult to get him out for drink or party. But he was a good person, who was enjoying his time with his friends. But that was before he went to college with Naruto. For the love of God. Where are you, Hump? He thought with worry. Hump was his best friend, beside from his cousin John. After his parents' death, Naruto barely left the mountains, only to gather some food and learn was going around the world. He was always training with the help of shadow clones. But Kurama told him not to rely on them and slow his training a bit. He was already master in jutsus of his elements. Naruto obviously had a fire, since he was an Uchiha and Sarutobi, water and earth with lighting from his father, and wind which was his original. He had all of them. He was Seal Master level 6 and he had the almost identical strength of his grandmother, Tsunade. Naruto still had a hard time with medical ninjutsu, but he could heal wounds. He quite good at casting genjutsu, but only with Sharingan, which evolved into matured form. Also, he was able to recreate flying thunder jutsu, but for now it was on the smaller scale. He still couldn't teleport to another mark on another part of the globe. Where he was lacking was shinobi battle experience, but he had one serious battle with Yin Chakra of Kurama. Yes, after centuries Yin reformed and shaken the world a bit. Naruto still had the long way to properly control Yang Chakra, so he had to relay on Senjutsu. After signing the contract, a toad came and took Naruto to their realm. Once there he found out that toads that taught both her mother and Jiraiya the toad sage and Senjutsu arts are still there. Fukasaku and Shima very much alive but very old. They took place of great toad sage Gamamaru after his death. They were very happy to meet him and sad at his loss. They trained him with help of Gamabunta great-grandchild Gamafusu. In a single year, he mastered it without much problem. So he battled Yin on the ocean while trying to get to India. It took him about a half of a day. Then he sealed Yin into his seal and after some talk with Yang, Yi En agreed to fuse again and help Naruto in protecting the world. Once fusion was over, Kurama was pretty much the same, only his fur was a bit darker. I just hope those stupid bullies didn't nag him again. Maybe I should get out. It's nothing special about this lesson, he thought, as he cast genjutsu around him, made a shadow clone and prepared to teleport away. Then he heard his professor saying, "Gee, about Christopher Columbus and how he founded America. Hey, I was me who not only saved him and our group from Yin Kurama but also took them to a safe place. Where the hell is mine credit in here? All his telling students is a lie," he shouted in his mind, before flashing away. Williamsburg, roof of some random building. Naruto appeared just second later on a roof and looked down at the people walking around. Some children were playing tag or hide and seek. Elders were sitting and enjoying peaceful aura in town, while others were either working or on shopping. He smiled and then thought, okay, now let's locate Hump. With that, he closed his eyes. It was quite difficult to find him. After few seconds he felt him, but his chakra was very faint and slowly fading. His heartbeat skipped. No, this can't be. He then vanishes and went to where his friend was. Second, later Naruto found himself an alley. He saw the familiar bullies that were nagging Hump for money, but thanks to the fact he had Naruto was barely letting Hump walk alone to collage, bullies were keeping their distance. Naruto quite scared them last time they've tried something stupid. But now, they were grinning like madmen and were laughing. He heard one of them speaking. Naruto asked Hakubo, "See Marshall, if you only gave us the money, you wouldn't be dying now." Ha ha ha. At that Naruto eyes winded as he saw Hump lying on the ground in the pool of blood. A traumatizing memory appeared in his mind, but he shook his head and sunshine behind Bully's back. One of them, who spoke turned and smiled. "Oh, if it isn't you, James." He asked James, which was Naruto's fake name. Young Uchiha Senju didn't reply as he punched Bully away. After that Naruto went to Hump, kneeled and performed medical ninjutsu on him. The other bullies went to their boss to check on him. But he throws them away. "Damn you, why the hell is this?" he asked as he saw the green light coming from James's palms. "Is he a wizard or something?" "No, Hump doesn't give up on me," he shouted at his friend. Hump was barely holding to his life. He had various wounds from the knife and he was bleeding very fast. Naruto was trying all his best but nothing seems to work. He already closes the wounds. But Hump lost too much blood already. There was nothing he could do. "No, please don't. I can't lose another person like this. You're like the brother I've never had." It was true. Naruto knew since Hump was about 12 years old. From that point, they always stick together. He never bonds like this before and now he was losing it. Why was this happening again? Then he felt that somebody touched his arm. It was Hump. "Hump, please don't move. It's too late. I just wanted to thank you for everything." At that tears start to fall from Naruto's eyes as they slowly changed to Sharingan, which was still spinning. Hump couldn't see properly, so he didn't saw a change in his eyes. "The only thing I regret is that I won't become the lawyer. I don't regret anything anymore. I lived a good life. Thank you, James, for everything so far, but that's the end. Please have a good life for me." Those were the last words from Hump. Naruto starts to shake. Tears couldn't stop falling from his eyes. They were still spinning until they changed their pattern to red ring in the middle with 3 scythe blades connected to each other and the ring its Obito pattern. Then Naruto dropped his henge. He was about 14 years old in build and blonde's hair were now reaching his neck. "Aarrgghh." Naruto screamed at the sky. "Oi, don't tell me he's crying. Ha ha. Pathetic." Boss laughed, while others followed. "Hold on, what happened to his body?" End of Ost. "This is bad. Very bad," thought Kurama as he felt his chakra being forcefully drawn from him. "Damn, I can't cut the chakra flow. Curse this stupid seal." "Naruto, calm down. Are you even listening to me?" But Naruto wasn't responding. He breathing very quickly and red chakra was surrounding him, which scared bullies. The wind was blowing around them and 2 were knocked off their feet. Dark clouds formed in the sky as Naruto's body started to shake even more. Naruto asked Himoji, "What is he?" yelled other bully. "A devil," asked other one. "Then we have to kill him," shouted the boss who leapt with the knife in his hand. Suddenly blood-red chakra dome surrounded Naruto, which sends boss flying backward. He landed on some barrels. Dear God. Red dome then exploded revealing a monster, which body was made from blood like the river that was flowing. Monster also had 4 tails and fox-like ears. Slowly Monster turns his head 360 degrees toward them. They literally piss their pants from killing intent coming from the beast. "Aarrrghghg." Then Monster shouted sending a shockwave around him. That shattered wooded buildings around him. They tried to run, but Monster's tails went after them and they pierced their stomachs, killing them in second. People around started to scream as a red SK. In demon appeared in the middle of their town. Beast white as snow eyes were penetrating people's souls, but a few soldiers hopped on their horses and prepared their weapons to fight with this monster. One soldier dashed with his horse and tried to pierce Monster with the blade of his rifle. But demon saw that and grabbed the blade and lifted soldier. He sends his sharp tail and pierced his chest. A monster then gave a sinister grin and pierced soldier with his tail. Women's and children around screamed in horror as soldier spat his blood at the demon. Then Monster felt the barrage of bullets coming from other soldiers, which make him snort. Around Moster's head appeared red and blue spheres and they gathered together and formed a big purple ball, which he ate. Then he leaned back a little. And shoot a red beam from his mouth toward the soldiers. They jumped away just in time to avoid the attack, which hit an exploded town hall of the Williamsburg. Monster narrowed his eyes at the town people and soldiers. Before spreading his arms and tails, expanding them and sending them toward people. In just mere second human life were ended by the demon. Then suddenly something was hit demon head. He stopped and turned around to see more people trying to fight with him. His arms and tails returned to him, as he leapt to building the roof and then jumped high to the sky and turned toward town. Another series of blue and red spheres appeared and was slowly forming an even bigger purple ball. End of Ost. Naruto Mindspace. Naruto Ost Miso. Blonde Mind was shaking violently, as wind and red chakra was blowing around Naruto body. Kurama tried so much to cut the chakra flow, but nothing worked. Naruto's negative emotions were even stronger than Kurama power. If he wouldn't stop his Jinchuriki, there will be nothing from this town. I didn't accept that you won't be able to cut your own chakra for a ball. Said feminine inside of Kurama Gate. Giant Fox recognizes this voice. His eyes win, dead as he saw Kushina looking at him disappointed. She was dressed in their Uchiha attire back from the war. Kinda like Sasuke, but without the rope. Kushina. But, you're dead, he exclaimed in shock. Wait for a second, did you? Quote. Yeah, I'm only part of her chakra. I'm like sealed shadow clone in your seal. She replied shortly. We have to stop Naruto together 9 Tai. I mean Kurama. You could tell me about your name. You know. Anyway, I'll talk to Naruto, while you'll drag your chakra back, got that? K. Don't say the obvious, he replied as he clapped his hand together and closed his eyes. Kushina nodded and she moved toward her son. Naruto. It's me, your mother, she shouted, but her son didn't reply. He was simply looking down as his eyes glowed in dark red color. Damn it, he's not listening, her son was whispering to himself while looking blankly at the water. Why did this happen again? Why, he repeated. Kushina was just a meter from her son and she could barely hold herself. With a quick move, she grabbed Naruto coat and dragged him from the dark chakra. Kurama was finally able to start taking his chakra back. With that dark chakra VA, Nishid and both mother and son landed in the sewer water. She hugged him, as he finally realized who it was. Mommy, he asked with tears as his mother nodded. But how? How can you be here? Shish, it's okay sweetheart, she said lovingly. Everything will be okay. Listen, I'll leave soon, so I want to tell you something. At that, Naruto broke the hug and looked at his mother with fear. Please don't leave, I've missed you so much. He begged. I've lost you and Dad, now my best friend died because I wasn't strong enough. Why is this happening to me? On top of that, I've killed innocent peoples. He shouted on top of his lungs. I've missed you too. Listen to me, Naruto. It wasn't your fault that we died or your friend. It was us who were not strong enough. You couldn't possibly know that this will happen. What we entrusted to you is a legacy to protect and save as many people as you can. Doesn't necessarily mean everyone. There will casualties and you have to know this. It wasn't your fault that these people died nor Kurama. It was those negative emotions that were controlling you. She explained to his son as he looked at his mother. What should I do to control them? He asked, as his other wipe his tear, getting a better look at her son's eyes. They were like hers. You have to keep getting stronger. Meditating also helps. Other than that is to find love. She replied with a warm smile. Now it's my time to leave. Look at my eyes, Naru-chan. She then shifted her regular Sharingan to Mangekyo. Naruto stared at her as she whispered. Koto Amatsukami. With that, Naruto closed his eyes and fall on her mom body. You know that your genjutsu won't last long, said Kurama as her body slowly start to vanish. Yeah, but I believe that Naruto will have better control over your chakra and his emotions. She replied as he leans her son on the water. Then she walked to cage and ripped tag for seal. Beside without seal, it should easier. With that, she used the key and opened Kurama cage. Take control of his body and leave this place, okay? She asked. Kurama nodded. Also, help him find happiness. Kurama. With that, her body exploded into sparkling light, before vanishing. End of Ost. There will even more work with you, huh? he said, and took full control over his real body. Real world. The monster was still high in the air, but the ball that he was making was absorbed by Demon himself. Then Demon landed on the roof of the building, which was still intact. He glanced at people who were still trying to attack him, but he let out a mighty roar to scare them off. People run away and Monster dashed out of the town. As Monster dashed, rain poured above Williamsburg. With roar in distance, lightning flashed and everything went white. Chapter 3. Naruto, Shinobi. Disclaimer. I don't own Marvel, MCU, and Naruto series. Let's get started. Also, I'm sorry that my grammar is bad, but English is my second language and I don't use anything else than writing fanfictions. I'll try my best to make it better. Chapter 3. Soldier. Steve Rogers wasn't a popular guy in New York. Hell, nobody knew him, aside from his best friend Bucky and some bullies in Brooklyn. From his childhood, he wanted to be a soldier and serve the USA. Just like his father. But he was rejected. Let's just say that his physical fitness, strength and overall body shape were not in soldier qualifications. His friend, Bucky Barnes, invited him to Stark Expo, where Howard Stark was showing his new inventions and prototypes. Alas, Steve wasn't interested in it, nor in the ladies that Bucky also invited for a date. So he went to another exhibition about the history of USA soldiers. As he was walking around, he bumped into someone, which made him fall on his rear. "I'm so sorry," he apologized. As Steve tried to get up, he saw a hand in front of his face. "It's nothing," Men replied. Now as he was getting up, Steve took a better look at the man. The man was about 20 years old. He had short spiky blonde hair, blue eyes and 3 whiskers-like marks on each cheek. His attire contained brown pants, black shoes, white shirt and red tie. "If you excuse me, my friend is waiting for me." After that, man left and he never saw him again. Then Bucky found him and tried to pull him back again into the date. They got into argument about being a soldier and what it meant to 2 of them. Little did the Y know that somebody was listening to their conversation. A man in his early 60s. So Bucky decided to back to the girls, while Steve went back to his apartment. Another day, he had to go for another screening. As Doctor was about to end the screen, some nurse came from curtains and she whispered something to Doctor's ear. The doctor said to Steve, "Wait here. Is something wrong?" asked confused Steve. "Please don't leave." That was all he got from Doctor. Feeling something fishy about this, he stood up from the bed and sit on the chair where next to it were his shoes. Then from the curtains came a young man in soldier attire. Just second later from the curtains appeared man in his early 60s, dressed in a brown coat, white shirt with brown tie and gray pants with black shoes. After he came a familiar man who was wearing a long black coat, white shirt with black tie, pants, and shoes. It was the same man he bumped at Expo. "Wow, you've chosen the same guy as I did, Abraham," said younger man with a grin, which surprised older man dubbed as Abraham. "Oh. So that's why there is nobody else from Steven then, hey? What a coincidence. Don't you agree with Naruto?" chuckled Abraham. "Can't argue there." "Well, Steve, you want to be a soldier and kill Nazis, huh?" asked Naruto with a genuine smile. "Excuse me, what's going on?" Steve asked back. "Aw, sorry about this, Steven." Abraham apologized. "My name is Dr. Abraham Erskine. I'm working at the Strategic Scientific Reserve." With that he gave a handshake to Steve, who glanced at Naruto. "Well, you can say that I also work there, but also in the military. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, you can also call me by the nickname Shinobi," he said, grinning while giving him a handshake. "My name is Steven Rogers." He introduces himself and then asked, "Where are you 2 from?" Quote, "From Queens, and before that I've lived in Germany," Abraham replied while going through some papers. "So, I've lived in many places around the globe, but now I have the apartment in Manhattan," Naruto replied as he was examining Steven, which was awkward for him. "And where Mr. Steven lives, New Heaven," Abraham wondered while Naruto glanced at him. "Don't make kid feel uneasy, Abraham," he lectured his friend, who rolled his eyes. Steve was confused as to why he was called by kid. He might look like that, but he really was 24 years old. "What do you want from me?" asked Steve as Naruto gave him thumbs up. "You want to know what got me interested?" That no matter how many times you're rejected, you still didn't give up and was trying harder and harder. He replied, you didn't answer Naruto question. Do you want to kill Nazis? Both men looked straight up at Steven, while was still confused. Is this some kind of test? He asked, which almost caused Naruto to laugh. But he was able to hold himself. Yes, Abraham replied. I don't want to kill anybody. But I don't like bullies, no matter where they came from. He said seriously, which caused Naruto to smile. Steve didn't know that sometimes that no matter how much you want to avoid it, someday you might kill someone. But he liked his way of thinking. We have many big bad asses on the battlefield. Maybe we could use someone who's smaller. Said Naruto as patted Steven back. We can give you a chance, but we won't promise you anything. With that, they were about to leave but were stopped by Steve's voice. I won't take this chance. I'll do whatever it takes. He said with determination, which caused both men to chuckle. Where are you from, Steve? Asked Naruto with the same determined look. From Brooklyn, sir, he exclaimed with a salute. Glad to hear, Naruto said with the same salute. We'll see you by end of the week. Camp Lehi, week later. Steve was, along with other candidates, waiting for both colonel and officer of the Strategic Scientific Reserve. Few people were talking to each other, while Steve was patiently waiting. He only saw familiar faces in form of Abraham and Naruto. Rogers still had a strange feeling about Naruto. Some candidates were glancing at him with some type of disgust. Naruto had his hands behind his back and was humming some news. I see he never heard of A.N.9 opening of Naruto Shippuden. Recruits, attention, came a British female voice. Then a beautiful woman dressed in officer attire came with another soldier who was holding some box. Gentlemen, I'm Agent Carter. I supervise the whole operation. Where is your accent from, Your Highness? Mocked one of the candidates. I thought it was American military. What's your name, soldier? Agent Carter asked. Gilmore, miss. He replied with the snort. Come here. Put your foot forward. She ordered him. Wrestling's, huh? He asked. I have a few good moves. He added with the wink. And for that, he punched straight in the face, by none other than Agent Carter. Gilmore was easily knocked off his feet, before quickly getting up. Agent Carter. This time male voice came behind Agent Carter. She turns to see Colonel Phillips getting out of a car and walking toward her. Colonel Phillips. She greeted Colonel with a salute. I see you've already started training. He said with a tiny smile. Then he started walking back and forward while talking to candidates. General Patton has said that wars are fought with weapons but are won by men. We are going to win this war because we have the best. Colonel paused as he saw Steve. He then glances at both Abraham and Naruto. Blonde was smiling from ear to ear, while Doctor was looking at the sky. Men. And because they are going to get better, much better. 1 week later. It was 7 a.m. in the morning and Naruto was leading his squad around the camp course. They were running about an hour and Blonde was bored. Come on ladies. We've barely made 40 laps. He complained, while silently whining. We still have 50 more laps to go. Where does his stamina coming from? I'm dying here, thought Steve as he barely could catch a breath. Squad stop. Naruto shouted and they stopped. Everyone was taking deep breaths, while Blonde Jinchuriki sighed. Then Naruto pointed a mast with the flag on it. See that flag? It means that we're only on the halfway. The guy who'll bring me the flag will go with Agent Carter. At that almost entire squad was trying to get the flag down, by either helping each other or throw another person away. Nobody got this flag for about 17 years. Okay, that enough. Let's back to the formation. Everyone stopped at their futile task given by Naruto. Everyone aside from Steve. Steve simply walked to the mast. Took a few parts and mast fell down. Then Rogers claimed the flag and walked toward Naruto. Well, I would be damned, 17 years and only one guy found the answer. He might be the person that I'm looking for. Just a little more, thought Naruto as he grinned. Well, Rogers, you may go with Agent Carter. Good luck, he said with the wink, which made Steve blush a little. Sometime later. 2 hours later there was a session with Agent Carter. Currently, they were doing push-ups. Steve could barely do 5 and some were already about 40. What's the matter, ladies? Hurry up. She rushed them. My grandmother had more strength than you. On the other part of camp, near Steven training session, Naruto, Abraham and Colonel were walking past and were viewing the session. Are you two still thinking that Rogers was a wise choice? Asked Colonel with a snort. Absolutely. It's a clear choice, replied Abraham, while adjusting his glasses. I wasn't protesting about bringing him here. You had your reasons, but... He glanced at Rogers. To choose him of all people. Oh, don't be like that, Philly. Naruto said tiredly. Even I think he's a good choice. Don't call me Philly in here. I have a reputation, you know that. He whispered to him while looking around. Reputation thanks to me. Remember who pulled your ass from World War I? Thanks to me you still have your leg. He retorted as Colonel sighed. Fine, fine, I'll give him one more test. But, if he fails this one, I'll choose who'll take part in your project. With that, Naruto clapped his hands and they went closer to Carter's session. Only a few knew the secret about Naruto, not his full story or anything. Only the things that he's stronger than any human and wasn't aging at all. And that he had superpowers. I'll cry if I keep watching this. He whined as the group was doing a jumping jack. He then took a grenade from the box near him, took the lid and threw in the middle of the group. Grenade. With that, everyone jumped away and hid behind something. Only Steve leapt and covered grenade with his mere body. Everybody get back. Get back. Steve shouted. After few seconds nothing happened. Rogers moved away and stood up. False grenade. Colonel exclaimed. Get back to training. Was that another test? Steve asked while nobody replied. Evening, squad room with Steve. Steve was alone in the room. Why? The other members of his squad were eating by a campfire. He was packing his things since he was chosen to take part in the special secret operation to make better and stronger soldiers. As he was packing, Steve felt somebody watching him. He turns around and saw Naruto leaning on the doors. Hey, Steve. Feeling a little scared, he asked while crossing his arms. A little, sir, he replied, and Naruto waved him off. We're alone, you can call me Naruto. Blonde Jinchuriki said as he leaned forward and walked to the near chair. Then he sits down and took a small breath, before looking straight into Steve's eyes. You have some question, right? Yeah, only two, Steve said as he sat on his bed. Feel free to ask. I'll do my best to answer your questions. He genuinely suggested. Just, who are you? You can't be a normal human, right? At Naruto sweat dropped, before laughing. What's so funny about this question? Your age and range in here are suspicious after all. Ah, I wondered when you'd ask me that. He replied with grinning. You're right, Steve. I'm not normal. Far from that. Steve gasped as he saw Naruto eyes changing from ocean blue to bloody red ones with 3 comas. Some would call me a demigod or inhuman. If you have a power that can change the course of this war. Why are you here? Steve asked, clearly mad at Naruto. I'm actually already on the battlefield. That go. T. Rogers confused before Uzumaki made the cross sign with his fingers and poof of smoke formed next to him. Steve almost fell from the bed as he saw the copy of Naruto next to the original. Steve meet Shadow Clone. A copy of me with all my abilities, but with a limited power source. With that clone poofed away. If you can create those copies, then why not stop this war already? Steve yet again asked. Do you realize how many innocent people are suffering in this war? I would end it, if it would matter, Steve. I may have young body and spirit, but I'm an old man. I've lived 100 wars. One ended, another one started. If I would stop war within a day, showing everything I got, people would be afraid and show hatred toward me. Not because I've stopped them, but because I'm a god-like figure. Most believe that there is only one god. Tell me what would happen. After few seconds of silence, Naruto decided to continue. I'll tell what would happen. Another war, but this time on the bigger scale. Every country that would want my death, would join forces and attack America. And what? Would I just kill them all and show that I'm nothing more than a monster? I've killed many people in my life and I'm already living with regrets. I don't want to weight my burden even more if I can avoid it. Besides, I've already set free slaves of this war. Haven't you heard anything from newspaper? At that, Steve dropped his head and shook it. Another thing I want to tell you. If you still think that just because you don't want to kill and you'll never do that, then I'm sorry, but you're naive. I would try to avoid it if I could, trust me. But sooner or later, you'll find yourself in a situation where there's no other way. Some people say that first kill is the hardest, which is true. But after some time it gets easier. Well, that's not completely true. It's never getting easier. Every time I've killed, I wondered if a person I've killed was someone's father or husband. You never know who are you killing and how much pain you cause to his close ones. That's the worst part. But that's how this world works. You have to understand that Steve and accept that. He explained as he leans forward and patted Steve's shoulder. So what your second question? Why me? He asked, feeling better a few seconds later. Let me tell you something before that. As you know, Abraham is from Germany. He is genius and the good person. Before this war, Hitler wanted him to help his country to take control over the world. But he rejected the offer and another man was chosen, Johann Schmidt a.L.S.O., a genius scientist and head of the organization called Hydra. Just like Hitler, he was interested in magic and Germans' myths. Trust me, a simple man dealing with only part of my power without any training over it would get himself killed or worst. But for Hitler, those were only legends, which he loved to spread. In Schmidt's case, it becomes science for him. He believed in hidden power left by gods on our earth that Abraham founded. Can't argue there, since I've come upon artifacts from time to time. Schmidt wanted this power so much that he almost killed Abraham to spill everything he knew. That's where I came and saved Doctor from the bullet. It was my mission to save and take him to America. This mission was given by Colonel and Doctor himself. After what Schmidt witnessed, he wanted to become superhuman like me. Abraham created a serum, which Schmidt injected into himself. But the serum wasn't safe and there were side effects. He explained while Steve nodded. Did he become strong? He asked, curious, which caused Naruto to smile. Yeah, however not as strong as me. But there was a cost, he replied. I'm going to be injected with this serum too. Steve asked, a bit nervous. Yes, but now it's saved to use. It's way better now because Abraham used part of my DNA to fill missing component. At that, Steve raised an eyebrow. Hey, cheer up. We're going to be brothers. That's nice, I guess. But will I have, quote? He asked, pointing at his eyes. Naruto chuckled before he turns his Sharingan off. No, don't worry. With Abraham, we selected only genes from my father's side. Anyway, back to what I wanted to say. I want to create a team of people with abilities that no normal human has. Since tomorrow you'll be injected with superhuman serum. I want you on my team as my right hand. Steve, you'll be the first one on my team. To protect the world, he exclaimed proudly. To be honest, my parents entrusted only me with this task, but now I know that I can't do this alone. If there is the chance to bring peace to this world, then we'll find it together, sir. Steve said, and Uzumaki shows Rogers his fist. Let's then bump our fist. I want you to meet someone before I leave. Steve wasn't sure what Naruto words meant, but he did as Uzumaki said. Don't worry, he's a nice guy, but he likes to scare people, hey. Suddenly they both found themselves in the beautiful forest. Why did you bring him here, Naruto? Asked deep menacing voice from above. Steve fearfully looked up to see giant fox head with red slitted eyes. Is he sick or something? Look at him. Ha ha ha. Kurama, don't be mean to him. You're scaring him. Snapped Naruto, sending some calming aura toward Steve. I'm sorry about him. Because of the lives here, Kurama is bored. True. It wouldn't hurt if you could let me stretch my legs for a while. He whined while Uzumaki chuckled. You know that it's still unsafe for me to release you. I'll be weak as hell after that. He retorted while scratching his head. Never seen a fox. Only in books. Steve muttered while looking at 9 swirling tails. But foxes don't have that many tails. As you can tell, I'm not an ordinary fox. I'm the 9 tails, strongest of all tail beasts. He exclaims proudly. 9 tails. Tail beasts. What is he talking about? Asked Steve, confused. Explaining that would take an hour, so let's save it for later. Okay, Kurama, we'll leave, good night. With that, they've returned to reality. Now 2 things before I leave. First, I'm not going to take part in tomorrow project. I was assigned to rescue mission. Second, I want to explain you one more thing. Our job is to save as many people as we can. It doesn't necessarily mean everyone. There will casualties and you have to understand that too. Got it? Yes, I think, he replied while Naruto nodded. Good night, Steve. See you later. After that, he flashed in the bright yellow light. Okay, I'm not going to get used to it, Steve said to himself, before turning lights off and going to sleep. Tomorrow was the big day. This day will change his life forever. End of chapter. Hope you like it. Please leave reviews and favorites. Chapter 4. Chapter 4. Naruto. Shinobi. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or Marvel MCU. Let's get started. Chapter 4. Captain. Hydra Factory, Europe. Naruto sitting on the rock in meditating position, surrounded by large trees. Blonde. Jinchuriki had a great view of the Hydra Factory from there. Everything was so calm that Naruto couldn't hear nature itself. Finally filling his sage chakra, he stood up as his frog-like eyes glowed in the dark. Blonde was dressed in black suit with 4 symbols of his clans. On his back he had Uzumaki symbol, left shoulder Uchiha symbol, the right should Senju and Sarutobi on his belt. He had arms guards, which were reaching his elbows with fingerless gloves. There also were black combat boots, black hidden leaf headband, his mother Kunisagi sword and a black face mask. The whole factory was a large structure 100 kilometers long, wide and 200 meters in height. Around factory were about 30 tanks, 4 helicopters and about 5 trucks in total. I sense about 300 Hydra soldier, 210 from outside and 90 inside. There are about 43 of army. Kurama, there were 90 soldiers, right? He though sadly, as Fox noted. Oh well, nothing I can change anyway. Let's get moving. With that Naruto, throw his Hiraishin kunai toward near group of soldiers. Quickly flashing to the marker, he hides behind black metal boxes. Now then, it's barely 6 a.m., so mist is normal in the forest, right? He thought with a smirk. Kurigakur no jutsu. Suddenly a very thick mist appeared out of nowhere, which confused enemies around. What is this? Where this mist came from? Said some soldier of Hydra. I don't have an idea, Lucas. I can only hear your voice. So stay on guard, replied another soldier. Yeah, like that's going to help you. Naruto retorted with a sigh, before dispelling his sage mode and activating his Sharingan. Within few seconds, thumps could be heard around the whole factory. As Naruto was standing on top of the factory, he dispelled his just revealing all soldiers on the ground in pools of the blood. He shook his head before he morphed his Sharingan to Mankyu. Kamui. Slowly he starts to sink into the roof. After a second he landed on the floor with 2 guards noticing him. As they point their guns out, Naruto throws 2 chakras enhanced kunai. Kunais cut through soldier's neck like a hot knife through butter. So far so good, he said to himself as he yet again sinks into the floor. His time he sank quickly because he didn't want to waste time for guards. Finally, he reached the prison cells, where an American soldier was kept. Naruto only saw about 10 Hydra soldiers on his left. He smirked. Before throwing Hiraishin kunai towards them, he then processes to slash them, while teleporting. A soldier who was behind the bars cheered at the sight of their savior. If it isn't the loudest unpredictable foxy boy, said a male voice with a chuckle. Blonde snorted, but chuckled either way. The big bad Shinobi, right? Oh, did I just heard the best military pilot, who can't even properly shoot from a gun. Shinobi retorted while turning to the source of the voice. Jack. Fury, right, now that was mean. You know I've been training a lot. Now get us out of this, would you? He asked, while Naruto took the key and set free every prisoner. I've expected you. I even made a few bets with my friends and guess who wins? You. Anyway, what happened to those who didn't make it? He asked with a tired voice. Jack looked down for a second, before looking back at Naruto. They're tortured, beaten up or experimented. That I've heard, but what really happened? I'm not sure, but they'll pay. He promised with anger in his eyes. I see. I'll take those who are not in shape to fight. You and others should end your revenge quickly, said Naruto as he made a few shadow clones. Original then took one person on his shoulder. And why is that? Jack asked confused. Because I want to rip this place to shreds. He replied gravely, before flashing away. I'll pay twice to see that, he said with the smirk. Before taking Hydra's soldier gun and dashing to the upper level. Sometime later, outside of factory. Naruto was standing at the factory, while rest of the soldiers were waiting behind him. They were kinda nervous about what he might do. They knew about him, but only as a legend. So all decided to stay quiet since no normal human would believe them. Finally, Jack walked to below Shinobi and decided to ask him something. Are you going to do something? Naruto turns to him and smiled. Yeah, I'm just unsealing the seal on my body. Give me a second. Naruto long ago decided to put on himself restraining. By leaving only chakra worth of typical Junin. His original chakra was on Biju level and without Kurama inside of him, the chakra was bordering onto the power of Shukaku, better known as One Tail. He could only unseal the seals with help of Kurama. All of you take few steps back. As he said, all went back about 10 steps back, while he went through series of hand seals. Tiger right pointing arrow snake. Mokuten. Jukai Kuten. Suddenly everything starts to shake violently, as trees were rising from the ground. Then Naruto stretched his arms and pointed at the factory. As their creator ordered them. They went forward and began smashing the factory to the bits. After a minute there were only pieces from the factory. But Naruto decided to cover his track, by using Doden Jutsu. With simply devour everything into the ground. Once that was over, Blonde once again used his Mokuden bloodline to only create new trees. Everyone was gaping like a fish from the awe. He was like a demigod on earth. Which kinda made them scared. That was something Naruto, said Jack, while sweating a little. You've never shown this before. But it looks amazing, I guess. Fury wasn't sure how to describe it. But Naruto knew about his feelings thanks to Kurama powers of the sensor. He knew what other were feeling fear, but sooner or later people would see what he can do. There was no mistake. Better show some people portion of his power. Yeah, I just couldn't stand the fact of how many of your friends died, because of Hydra. He replied still angry. Those words somehow made people around D feel a bit easier around Naruto since he just like them felt anger toward damn Hydra. Now then, let's get back home. With that, he created shadow clones and used his Kamui to teleport soldiers back to USA military. Back in USA. Abraham funeral. It's been 2 days, since Abraham death. During the Project Rebirth, he was sought by Nazi spy, who almost stole super serum. He was stopped by Steve Witt. His new-founded powers and better-shaped body. Naruto was quite devastated by the news. He was so angry, that his chakra was leaking out, so it was visible to anyone. Now Naruto, Steve, Carter, and Colonel were at the funeral. It was a sad day and even heavens were crying. Everyone aside from Naruto said a few words because Blonde wasn't sure what to say. When Williamsburg was rebuilt and his mother Kotoamatsukami wore off, he decided to come and visit Hump Grave. Even then Blonde wasn't sure what to say, so he decided to stay quiet. Are you sure, you don't want to say a few words? Asked Steve, while Naruto nodded. I don't know what actually to say. Hey, let's do something tomorrow. He replied with a tiny smile. Like what? Steve asked curiously. Training and other stuff, so you can fight properly in front of the lines. Then Colonel came and looked at Naruto. I don't think it's worth to train him. I've agreed to let him take a part on the project, but nothing about sending him to the battlefield. You're more than enough, Naruto. Blonde only sighed. Don't train him, since Rogers already has a new job as a star. Maybe you're right. Oh well. Steve, let's go to the bar and get some drink. With that two start to walk to enter the graveyard. Let's speed up a little. At that, they began taking faster steps, which confused Colonel. So, you're not going to train me? Asked sadly, Steve. What? No, of course, I'm going to train you. He retorted as Steve raised his eyebrow. But Colonel said. At that Naruto simply waved him off. Screw him. Like I care what he's saying. Besides he owes more than saving his fat ass back at World War I. Naruto said, as he grabbed Steve's shoulder and flashed away. 2 months later. Still nothing about Rogers and Naruto. Asked Colonel. While going through new strategy with upcoming battle. No idea, Colonel. To vanish in the war just like that. What were they thinking? Agent Carter was quite mad at the two. Rogers is the only one who can help us recreate the serum. We slowly running out from what he gave us 2 months ago. Suddenly a whirlpool like a vortex appeared next to them. Carter was on alert, while Colonel snorted. I just hope they, not this mad. Naruto. Said, Steve, as he came out of the vortex. He had a blue shirt and brown pants with black boots. Rogers also had a beard. Then after him, Naruto appeared. What are you talking about? He asked with a grin. You don't have to worry. I handle Cardi. Then shiver went down on his spine, as he felt a hand on his shoulder and dark aura from behind. He slowly turns his head, while sweating heavily. He smiles weakly at Carter, whose eyes were burning, literally. Hey, Cardi. How are you? How I am, she repeated twice while crushing Naruto's shoulder, which makes Colonel chuckle. You two left like nothing happened for 2 whole months. How could you leave and take Rogers with you? We have war going on, you know right? Well, I still left few shadow clones. He muttered, which caused Carter to start to beat him up comedically. Do I look like I care about petty clones? With that, she punches him so hard that she sent Naruto flying. After a second he landed on his face in the mud, while twitching. Everyone was looking at the scene with snickers, while Naruto tried to raise his hand but Carter shouted at him. Get up and don't try to talk to me. I don't want to hear your pathetic excuses. With that Naruto quickly rose his body with a terrified expression. Yes, ma'am. Quickly standing up, he salutes to Carter who sighed. If it comes to men's, they listen to him, but with women's, he listens to them. He's even worse than me with my wife. Thought Colonel with the facepalm. It's good to see you again Steven, said Carter, as she hugged Steve which shocked people around. Steven wasn't sure what to do, but oh boy he was blushing like a little girl. And his pale skin wasn't helping. Suddenly Carter realized that she was hugging Steve in public. She then broke the hug with blush and pointed at him. It's not like I've missed you or anything. I only happy that thanks your return, we can recreate the super soldier serum. So don't get the wrong idea. At that everyone's sweat dropped. Women, thought men's in unison. Anyway, what the two of you're doing? Asked Colonel as he stood up from his chair. Training, an awful lot of it. Steve replied with the shiver. Hey, you said that it was great. Naruto whined while Carter gave him a murderous look. So he quickly shut his mouth. Let him speak Agent Carter, ordered Colonel, which made Carter sigh, but nod. Now, Naruto, what can you say about his skills? Well, his fighting skills are quite amazing. He about Chunin level, in such a short time. Eve was also able to learn only basics techniques. The fact that he could unlock most of his chakra pathways is the miracle. He might even become better, once war will be over. He explained cheerfully, while Carter, HMPFED. That caused Naruto to gulp and sweat again. Overall he's ready to fight on the front lines. At that Colonel nodded. Glad to hear, but I'm not sure where to send him. He has no experience in real war. Beside we sent most of our men's already. Suddenly they hear a scream, coming the truck. They saw a young man with a big wound on his stomach. What happened? The guy looks like he's been through hell, said Steve with concern, because he and his unit been through it, or rather what remains of it. We sent about 200, not 50 got back. They've been captured by Hydra in Asano by Schmidt. That's was 107 unit. She replied, which made Steve eyes winded. Oh no. Bucky, he thought in horror. Can you give me the list of killed in this action? Steve asked Colonel, who sighed. Just one name. James Bucky Barnes. I recognize the name, but... He paused as military medic appeared and gave Colonel the list. No, he's not on the list Rogers. I'm sorry. At hearing this Steve drop his head and grit his teeth. Then he looks up and turns his eyes toward the wounded soldiers coming from the truck. I guess we found ourselves a mission, Philly, said Naruto seriously, while Steve nodded. On one these I'm going to kill you Naruto. At that blonde only grinned, before activating his Sharingan. Fine, but I'm not giving you any transport. I can get us something, said Carter with a smirk. Our pilot will be happy to see you again Rogers. End of chapter. Hope you like it. Please leave reviews and favorites as follows. Yane. Chapter 5. Naruto. Shinobi. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or Marvel MCU. Let's get started. Chapter 5. America. Howard private plane. Night. Asano. Steve's face was twitching as he was looking at the pajamas he had to wear under a military jacket. He couldn't believe that what he would wear on his job to entertain kids. Also this helmet was so bad. It barely fit his head. I'm glad that only you can see this. He whined. People would laugh at me. Don't be sad Steven. said Howard, as he glanced at Rogers with a smile. "After this mission, I'll get you better one. Even shield." At that Steve looked at the metal shield next to him and smiled. "Maybe we should go through your mission again?" asked Carter, while looking both at Steve and Naruto. "It's simple really." Naruto sighed and looked at Carter. Blonde then gulped as he saw familiar fire in her eyes. "Okay. Let's go through it again. With Steve, or rather Captain America, we infiltrate the Hydra base, rescue all prisoners, take everything that can help us with destroying Hydra and shred the place to pieces." At that everyone's sweat dropped at the simple explanation. "Sound easy to me," replied Steve, while scratching back of his head. "But it's not," Carter countered. "It's not like those bases that Naruto took a few months ago. This is the biggest base that we ever encounter, there are more soldiers than before. You have to be careful. Oh, one more thing. Take this transmitter and activate it after you two are done. We'll drag back you from there," Carter explained while handing Steve the transmitter. "Boom. You two should go. They've already spotted us and this plane cost a good amount of money," complained Howard as he was dodging the missiles. "Once we'll leave, how about we go for some fondue, Agent Carter?" At that everyone deadpanned. "Okay, Captain America. Let's head and kick some Hydra asses," said Naruto as he put on his face mask. "After you, Shinobi," he replied with a grin. Then Blonde opened the doors and both jumped from the plane. "They've jumped without parachutes, right?" asked Howard with a chuckle. "Yup," Carter replied with a sigh. "Hydra base. As you can see, Project Valkyria is going well," said Zola A.S. Both he and Schmidt was supervising the whole work around them. "We should finish everything by the end of the month. Increase the production by 60% everywhere," said Schmidt in cold voice. "I'm not sure if our prisoners can work like this. They getting weaker, sir," replied Zola, with small fear. "Then we'll get new prisoners," he snorted while glancing at shorter men. Zola's eyes winded as he saw that Schmidt's own eyes become red for a second, before returning to usual brown color. "Get back to work, Zola," he added while leaving Zemo alone and angry. Outside the base, with Naruto and Steve. Both were hiding in the bushes and watching the base from saving place. Carter was right about more Hydra soldiers. But for Naruto it was nothing. But he was kinda worried about Steve. It was his first serious mission after all. "How are we going through of all these soldiers? I haven't expected this many," he asked while counting the amount soldier on the outside of the base. "Don't worry. I have a jutsu for this problem," he assured his friend with grin and thumb up. Then he made a single-hand seal. Kurigakure no jutsu. Suddenly thick mist appeared and blinded soldiers around. They yelled to stay on guard, while both friends smirked and disappeared in Shunshin. After few seconds several thumps could be heard, as the mist was vanishing. Both Captain and Shinobi stood next to each other while smirking. "Light weights," snorted Naruto, while looking at death and unconscious soldiers. Steve still couldn't bring himself to kill anybody, no matter how guilty the person was. "Let's move, Captain." With that, they went to one of the back doors and entered the base. They found themselves in the laboratory with few scientists and soldiers. They've decided to went with stealth and took few things from the table near them. Then they head to prison cells and Naruto killed 2 guards with his shurikens. Then both Naruto and Steve took keys from the guards and throw them to prisoners. "Oh." Nay of them narrowed their eyes at the two and asked, "And who are you two supposed to be?" "Captain America. Shinobi. Nice to meet you," he said cheerfully. "Excuse me?" Other asked. A few minutes later all prisoners were set free. All formed a circle around both Naruto and Steve. "Does anyone know James Bucky Barnes?" asked Captain America with concern. "Are there more prisoners?" asked Shinobi. "There is one medical unit and I don't know if he's still alive. I saw that guard took him to the west wing of base," answered a bit chubby man with ginger muscle and a hat. "I see. Captain, go and grab Bucky. While I'll take them outside for little fun," he said to Steve while grinning at soldiers who smirked at thought of the fight. Rogers nodded and left, while Naruto told them to follow him. Just as they got out, Naruto creates a few shadow clones to take out the first group of Hydra soldiers. After disarming them, he kills them and throws their weapons to escaping prisoners. He then saw 2 tanks heading towards them. Bore right pointing arrow Tiger Blonde went through hand seals and exclaimed, "Doten, Yomi Numa." With that sudden swamp appeared on the way of tanks. Just as they were about to shoot tank S fell two swamps and second later exploded. He smirked before he saw that few ex-prisoners were surrounded by Hydra soldiers. Naruto leapt while going to series of hand seals: snake right pointing arrow, ram right pointing arrow, monkey right pointing arrow, boar right pointing arrow, horse right pointing arrow, tiger. Kaden. Enden. Then Blonde spat a fired bullet toward the group of Hydra soldiers, igniting them in the fire. They screamed and fell to the ground and tried to extinguish the fire, but it was futile. After that, he heard footsteps heading toward him. He turns his Sharingan eyes to the left and saw incoming Hydra soldiers. He grinned and went into another series of seals: dragon right pointing arrow, tiger right pointing arrow, hare. Sweden. Mizoripa. A water gushed from Naruto's mouth like a waterfall, which sends soldier flying. Then his hand erupted with electricity and Shinobi throw needles made out of lighting. Chidori Senbon. Those needles killed the soldier by piercing their necks. Shinobi saw that few ex-prisoners were able to steal Hydra tanks and drive them toward gates. He smiled before he heard an explosion coming from inside of the base. He cursed and started to look for Steve. "Where the hell are you?" he thought, while trying to sense him. Steve was still on the base and he wasn't alone. There were two more people around him. So he decided to flash to him since Captain had his Hiraishin Kunai. Naruto quickly found himself standing next to Steve and his friend Bucky Barnes. "There you're. What the hell are you still doing here?" he asked, but Steve didn't turn him. "Oi, what are you staring at?" "That would be me," replied familiar voice in a German accent. He turns his eyes to Schmidt. Who is standing with Zola on the other side of the bridge. His eyes winded in horror at the sight of the ruler of Hydra. It wasn't the fact that Schmidt instead of normal skin had a red skull. It was his eyes. "It's great to see you again." You gotta be kidding me," thought Kurama, who woke up from his slumber. "Also, this chakra. I guess that the circle never ended after all. No way. It's a lie. How do you have those eyes?" Naruto shouted as he narrowed his eyes at Schmidt 3 Tomo Sharingan. "Ah, you mean the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan." At that Schmidt chuckled, which made Naruto grit his teeth. "After some time, once I took serum made by Erskine, these eyes awaken and I wanted to find more about them. So for next few months, I've been searching and found something in Japan. There were legends about people with Sharingan-like eyes. I found that there was a rich family with these eyes. They explained to me about what they found in the scrolls left by shinobis. And here you are too, an Uchiha like me. Interesting." Suddenly something exploded next to them. "This is out, goodbye. I hope we'll see each other again sometime." With that, both Schmidt and Zola left. "Naruto, we have to leave this place right now," shouted Steve, while he pokes him. Blonde turned to him revealing Mangekyo, which caused Steve to quickly grab Bucky. They quickly warped into the vortex and left the falling base. All three appeared outside of the base. Naruto was still staring at the falling Hydra base. Steve and Bucky decided to leave him alone for a while. Naruto closes his eyes while clenching his fist. "Kurama, how is this possible? I don't understand. How could this happen?" thought Naruto as he opens his eyes, now his usual blue ones. "I think there is an explanation for this. Remember your mother and father diary?" asked Kurama, while blonde eyes winded. "So you mean," he punched near the tree, before leaning on it, "that your mother erased their memories about chakra, but not their visual prowess? It appears that some shinobis made copies of scrolls and hide them somewhere around the world." Kurama explained. "I just wonder if he's possessing the Mangekyo." At that Naruto shook his head. "That's not possible, Kurama. Only Uchiha tablet had information about Mangekyo, and another way to unlock is by killing your friend or by grief," he replied while reminding himself of how he unlocked it. "Still, there is the possibility. That way you should prepare yourself and Steve. Even though his chakra level is barely at high Junin level," added Kurama to warn Naruto. "Hey, still, want to rip this place to shreds?" he asked with a grin. Naruto replied with his own grin before he made two hand seals. He used his Jukai Kuten, just like before, and used Doden Jutsu to bury the place into the ground. "Let's get out of here," he said to himself as he starts to walk toward the group with hands on the back of his head. Back at camp. It's been about 3 days since both Steve and Naruto take a mission to rescue prisoners. There was no a single word from them. So it's been 3 days, Carter. Naruto should at least appear and say something. But nothing, said Colonel to Agent Carter, who was sitting on the table. She was kinda worried. Not about Naruto or these soldiers. She had a feeling that they're okay. It was about Steve. He might have this training with Uzumaki, but was that enough? Some of the people have more experience in a battle than he. Maybe she was being paranoid. I believe in them. They'll be back soon. Suddenly they saw soldiers around going somewhere. What's going on there? Wondered Colonel as both he and Carter went to check where their soldiers were heading. In the distance, both Captain America and Shinobi were visible. And behind were the bunch of soldiers and tanks that they've stole. There were about 400 soldiers there and there. The soldiers on the camp made a big circle and were cheering at their return. The job is done, sir, said Captain with a salute. Everything went according to the plan, said Naruto cheerfully with a salute. Good job then, replied Colonel with one of his rare smiles. Naruto grinned, while Steve smiled. Then suddenly Naruto was thrown away, which made him fall on his face. It was Carter, who wanted to see if Rogers was okay. Oh, thank you're okay, Rogers, said Carter in relief, which causes Steve to blush a little. What about me? Naruto whined as he stood up from the ground. Like anything can happen to you. She snorted, while Naruto deadpanned. Point, he said in defeat. Some of these men still need medical treatment. So I'll be off, added Sharingan user, while making few shadow clones. You're late, Carter complained while poking Steve's shoulder. Sorry, I couldn't call, he explained while showing her broken transmitter. Then everyone starts to again cheer and clapping, thanks to Bucky. Somehow Steve felt pride, but at the same time sad that Naruto wasn't included. Without his help, he wouldn't be here. End of chapter. Hope you like it. Please leave a lot of reviews, follows and favorites. Ya-nay. Chapter 6. Chapter 6. Naruto. Shinobi. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or Marvel MCU. Let's get started. Chapter 6. War Never Changed Part 1 Secret Base, London. A few days later after last mission. Naruto lost Nakama. News spread wide in the USA and other countries. About Naruto and Steve saving 400 soldiers. Well, only about Steve, since Naruto wanted to stay in shadows. Steve was angry about it, but after a small talk with his friend, he comes over it. Currently, Steve was marking Hydra bases around Europe. Next to him was Naruto, who was looking at the map. There were a few bases in Europe he didn't know about, which confused him. Thanks to his own spy network, similar to the one that Jiraiya the Sannin had, he always was able to find what he wanted. But now blonde Jinchuriki was wondering why his friends never found those bases. Maybe the reason why was the fact that bases were under some town or city. If that was the case, he couldn't blame them. Toads always stayed away from cities or towns, just like normal toads and frogs. Besides, some were not the typical looking toads that humans know, so it was safer for them. I'm not sure if I've memorized everything. I'm sorry, he apologized, while Naruto patted his back. You shouldn't apologize. You don't have Sharingan like me, remember? He said knowingly, while Steve smiled weakly. He's right, Rogers. Nobody is perfect, he replied while glancing at Naruto, who chuckled weakly. Then she took the map and go somewhere, leaving the two alone. I wonder when she'll cut you some slack, Steve said while Naruto was scratching the back of his head. Don't worry about it, Steve. She's become bossy after earning the status of the officer. At that, Steve rose his eyebrow. She's your familiar? Asked Rogers, curious. He didn't know that. Well, you can say that. Thanks to me. She's the officer after all. You know, women are treated differently than men these days. At that, Steve noted. But aside from that, I also helped her in material arts. It was her dream to treat it equally like others. Her mother was. Or maybe I shouldn't say that. Anyway, after everything she's been through her life, she wanted to be something more, be important. He explained with a smile. So I don't really mind her being rude toward me. It's kind of fun for me. Besides, allowing her acting to the other men like he on the same level makes her feel stronger, proud, and it's pushing her forward. I feel that she has the potential to be strong, just like Shinobi's long ago. Even if she can't use chakra at all. Steve smiled at Naruto, who was now looking curiously at him. What? Do I have something on my face? No, Nothing at all. But, you're truly kind person Naruto. At that Naruto chuckled. You think. Well, before my parents' death, my mom always told to be a good person. No matter what happened, no matter how horrible things will occur, never seek revenge or vengeance. Don't think that because you have power, you should control everything. That was your great-great-grandfather way of thinking. That what she said to me sometime before what happened to her and Dad. So I'm guessing you're right. Thanks, he replied while remembering his mother's words. Anyway, how about we go to Howard and see what he can provide? Yeah, and after that, I need to form a team. I heard that some soldiers are still in London. Steve replied as they walked to the exit of the room. What about you? Will you join us? Quote, no, I'll pass. Besides, you should get experience anyway. But before you'll head out, I'll have to show and teach you a few things about Sharingan. End of Ost. A few minutes later. Ah, gentlemen, greeted Howard with a grin. It's good to see you alive, Steve. Now then, let me show the shields. With that, Stark proceeds to showcase of the shields, but Steve was interested in something else. There was another shield, a round-shaped one. Interested, Steve decided to pick it up and a better look at it. How about this one? He asked with a smile. No, it's still prototype shield from rare metal. Howard explained, which confused the two. It's made from vibranium, strongest metal around. A rare metal, you say? Questioned Naruto. Doesn't seem rare to me. I sense familiar feeling from that shield. He thought, before he heard Kurama voice in his head. It's chakra metal. Naruto. Few of your weapons are based on this metal. Back in the Shinobi world, it wasn't that rare. But after 4th Great Ninja War, it becomes very rare to find. I also think vibranium is better named for it. At that, Naruto nodded, but decided to stay silent. Do you really want it this badly? Asked Howard with a smile. It's light and thin. I can bet it's very sturdy too, even if it doesn't seem like it. Stark chuckled at that but nodded. If you want it, then it's yours. Now, do you have anything in mind about your suit? With that, Steve put the shield down and took a paper from his pocket. He then handed it to Howard, who looks at it. Interesting. I'll be done by the end of the week, so. About 3 days. Anything else? No, I guess that's all. Steve replied with the handshake. Now, I still have an hour, before I'll meet up with the guys, so what do you want me to learn? Naruto asked Doku Shinjutsu. Let's go to some other room. With that, 2 men head to other room and sit on the chairs. Now, what do you know about Sharingan? Well, you didn't say that much about it. He retorted. Oh, that's right. His sweat dropped. Anyway, Sharingan is Ido Jutsu from Uchiha clan. While user unlocks it, he's granted powers like better perception, copying, predicting enemies' movements. Cast genjutsu on somebody, etc. Remember not to look at Uchiha eyes. It's difficult, but you can't do anything about it. He explained while activating his 3 Tomo Sharingan. Its power depending on each of Tomo, as you can see I have fully matured Sharingan. Same goes for Schmidt, but there are 1 more stages of Sharingan. He then morphed his Sharingan to Mangekyo. You saw those before. It's Mangekyo Sharingan. With this stage I'm granted more powers, but let's leave it for later. There is a drawback to this stage. If I'll overuse it, then darkness awaits me. What do you mean by that? Steve asked. Blindness. He said gravely. Hold on, you've used a few times when I was with you. How much do you see? He asked worriedly. Don't worry. Thanks. To genes from my father's side and to Kurama I won't go blind that easily. Still, I don't see as good as before I've unlocked them. He said grimly while closing his eyes to open them once again, showing his natural blue eyes. There are 2 more stages, but you probably won't see them, the Eternal Mangekyo and the Rinnegan. So there is no point explaining further. You wanted to warn about its power if I'd cross my paths with Schmidt. He asked, knowing the answer already. That's right. Even though Schmidt has matured Sharingan, there is the possibility of him having the Mangekyo. I wouldn't be worried if he would only have 2 Tomo. He said while nursing his temples. About Mangekyo powers, there are 5 of them. Susanoo is ultimate protection. It takes the form of a warrior at full power. But you can also use some parts of its body for other things. For example, the ribcage for protection whole body, by using less chakra and arm to grab something far away. Amaterasu cast jet black flames. Hot as sun and nothing can extinguish them. They'll burn for 7 days and nights. Koto Amatsukami is a genjutsu that can simply brainwash anyone and create fake memories. Tsukuyomi is also a genjutsu, which allows you to trap anybody. You can torture somebody for hours inside of genjutsu, but in reality, it'll take only mere seconds. Last but not least, Kamui, which you already know. I can use it to teleport anywhere I want and enter my pocket dimension and become ethereal. At that, Steve start to gape like a fish, which make Naruto chuckle. End of Ost. That sound kinda scary, he replied. But if you say that user can get blind from using it, then Schmidt will know about this, of course, if he has Mangekyo. Naruto smiled and nodded. Still, if you encounter him, be careful. Its normal Sharingan is dangerous on its one. He warned while Steve nodded in agreement. Are there more Uchihas like you? Rogers asked while Jinchuriki sighed. I don't know how many are there. Maybe there are some even in here. He didn't know, he really didn't. Well, guess I'll head to the bar. See you later, Naruto. With that, Steve leaving Shinobi alone with his thoughts. A few weeks later, Captain America and his team proved themselves of doing miracles. Each mission ended in success. Steve also proved himself of being a great leader and comrade. His team wasn't lacking anything. Why were able to do everything that Steve told them to do. One of them was able to place a bomb under Hydra truck without being noticed. There was one embarrassing moment when Colonel Carter and Naruto got a footage from the mission. Steve was looking at the map while checking his compass. He forgot that there was a picture of Carter in it. While Naruto was grinning like an idiot and Colonel smiling, Carter was blushing heavily and looked away to only peek one more time. Their last mission was to capture Zola, the Hydra scientist, and deliver him to base in London. And they succeed, but with cost. Bucky Barnes, Steve's first and best friend, died. Right now Zola was in prison cell back in London. He was walking around his poor cell. Zola spotted a blood stain on the floor below the bed. Suddenly he heard doors open. So he turns around and saw familiar blonde-haired men with whisker marks on his face. Strucker knew his name, Naruto Uzumaki. He had a tray and soup with him. Naruto asked glued state. Sit down, he ordered, which makes Zola flinch, but he sits down anyway. As they both sit down, Zola glanced at the soup. He actually never saw that soup in his life. What is it? Zola asked curiously. At that, Naruto glanced at him and sweat dropped. It's ramen, he declared proudly. The food of gods themselves. And at that statement Zola's sweat dropped. And in it? Strucker questioned. Noodles, he deadpanned. Do you even realize how difficult it is to get ramens these days? I don't eat noodles. At that, Naruto grinned. Why? He asked. I've thrown up after them. At that, Blonde started to eat the ramen with glee. What about cyanide? Also feeling bad after it? He asked, taking a short break with food, which causes Zola to narrow his eyes at his soup. You're not telling me that the soup? In response, Naruto eats some noodles and nodded. You? I'm feeling great. I can't get sick from almost anything, trust me. With that, he finishes his ramen and hands Zola a paper. UK. Now each Hydra agent we caught always crack the capsule, but you didn't. So, you want to live, right? Are you going to intimidate me? He asked while finishing reading what was on the paper. For important information, Armin Zola will be evacuated to Switzerland. HMPF. Like Schmidt is going to believe that. He'll kill you anyway. You're dangerous to him, he said, activating his Sharingan, which caused Zola to gulp. No one knows about him more than you do, and you've killed Captain Rogers' best friend. So you need protection. You or Schmidt, there is no third option. He then allows his eyes to return to normal. Schmidt believes that he's walking in the steps of gods. Zola confessed with the snort. Really? That's the new one, he retorted with dry chuckle. I don't want to admit it, but I'm much closer to God any Schmidt will ever be. Can't argue with that, said Kurama in his mind. I wonder when he'll unlock those. Even without me with these eyes, he'd be a god on earth. Thought Kurama with a smirk. He won't be satisfied until he'll take control over the world. Zola said seriously. Not on my or Roger's watch. He replied with a smile. Anyway, what's his target? His target is everywhere, Zola answered. Which made Naruto snort. I need to get Steve and rest back in here. Blonde though, as he stood up and left the cell. We need to end this. End of Ost. Meeting room, London's secret base. Schmidt is nuts, said Colonel. He thinks he's the god and wants to destroy half of the world. He'll start with the USA. He has incredible power in his hands, added Howard from his place. If he'll cross our lines, then in 1 hour there will nothing from East Coast. How much time do we have? Asked Carter with crossed arms. About 20 hours from now. Naruto answered while everyone in the room gasped. Schmidt base is deep inside of Alps Mountains, 150 meters below them. So what? Are we just going to knock on the door or something? One of Steve's team members asked. Why not? Asked Thought out loud. That's exactly what we're going to do. Okay, Steve, agreed Naruto with a smirk. Let's do it your way. The Alps, later with Steve. Currently, Steve was making his way to Schmidt base. He had a small company of Hydra soldier going after him. They're easy to defect, so he decided to end this quickly. On his way, he was almost shot by a tank, but he was able to dodge the shoot and destroy it with hidden rocks in his motorcycle. Once he was done with the tank, it was time to deal with Hydra soldiers. Steve was able to fight some of them, but ultimately he was overwhelmed by them. Then they disarmed his and took Steve to meet with Schmidt. After few minutes, Steve was brought to a large room which was partially a laboratory. Arrogant, came Schmidt's voice, as he appeared out of the shadows. Americans aren't new to that term, but you mastered it completely. It was entertained voice that drove Steve to feel even bigger hatred toward the men before him. But your powers are limited. You know. Didn't Erskine mention it? I know from him that you're crazy. That's enough for me, he replied with venom. Oh well, he simply didn't saw my genius, that's all. He said with a chuckle. What was so special about you anyway? At that Steve snorted. Nothing, I'm a simple boy from Brooklyn. For that Steve got a punch to face in his stomach. He panted a little but chuckled. I can do this all day. Sure you can. He snarled while trying to put Steve in this so-called genjutsu. But it was futile. But sadly I can't. What's going on? I can put him in illusion. He thought before he heard something coming from his left. There were 3 soldiers coming toward the window on the grappling hooks. When they burst through the window, Schmidt tried to shoot Captain, but he used Hydra soldier as a cover. A soldier before him turned into nothing by ashes. It was time for Schmidt to leave as his minions were dealing with the enemies. Steve T.M. was able to take in all Hydra soldiers while tossing Captain his shield. He thanked and head right after Schmidt. Then remaining team informed soldiers outside of the base to attack. With Naruto, Colonel, and Carter. Okay, guys, let's move, yelled Naruto as he jumped from the bushes and started to run in old Shinobi style. Everyone went right after him. Blonde Jinchuriki saw about 100 Hydra soldiers ahead thanks to his Sharingan. He made a cross sign and exclaimed, Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. With about 40 clones poofed out and begin a launch at Hydra soldiers. He led his clones to toy with these soldiers. While he heads straight at the closed entry before him. Naruto then sticks out his arm and the blue swirling orb appeared in his right hand. Orb was still growing until it became bigger than Shinobi head. After orb was fully formed, Blonde leapt and exclaimed, Odama Rasengan. With the front doors were blasted away. Let's go. Let's go. He repeated to soldiers along with Carter and Colonel. I wonder if Steve is doing fine. They're moving through the base with fair ease thanks to Naruto and his clones. They've been exploring while looking for Schmidt and Steve. There was no luck since the base was huge, so Naruto decided to enter Sage mode and search for them. After few seconds, he sensed Steve just a few meters on their left. He said to everyone to follow him and they did. A good minute later they've found themselves in a large hangar, where other soldiers were fighting with enemies. They saw as Steve tried to reach Schmidt plane, but it was faster. Next to them was Schmidt car and they knew what they have to do. While Naruto decided to stay and help soldiers, both Colonel and Carter hopped into the car and went after Steve. As Naruto was finishing off, he decided to teleport right to Steve and help defeat Red Skull once and for all. He then quickly flashed only to find himself right next to a car with Carter and Colonel. His eyes winded in shock. What the hell? Why am I here? I'm sure that I was teleporting to Steve. He said out loud before he spots 3-bladed kunai on the ground. Oh no. Damn. Naruto, you can't teleport to Rogers. Asked Carter in fear, while Colonel nodded. Even without kunai, I still should be able to get to him. Truth to be told, Naruto still had a problem with signing people with seal. The seal was vanishing after a week or so. Blonde wasn't sure what he was doing wrong. But there still was Kamui. Naruto closes his right eye and searches for Steve. Naruto slowly starts to sweat. I can't. It's like something is blocking me. Kurama, help. I can't sense him either. Whatever is blocking us, it must be something on the plane. He replied. Don't try to do anything, Naruto. Just stay and kill rest of Hydra. You telling me that I should have bound him? He yelled at Kurama. You know it's their destiny, right? Fox asked. I don't care if they're Indra and Ashura reincarnations. You know that. He shouted back at Fox. Still, there is no point on trying. You should stay and save your soldiers. Like your mother told you before. You can't save everyone, I thought you know this already. Kurama said to his hoster. Whose eyes softened a little. But it's difficult to leave him like that. I'm not sure if he'll survive this. Then again, you're right. I can't do anything at this point. I can't use pay. RFECT Susanoo either since I don't have eternal Mangekyo. Naruto thought while gritting his teeth. Peggy. I can't get to him. I'm sorry. At that, Carter looked down. We shouldn't lose hope. Once Captain Rogers will deal with Schmidt. We can help him get back right. He suggested while Carter looks up to him. So let's just. Suddenly everything starts to shake around them. Quickly, Naruto, go. Both Carter and Colonel from the car which was falling down to the airfield. Then giant metal arm rose from the pit and slammed down near their position. After that another one poop out and like previews one it slam on the airfield. Airfields start to shake even more violently as those arms were helping a giant robot to rose up, imagine Iron Giant with Hydra-shaped head. So that the last project that Zola told us about. Titan, Naruto exclaimed. Maybe you'll deal with this, while we'll head back to base. Asked Colonel. Sure. With that both Carter and Colonel start to run back to base. A Titan seems just as tall as you, Kurama. He snapped. Yeah sure. Kurama snarled from the seal. End of chapter. Hope you'll like it. Please leave a lot of reviews. Also, this will the last chapter for now. Because in Sunday we'll head with family to go on vacations for 6 days. So no updates on my return. Thanks. Yane. Chapter 7. Naruto. Shinobi. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or Marvel MCU. Let's get started. Sorry for not updating, but I had a little vacation with my family. Anyways, back to the chapter. Chapter 7. Sacrifice and Lost. Naruto lost unkept hair. Naruto smiled once both Carter and Colonel were far away from him and giant Hydra Titan. Finally, there was something interesting that might him a challenge. There were many possibilities to fight with it. Haringan user jumped away from the upcoming fist, which would crush any normal person. It was truly interesting seeing something big as Tail Beast. He wondered what could happen if Shinobi were still in the world and his mother never used Koto Amatsukami to wipe memories about chakra. Never mind that, because there was no time to think about it. What to use? Susanoo or one of Mokuden jutsus of Hashirama Jiji. Naruto thought as he landed on Hydra robot arm and dashed straight toward Titan's face. Maybe use Tail Beast mode? Asked Kurama as Blonde gasped and quick flashback came to his mind. He minds himself of almost destroying Williamsburg in Four Tails stage. Because of that he lost control chakra in his feet and fell from moving arm. Don't tell that you're still scared of using beast mode. You mastered control over my chakra, remember? I'm sorry, Kurama, but I still don't see the need of using it. Besides, I want to use my own strength, replied as his Sharingan morphed into Mangekyo. Susanoo. As he exclaims it, his body was covered in silver flames, which quickly formed into matching in size a warrior Shisui Susanoo, but silver colored. Susanoo punched Titan away while landing on the ground. Naruto quickly prepared his drill sword and pointed it at the Titan. Let us see what you're made of. Then suddenly Titan's eyes start to glow before they shoot a blue beam of energy at Naruto. Susanoo. Raising his arm, Blonde deflected the beams back at Titan. The robot did nothing as his body wasn't affected by his own attack. Interesting. He wasn't affected at all. Also, this feeling. Is the armor made of chakra metal? Naruto thought before leaping at Titan with his sword to test if he was right. He decides to go with the head. Titan saw that and dodged upcoming sword. But Naruto was fast and used his feet to kick Hydra head away. Too easy. Wait, what? Suddenly 2 Hydra heads pop out from the robot neck. 2 heads. They are for real. 1 cut, 2 more take ups its placed. He thought. Before landing and charging his sword toward Titan's shoulder. Titan turns his heads toward sword and catches with another hand. Blonde eyes winded at that. How could this robot hold his drilling sword? Titan used the free hand to catch Susanno's arm and tried to make him fall. But Susanoo was standing firm. The two tried to push one another but in vain. Naruto smirked as Susanoo ribcage opened. Susanoo, Tsukumono. With that silver chakra, needles shoot from the inside of his body. This caused Titan to be pushed back. Naruto used his chance and pierced Titan's chest. But T didn't stop Titan as he pushes the sword back. Naruto decided to go with something else, so he raises his palm and 4 Magatamas appeared. Susanoo grabbed those Magatamas, while Naruto exclaimed, "Yusaka Magatama." Then he simply throws them at the enemy just like normal shurikens. They've exploded upon the impact, knocking Titan off his feet. "Got you. Now I'll finish you," Blonde exclaimed while open his ribcage and preparing Magatamas on his hands. Korabareshan. Aim no Osor. With that, the rain of needles and Magatamas begin to pour on Titan, causing a large explosion. It was the matter of Seiko. NDS before there was nothing left from the Titan, besides some left of pieces. With the sigh, he dropped his Susanoo and landed back at the airfield. "Now let's head to Carter and Colonel," he said to himself. But burning sensation from his eyes stop him from teleporting. His vision becomes blurry before he used simple medical jutsu to heal his eyes. "Damn my eyes. They bleeding," he complained while wiping the blood out. "Kurama, how my eyes are holding. I've never used full Susanoo beside training. If you could try to use perfect Susanoo, which isn't possible for you, then you could lose most of your eyesight for a while," Kurama replied. "In next few minutes, they should be fine. Use Hiraishin instead of Kamui for a while." At that, Blonde nodded and teleported away. End of Ost. Hydra base. "Good you're here," exclaimed Colonel as Naruto appeared next to him. "Yeah, what happened?" Blonde asked. "That plane was only part of the whole attack. Schmidt also sends assault boats," explained Carter, while Naruto eyes winded. "They heading toward New York? Any more heading to other countries?" Naruto asked while clenching his fist. "No," the colonel replied with a sigh. "Go and stop them now." With that, Blonde nodded and teleported away. Opening square bracket ... "Does anyone hear me?" Suddenly came a voice from the radio. Carter knew that voice. It was Steve. "It's me, Steve. I hear you," Carter replied with relief. With Naruto, New York. Suddenly Naruto appeared in the dock on one of the roof of the building. With his Sharingan active, he looks up and saw that there were a couple of boat coming. He made 2 shadow clones and turned to them. "You put the barrier," he ordered to first one. "You put the genjutsu." With that, his clones nodded. After few seconds he charged his sage mode to got better to feel on the situation. The real one went out and dashed toward the boat while running on the water. After some time, Blonde was fully able to see how many assault boats were on the sea. There was about 100 of them with about 200 people on each, which confused him. Why so many in one location? Well, they were planning on taking the world, but it was over the top. 20 would be enough to take whole America. Suddenly he stops a few good kilometers away from the boat. His eyes winded in horror as he sensed Steve's life force fading. Naruto slowly drops his sage mode as tears start to roll in his eyes. He closed them and gritted his teeth. Naruto asked Himoji, "Forgive me, Steve, but I'll make sure that your death won't go in vain," he declared while opening his eye revealing Mangekyo. "Kurama, want to stretch your legs?" he asked grimly and angry at the same time. Kurama only nodded and Blonde made shadow clone for Fox to take control over it. In second, clone eyes become red with slits and whisker and fangs were more pronounced. "Let's give them hell, Naruto," Kurama exclaimed, while his skin was slowly taken apart and replaced by bloody red slowing chakra. "Take those on the left, while I take the right," he replied while crossing his fingers. Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. With that, about 50 clones poof out and stood behind both Naruto and Kurama. Kurama slowly turns into 4 Tails Street. 8 and soon he was in 7 Tails state. As they separated, the real chaos began. About 10 of Naruto jumped high in the air and waved series of hand seals before exclaiming. Kaiten, Goenka, the soldier, who saw Naruto army spatting fireballs, either decided to shoot or hide from the fire rain. Those who jumped landed on the boats, proceed to kill soldiers either by using kunai or chakra-powered punches. Those who were outside of the boats used powerful jutsus to pierce boats or destroy their guns. One of the clones used Susanoo to use aim no osor on few boats at the end of their formation. 2. Used Suiten jutsu push the boat and make seem like the water ate the whole ship. 1 used Doden jutsu to create 2 enormous rock formations that close in on the assault boat, smashing into the pieces. After that everything collapsed into the water. 3 other used Mokuden jutsu, better known as Kutai Kuden, to create trees which caused 10 ships to sink at the same time. The real one was currently entering Sage mode. After turning his Mangekyu off, in his hand appeared Big Rasenshuriken, which he throws at the middle of the boats. Rasenshuriken then expended, catching about 18 boats and destroying them. Naruto then took a deep breath and prepared another Rasenshuriken. He quickly glanced at how Kurama was doing. He could tell that Fox was enjoying his free time. Kurama wasn't using Tail Beast Bomb, cause it was too easy. Fox mostly used his tails to pierce boats or smashing them. It was fun for him since he was the force of nature. Naruto looks at the boats that tried to shoot him. It was pitiful. He jumped high in the air thanks to his clones busting him up. This is the last attack, he decided. Even if his heart still was in pain of losing a friend, there was no need to drag it. Besides, it wasn't enough to make him feel better or satisfaction. He throws shuriken without care, this time it was 2 times bigger than before. Jinchuriki wasn't sure it wouldn't cause the world's biggest storm in the history. But his clones were sure what to do. So they've made famous Hokage-level jutsu back from 4th grade ninja war. Ninpu, Shisekyojin, they exclaimed, as 4 clones formed a square barrier long enough to contain 4 Biju bombs. Just as his attack touched few of the assault boats, Rasenshuriken exploded and start to absorb everything around. That causes a huge tornado to form. As dark clouds formed around the barrier. For a second everything went white, while Naruto was slowly falling down. End of Ost. After few minutes everything calms down. You could see Naruto clones poofing away and original standing alone. Kurama was done with his part and he got back to the seal. How are you holding up? Asked Kurama in concern. Well, I'm holding up somehow, but it still hurts. He replied while looking at the sky. But compare my pain to Peggy's is small. We both knew that there was something between these two. He explained to his fox friend, before adding, let's head back to Peggy and Phillips. 2 days later, Steve funeral. Naruto Ost Sengunbanba. At first, I haven't believed in Captain Rogers, said Colonel. But after he rescues those soldiers, everything changed. For the first time, I believed that we can destroy Hydra, and we did in fact. But at cost of Rogers' life. He was a good and brave man, one of the toughest I've met. I hope he's watching over us and will protect us to the end of the war. Thank you. With that, Colonel finished his speech. Next was Peggy. I knew Rogers for a couple of months, but I was able to see him as value comrade. The first time I saw him, I thought he was a joke, that was impossible for someone like him to become a soldier. But I was wrong. He paused, taking a deep breath. I remember if that was Zhu T yesterday that Colonel throws a false grenade. Everyone run for their life, but Steven decided to risk his life by covering the grande with his own body. Then I knew, he was something else. He of all people I've met in my life was stronger. Maybe second strongest, he added while looking at Naruto, while gave tiny smile. Anyway, Rogers was a very important figure in this war. He was the symbol of peace and always will be. That's why we need to be strong too and end this fight. Thank you. Peggy could barely hold her tears and shaking legs. Next was Naruto. Steve Rogers was a good man and valued friend to me. When people get hurt, they learn to hate. When people hurt others, they become hated and racked with guilt. But knowing that pain allows people to be kind. Pain allows people to grow, and how you grow is up to you. That's how Steve became Captain America. At first, he hurt by bullies, but he had to hurt other people on the front lines. But he never could bring himself to kill anybody. He was truly a kind soul and strong soldier. He paused and looked at people around with determination in his eyes. He never gives in to the hatred. Even I can tell that hatred is spreading. We wanted to do something about it, but we don't know what, but I believe that someday the day will come when people truly understand one another. If we can't find the answer, it will be up to next generation to do it. He declared in strong deep voice. Thank you. With that Naruto went back to his sit and after he was a few more people to had something to say. After some time everyone left leaving Naruto, Peggy and Phillips. Naruto and Agent Carter, I have something to say to you. Colonel calls out. Yes, what is it? Asked Carter, who was wiping her tears. Government want to create a IAL organization to deal with situations like Hydra. They want you and Carter to join, along with me and Howard. He explained while handing them some papers. You have to sign them and report in next 2 days. Does this organization have a name? Asked Naruto curiously. No, not yet. Any idea for the name? At that Naruto looked at Captain America monument and smiled. How about the shield? He pointed at the monument, which also had a shield. Sounds good to me. Now let's sign those paper. Suddenly Naruto rips the paper to pieces, shocking both Carter and Colonel. What the hell did you do that for? Sorry, but I have declined it. The war is almost over, so you don't need me that much. But if you need any help I'll come. Ya nay. With that, he flashed away. I didn't expect him to join. Retorted Carter with a sigh. What about Agent? At that Peggy looked at the paper and back at Colonel. You got me on board, Colonel. She replied with the salute. End of Aust. 2002, Sokovia with Naruto. Naruto was walking around the Sokovia for small shopping. There were many people around him either poor, starving or average citizens. The economy in Sokovia was pretty bad. Schools were too expensive. Hospital was barely able to treat everyone properly. Food wasn't good or bad, but Jinchuriki was only buying seeds, cause they were good. He was living outside of Sokovia, in the woods like the hermit. He was wearing a black hooded cloak and under it simple black shirt with Uchiha symbol in front and Senju on the back. He had fingerless gloves, gray pants, and boots. Now he had a beard and long hair tied in a braid. Nothing new. Maybe I should do something about. He thought with a sigh. Then something was wrong. Naruto was sensing something coming, something bad. He looks around. And here's only people trying to sell some stuff. What is this? Or rather where? Suddenly everything went silent as people stop and look up. There was a sound coming from the sky. Naruto active his Haringen and saw that missiles coming toward the Sokovia. His eyes winded when people start to scream in panic and run for their lives. Blonde saw one missile coming toward the building on his left. Once they made an impact. The missile exploded, causing the building to slowly collapse. Naruto quickly creates shadow clones and send them around the Sokovia. Naruto sunshine to the building and start to looking for survivors. He creates another shadow clones and sends to every apartment. The real one went to the last one on top. As he opens the doors, he saw a hole in the middle of living room. He sensed 2 chakra sources coming from the room next to him. Naruto also sensed something coming and building shook violently, but nothing exploded. Blonde sighed in relief and opened the doors to the room. He saw that ceiling was collapsing. So used Susanoo arm to hold it. He kneeled and saw 2 children under the bed. They were about 10 years old, probably twins. Both were having close eyes and were holding their heads. Hey! Naruto called and children eyes shoot open. They've looked at him with tears and hope of saving them. Don't worry you two. I'll save you. Wait. The boy called. What about our parents? Mommy and daddy fell down. Girl next to him called. Don't worry, they probably saved by my friends. Now come to me and let's get out of here. He yelled while trying to remain balanced in the collapsing building. Just hurry up and grab me. With that boy took his sister's hand and grabbed Naruto's hand. Suddenly they found themselves outside of their building. Children look around Konfu. Said before they focus their eyes on ruined home. Naruto asked nightfall. Where are mommy and daddy? Asked girl with tears. Naruto looks down and places his hand on her head. Don't worry, I'm sure. Before he could finish both girl and boy run toward 2 of his clones with a man and woman in their arms. By the look on his clone faces and his sensor skill, he knew that they don't have much time. Mommy, daddy, are you okay? Asked girl. as Naruto clones were placing their parents on the ground. What is this? Does this guy has twin brothers? Boy thought, before rushing to his dad. Dad, Mom, are you okay? He looks at their bodies and saw that they had big wounds. No. Hey Pietro, Wanda, called their mother weakly. I'm glad, you're okay. Then the girl dubbed Wanda saw her mother wound. Does it hurt? At that Naruto got a quick flashback from his early years. He asked the very same question his own mother. Are you going to be fine? Not anymore, sweetheart. It was the same response from his mother. Slowly tears start to form in his eyes. I guess you saved them, right? Asked the father of the children. Blonde only nodded in response. Please, take care of them. They don't have anyone else. No, Dad, you'll make it, yelled boy dubbed Pietro. Pietro, your dad is right. Please take care of them. Mother said to Naruto. No, Mommy, don't leave us, please don't. I don't wanna. Wanda cried, while her mother rubs her cheek. Please, I'm begging you. I promise to take care of them. You can count on me. Naruto replied with firm eyes. Wanda, my little angel, I'm sorry. Don't worry. This man will take care of you. Mother assured her daughter. Slowly the light in her eyes was fading, before catching her last breath and smile for her children. Pietro, called his father. Wanda was hugging her mother, while Pietro was weeping. Stay strong and protect your sister. Promise. I promise. Pietro replied while wiping his tears. I'm glad and proud of both of you. Goodbye. Those were last words from their parents and deep silence started for few minutes. In the meantime, Naruto got info about that shoot those missiles. End of Ost. Howard, what the hell your son is doing? He though disappointed. Then he saw that both Pietro and Wanda fell unconscious by their parents' side. I've never been a father, but I promised them to take care of their children. Besides they just like me. They need me. With that he took the two with him and flashed away. End of chapter. Naruto, Shinobi. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or Marvel MCU. Let's get started. Chapter 8. New Life. Naruto house. 2 days later. Pietro felt somebody poking, so he opens his eyes and saw his sister with a worried look. He sits up on the chair and claps his cheeks to fully wake up. A young boy looks around and found himself and his sister in a room with table, 2 chairs, wardrobe, doors and some shelves. Big brother. She wept while hugging her brother. Where are we? I don't know. He replied to his sister, who gave him puppy eyes. But doesn't worry. I'm sure everything is going to be fine. With that somebody knock on the doors. After 2 seconds, the son who knock opened the doors and walked to the room. It was the same person who saves them. This time blonde man had his beard shaved, revealing 3 whiskers marks on each cheek. Wanda thought that those marks were cute. Aside from the men was dressed in simple black pants and white shirt. He also had a tray with some food on it. Oh, you finally wake up. Blonde said with a smile. I hope you're NGRY because this time I've really tried to make something very good. Who are you? I only remember you saving us, mister. Asked Wanda, while trying to hide her blush. Yeah, that's right. Where are we anyway? Asked Pietro. Sorry. I forgot to introduce myself. He apologized while scratching his head. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. Nice to meet you too. He greeted while putting the tray on the table. You too, mister. They greeted back. Call me Naruto or Oni-san, which means big brother. Calling me mister makes me feel old. He explained. Which is true, actually. He adds in thought with a sweat drop. Where or no? Asked Pietro, while Wanda start to cry again. Eat first, then we'll go, okay. At that both twins noted, they jump from the bed and quickly eat their food. That was fast. Okay, let's go. Outside, a few minutes later. Naruto the last movie Ost New Breeze. Naruto and twins were standing in front of 2 graves. Both had their parents' names and date of their birth with few good word about the 2. Blonde didn't know anything them, but by the happy pictures of them and twins in their wallets, they're good people. Both twins start to crying while dropping to their knees. I'm sorry for your loss. Naruto said sadly, while Pietro turns to him with anger in his eyes. Sorry. You don't even get to be sorry. He yelled at him. You don't know how it's like to lost your parents. If you could save us, why you or those copies or whatever didn't save them. At that temperature dropped, which caused both Pietro and Wanda to shiver. I don't know how it's like, huh? Don't make me laugh, he snarled while activating his Sharingan. Your eyes, called Wanda, while grabbing her brother's shirt. I know how it feels because they died when I was in your age. He explained, shocking the twins. Our parents died in almost the same way, you know. I had no one to raise. All I had to do by myself. So, don't act you know me better than I do, he said coldly to Pietro. Then he saw that Wanda was really getting scared, which caused his eyes to soften and turn Sharingan off. Anyway, unlike me, you'll have somebody to look after. Me, as I promised your parents. At that, they look at him in disbelief. He was a stranger and still promised to take of them. I know that it's strange, but the promise is a promise. End of Ost. What is we're going to do now, Oni-san? Wanda asked while walking to Naruto and looking up to him. The stare she was giving him was too much for Naruto. I can't look away from those eyes. What is this? Blonde thought. Huh, what are you? A pedophile? Laughed Kurama. Kurama, come on, stop joking. Look at her eyes and say it again. He yelled at Kurama, who snorted and glanced at Wanda. What? I can't. That impossible. Her gaze. Fox thought with sweat rolling down his head. Okay, you won. At that Naruto smirked. Well Wanda, have you and Pietro ever been on vacations? At that twin look at each other and back at Naruto. No, they both replied. Naruto claps his hands together and grinned. Do you want to see New York City? At that, they eyes winded. Really? You can take us there? Wanda asked curiously. Seriously? Do you even have a money for transport and other stuff? Asked Pietro feeling something fishy about it. Naruto waved to come to him and Wanda. Boy raises his eyebrow and walks to them. Then Naruto put both of his hand on twin's head, which confused them. What are you do? Before he could finish, they all flashed away. New York City. Pietro finishes, as they found themselves on the MetLife building. Welcome to New York City. Naruto introduced the city with open arms. Then he heard a thump and looked down. Blonde Jinchuriki start to panic as he saw twin on the ground holding their stomach. Ah, are you two okay? I think I'll throw up, whined Pietro, while Wanda nodded in agreement. Sorry, forgot to mention that the first time is always the worst. I remember that I've thrown up a lot back then, he explained while smiling sheepishly. But it seems like you're better now. Can you stand up? He asked them and they nodded. Is this really New York? Asked Wanda in disbelief. Wow, how did we get in here, Oni-san? That was one of my jutsus, techniques which are like superpowers. Blonde replied with a smirk, as he saw awe in Wanda's eyes and interest in Pietro's. You can have powers too if you want. Quote, really? He asked, shouted. Teach us. Who? Are you sure? Because this will be one of the hell of training. He asked in a playful voice. Please. They beg him with puppy eyes and Uzumaki sigh in defeat. Can't fight with that, he thought with a chuckle. Okay, but under one condition. Fought. They whined, which caused him to snigger. That you'll have a lot of fun on your vacation in here. At that twin look at each and smiled. We promise. They exclaim with vigor, which causes Naruto to grin. Well then, let's go shopping. At that twins EXCL. Yay, and they went to near shop for clothes. From that point they began their vacations. At least they won't think about their loss too much and get stronger together as a family. 2 weeks later, Sokovia. Naruto house. Suddenly there was a flash in front of the Uzumaki house. 3 figures appeared composing adult and young male and 1 young female. They have few pieces of baggage with them, full of clothes and other stuff. Naruto, Pietro, and Wanda still had smiles on their faces, after coming back to home. Naruto was dressed in white shirt, brown pants, and black shoes. Other than that he had sunglasses, new watch, and hat. Pietro had a t-shirt with peace written on it, black shorts and pair of white sneakers. Wanda had a pink shirt with love parents on it, white skirt and green shoes. Other than that, she had a watch and cat-shaped hairpin. I hope you'd like the vacation, Naruto said as twin turned to him with smiles. Because you won't get them until next year. At that, they gasped. Which caused Blonde to chuckle. Don't look at me like that. You wanted to get superpowers right. At that, they posted and nodded. They do want to have superpowers. Now, Let me explain the schedule for next 8 years. First year, chakra control, training your bodies and mind. Second year, walking on the trees, water, and basic academy jutsus. Third year, taijutsu training and melee weapons training. Fifth year, more chakra control, finding out your nature elements and genjutsu. 60 years, combining all 5 years together. 7th and 8th year, everything you have done till 6th year, but with double effort. And bonus, studying the world. With that, twins were gaping at him with disbelief. I know it sounds terrible, but it's not, he assured with a grin. Now for a warm-up, run around the house for 10 minutes. Now off you go, while I'll make some food. With that, he shunned away, leaving twins alone. I guess, that's the price for becoming super, complained Pietro, as he starts to run. I bet that Oni-san wants us to make strong, Wanda said while joining her brother in the run. You sure like to call him Oni-san. At that, Wanda blushed a little while smiling. Pietro, he's a good person and kind one. Oni-san does act like he's our big brother. Even you have to admit it. Pietro only snorted at that, but it was true. They did make the family-like bond. They know he cares about them and now they care about him. Anyway, I can bet I'll outrun you this time. With that, she starts to giggle and run faster. In your dreams, sister. Then he speeds up to catch up with her. Naruto was watching them from the window with a smile, before going back to cooking. 8 years later, 2010 Sokovia. Where are they? Naruto wondered. They should be here already. It's 2 p.m. School is over at this time. He added with a sigh. They were never late, so what was going on? He didn't have a clue. Many things happened during these 8 years. Tony Stark, son of Howard Stark, decided to repair everything that his weapons caused to people. In Sokovia, economy become better, but still far from perfect. And he was now called a superhero because he saved people as on man from an attack of so-called Ironmonger. Both Wanda and Pietro showed to be a shinobi prodigies. They were able to quickly learn everything regarding shinobi skills. Wanda was about Junin level shinobi, with chakra level bordering on Kage level. She had 2 elements, Suiten and Futen. Her stats were pretty good too. Ninjutsu 4, Taijutsu 3, Genjutsu 8, Intelligence 5, Strength 3, Speed 3, 5, Stamina 4, Hand Seals 5. In total 35, 5. She also has Bloodline Limit, which was from Kurama clan. That was the reason for her high stat in Genjutsu, which with more experience could be better than Naruto's. Pietro was at the same level of her sister, with chakra on Kage level. He had 2 elements, Raiden and Kaden. His stats were just as good as Wanda. Ninjutsu 4, Taijutsu 4, Genjutsu 2, Intelligence 4, Strength 5, Speed 8, 5, Stamina 7. Hand Seals 5. In total 39, 5. Unlike her sister, Pietro has another bloodline limit, which was called the Jinten or Swift style. That allows him to move faster than normal Shunshin, and that was pretty much it. That was the reason why he could almost catch up with Blonde. But compared to him, it was nothing. Naruto, thanks to having Kurama in him and being from 4 powerful clans, gives him almost infinite chakra. He had all elements from Futen to Doten. His stats were beyond the 2 full power, without using Kurama chakra. Ninjutsu 10, Taijutsu 9, 5, Genjutsu 9, Intelligence 8, 5, Speed 9, Stamina 9, 5. Hand Seals 10, Bonus Fuinjutsu 10. In total 75, 5. He has 2 bloodline limits from both Senju and Uchiha clans, which grants him Sharingan and Mokuden. Naruto Ost Homecoming. Suddenly the door opens, revealing the twins rushing to the room while taking off their bags. Pietro stood 5 feet 7 feet tall and had long dark brown hair reaching his neck. He was dressed in a black jacket and white shirt under it, green pants and blue sneakers. Wanda stood 5 feet 5 feet tall and had light brown hair reaching her waist. She was wearing a black shirt with rock written on it, WH. Skirt and pantyhose under it with pink sneakers. There was also a light summer makeup on her face, which was very visible. Also, she had D-cup breasts, which Wanda was hiding every time from Naruto if in pajama or swimsuit. Only Pietro knew his sister had a crush on Naruto, which was weird for him. Thought he never talk about it with Wanda. If it wasn't for the fact that Blonde was centuries old, he wouldn't mind even if it still would be weird. Naruto himself hasn't really changed, aside from the hairs, which were now short. We're sorry for being late, but. Before Pietro could finish, they heard a poof sound and saw confetti in the air. What's that? Wanda asked. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Naruto sang with his clones while clapping. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you Wanda and Pietro. Happy birthday to you. With that Naruto light up the candles and twins walked to the cake with smiles. You really didn't have to, Oni-san, said Wanda with a chuckle, while Pietro noted. Naruto, you did enough for us already. There is no need for that. Pietro explained while Blonde waved them off. It's not like every day you have 18th birthday. You two are adults now. He replied while giving them sad smile. Besides, it's the last time. At that they got confused, but Blonde saw that and gave them reassuring smile. I'll explain, after the party. Now go and wash your hands. They pouted and went to the bathroom. After few minutes the party started. The three had a lot of fun together. But everything ends at some point. Now was the difficult moment for Naruto. He wasn't sure how they'd react, but there was no other choice. End of Ost. Naruto Ost Man of the World. So care to explain what you said before? Asked Pietro, while rocking himself on the chair. Yeah, what's the matter Oni-san? Wanda was very confused about Naruto words. What did he mean by last time? What I meant was, that I'm leaving. At that Pietro fell from the chair and hit his head. While Wanda's eyes became moist. What the hell are you saying? Pietro shouted at Naruto, who closed his eyes and took a deep breath. You're leaving. Why? Wanda slowly starts to weep, which hurt Naruto. The two of you know everything about me. You know that I can't get too attached, but I've already done. He explained while walking to the twins. I have to leave because I don't want you to get hurt or worse. Everyone who was close to either got hurt or died. It's been so long since I had a family like you and I don't want to lose you. That's why I'm leaving, but not forever. I'll visit you from time to time when I get a chance. Besides, I feel that something very important will happen and I need to be part of it. I'm sorry, but I have to do this. Then he felt that Wanda grabbed the fabric of his clothes. Please, don't leave me and Pietro. She wept while wiping the tears in her eyes. Please, I'm begging you. Wanda, forgive me, but I have to. You have to stay strong for your brother. Me and your own sake. I found you and Pietro. The two of you show that you're brave, strong and kind. That's why I believe that you'll be fine without me around. Stay strong for me, he said while Wanda hugged tightly like she was seeing him for the last time. I'm not leaving you forever Wanda nor Pietro, so please, let me go. After a few seconds, she let him go. They looked at each other and smiled. Oh, I forgot about presents for you too. Then he took 2 boxes from beneath the table and handed them to the twins. Twins opened the boxes and familiar 3-bladed kunai, scroll and some blue card. If you ever need help, just throw the kunai at the ground and I'll be in the flash. He explained with a chuckle. Those scrolls contain more powerful jutsus. So you have to expand your chakra pool to use them without using all your chakra. About those blue cards. There are credit cards, so you don't need to worry about finding a job for a while. They have $4 million on each. So if you want there is new life waiting for you out there. That's everything. I guess this will be my goodbye then. At that twin walked to Blonde gave him big hug. Well, then I guess we'll wish you luck. Pietro said while breaking the hug and slapping Naruto back. Please be careful and visit us. Wanda said, with a tiny smile. Sure thing. I would never forget you or Pietro. See you around. With that, he activated his Mangekyo and swirled away. Stay safe. Those were the last word them heard before he left. End of Ost. I guess you'll have to wait some time, until confessing to him, don't you think? Pietro said with a grin, which causes Wanda to blush like tomato and throw kunai at him. Baka. Pietro baka. Baka. She yelled at him while waving her arms around to hit him. But Pietro simply held her head in place. Rendy's Donuts. Second later. Naruto Ost Naruto Daily Life. Naruto suddenly appeared inside of the restaurant with a bored expression. Why the hell Nick was here? He didn't have any clue. With a sigh, he heard a familiar voice. Now who we got in here? Asked Nick with a chuckle, as he saw Naruto standing next to his table. What are you doing here anyway? Naruto Uzumaki reporting for duty. He joked. I'm here to see what are you up to. Is he real, Nick? Asked other voice. Naruto recognized the voice and looked to his right to see Tony Stark, in high-S Iron Man armor with a helmet on the table. Better question if you're real. I'm really, all right, Blonde retorted with a sweat drop. Nick is here too. By the way, do something with that smell. I can feel alcohol even from here, Stark. At that Tony chuckled and took a sip of coffee. Well, aren't you a cheeky kiddo, Tony replied, while Naruto snorted. If we are going to talk about kids, then you're the kid. He retorted with crossed arms. We're able to secure the area, but we shouldn't stay too long. Came a feminine voice. Naruto turns to see who was it and grinned at seeing a familiar face. Nat, is that you? He asked while preparing the hug. It's been a while, Naruto. How are you doing? Natasha gave a quick hug, while Tony was glancing at the two. Huh, you're fired, Tony said blankly. It's not up to you. She replied with shrug, which causes both Nick and Naruto to snigger. That's my ice queen right there. Naruto chuckled and gave her thumb up. Let me introduce you, Agent Romanov, said Nick, while Stark started to nurse his temples. Hey, Tony greeted with a snort. I am in S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent Point by Nick Fury to look after you. She explained while taking her seat next to Stark. I guess you won't apologize me for lying, huh? Tony joked while all sighed. Blonde took his seat next to Nick and saw a donut on the table. He took it and started to eat it. You've been very busy. Make your girl CO. Giving away your stuff and you let your friend fly away with your suit. At that Tony glanced at Nick and Naruto before giving long sigh. If I didn't know better. You don't know better, he took it. At that both Nick and Naruto sweat dropped. Wait to hold on. A little brother walk into your house and took your suit. At that, he looked at Natasha. Is that possible? According to Mr. Stark Database Security Guideline, there are ways to prevent access authorization. She explained while Nick facepalmed himself. That's so pathetic, thought Naruto holding his laughter. What do you want from me? Tony asked with a snort. Oh no, what do you want from me? He asked, this time a bit angrier. You're a problem, which I have to deal with. Believe it or not, but you are not the center of my universe. I have bigger problems elsewhere and you're taking my time. Hit him. She pointed Natasha to prick Tony's neck. What the hell was that for? He yelled at Romanov, are you going to steal my kidney or something? Please, could you not do anything for 5 minutes? You want him to get back to work? Blonde asked, getting the nod from Nick. What did she do to me? Tony asked, nursing his neck. Naruto saw black markings on Stark's neck slowly fading away, which caused him to close his eyes. What they did to you was to slow the effect of that arc reactor in your chest. Go back to work and find a cure for yourself. At that Tony raised his eyebrow while looking at the blonde. Then he opens them, revealing his Sharingan, cause Stark to blink. But it won't be easy to fix. Trust me, I know everything I need to, but I've tried every element to replace this one. He replied while pointing at his reactor. Nice eyes by the way. Well, then you haven't been trying everything. Nick retorted and smiled. Naruto, Tony, and Nick were in a ruined part of the Stark house. Tony was wearing a dark purple bathrobe with flowers on it. It was Pepper present. Naru. To changed his outfit to his Shinobi one. It really hasn't changed much, he only took his gloves off and now wore a sage cloak of his mother. That thing on your chest is not refined, you know. Nick said after a long sip of water. What? It's refined and checked, but it became useful after implanting. He explained while Naruto shook his head. Last I saw Howard, he told me that reactor is next step to something bigger. He said while Tony was confused. What the hell is he talking about? How old is that guy? Better question, who is he? At that Nick looked at Naruto, who nodded to him. This guy. If it wasn't for the fact that Naruto declined the offer, he would be director of S.H.I.E.L.D. He explained while Tony's eyes winded a little. As for his age, well, he's immortal. Ha ha ha. Nice joke. Now for real, how old is he? Tony asked with laughter, while Nick gave him a look and Stark shut his mouth. But that's not possible, right? What is he, a god? I don't want to be a god, but I'm the closest thing to it. Naruto explained while activating his Mangekyo, making Tony nervous. Anyway, your father wanted to start an energy war, which would cause other reactors to look like batteries for the watch. He added with a chuckle. Himself? He asked while pouring himself a glass of water. Or with Vanko. Anton Vanko only wanted to get rich from their work. When Howard saw that he wanted to deport him, Fury explained, Russians were disappointed and they sent him to Siberia. For 20 years Anton drank himself to death and that caused problem with raising a child. You've met his son back in Monaco. You told me I haven't been trying everything. What do you mean by that? Tony asked curiously. Howard said that only you have knowledge and assets to finish what he started, Naruto explained while deactivating his Mangekyo. That's what he said. He asked in clear disbelief. Was he wrong? Nick retorted. He wasn't, so you're the only one who can solve the mystery of your heart. He added with a smile. I don't know where did you get that information. Stark snarled. But Daddy really didn't care about me. He was actually glad sending me to internat. That's not true, Nick replied. Then you knew him better than I did. He retorted while Naruto sighed. Wrong, I knew him better than you too. Blonde corrected while scratching the back of his head. He was one of the first S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Tony almost fell from his chair as he heard that. Wait for what? He asked, while two agents walk with mental baggage. What's that? I have a meeting on 2 p.m. Sorry Naruto, but you and Coulson will have to stay and watch him. He apologized, while Naruto pouted. I would rather be at the meeting. But I lost my chance to be director. Naruto thought with a sweat drop. Fine, I'm going to Starbucks. Don't worry, I'll leave clones, so you can call back all agents around the area. Could you get me some coffee? Tony asked, which caused Naruto to sigh. Okay. With that, he teleported in a yellow flash. Did he just? Tony pointed where Naruto was standing the whole time and looked at Nick. Yes, he did teleport. He explained. It's called Hiraishin or Flying Thunder God. That's cool, I guess. Tony replied while scratching the back of his head. So what about this baggage? Your tools to fix the problem in the chest, good luck. Also, Natasha go the expo, while Coulson and Naruto will watch you. Oh, and Tony, I'll keep an eye on you. With that Nick and Natasha left. Huh, I've almost laughed, he said with a chuckle. Yo Coulson, he greeted agent on his right. It's good to see you Mr. Stark. Coulson greeted back. Yeah, I'll go to the toilet, while you'd take that. He said pointing at the baggage. And put it in the garage. I hope you're not thinking about leaving. Gee, because you won't get a pass by Naruto. Coulson replied. But sure, I'll take it. Sometime later. With Tony on his way to his company. I hope you're not thinking about leaving because you won't pass by Naruto. He mocked Coulson words with laughter. Yeah right. He's right you know. Came a familiar voice from behind. Tony lost control over the car for a second, before regaining it back. He looks in the car mirror and saw Naruto on the back in squat position. Did you forget the coffee? It's cold already. Christ, you almost got us killed. How did you get in there? He yelled at him, while Naruto grinned. Don't worry, I won't let you get killed so easily. My clones simply marked all of your cars and I've teleported here. He explained while waving him off. Anyway, where are we going? To Stark Industries. Take a few kinds of stuff. He replied. Sound boring. Did you come up with something? He asked while hoping for the seat next to Tony. Sort of. You won't take me back. At that Naruto shook his head. If there is something that can help you with the work, then I'll let it pass. He said while enjoying the view. Stark Industries, sometime later. Tony and Naruto were making their way to the Pepper office. Blonde had to admit that the inside was quite beautiful. After 2 minutes they stood in front of Pepper office. Suddenly secretary appeared behind them. Mr. Stark, Ms. Potts is busy right now. Please come later. She asked to leave, but Naruto turns to her with a smile. You look tired miss. How about a little rest? With that, he activated his Sharingan and put her in Genjutsu. She slowly fell asleep, but Naruto caught her and took her to near bench. What did you do to her? Tony asked curiously. Some type of hypnosis. Yeah, something like that. He replied. Now, what do you want to get? There is something that my father left. He hides something and I need to find it. He explained while opening the doors to office. The two saw that Pepper was talking on the phone, before noticing them. Naruto could tell that redhead was wondering where was her secretary and who he was. Pepper decided to cut the call and see what Tony wanted. Naruto wasn't pay. Ing the attention to the conversation, and Pepper wasn't asking about him, so Blonde decided to look around the office. It was a normal office with small woman touch. No surprise since it was her office now. He wasn't sure if Pepper even saw him because she was already arguing. Then he saw familiar mock-up that Howard once showed him. He smiled at it and suddenly doors open revealing Natasha and Happy, Tony bodyguard and boxing partner. Miss Potts. Natasha greeted while drilling her eyes on both Tony and Naruto. Oh hi, come on in, Pepper greeted back. Your plane will head to Expo in 25 minutes, Romanoff explained. While she and Happy walked into the room. Do you need anything, boss? Happy asked. No. Both Pepper and Tony replied. They looked at each other and sighed. I've lost both of my children. Tony joked with laughter. So are you blending in, Natalie? He asked Natasha, who was preparing for some papers. You know, in Stark Industries. I see you two got along. She's doing great. Pepper replied for Natasha. Could you discuss Mr. Stark leftovers? Sure thing, Miss Potts, Natasha replied with a smile. After few seconds both Happy and Pepper left. You sure keep your mouth shut. She pointed at Stark. You're mind-blowing, he remarked. How are you doing it? Are you a triple agent? Is there anything real in you? Are you even American? At that, she said something in another language. What does that mean? It means that you should get back to work. Naruto answered for Natasha, who already left. Let's take what you need and get back. With that, two began gathering everything they could to the car, before leaving. Back in Tony's house, Naruto was meditating in the garage, while Tony was preparing everything to replace his arc reactor to better one. I took Stark about an H.R. to prepare everything with the little of blonde shadow clones. Once Tony started, Naruto decided to see what would happen, and if needed, he could protect Stark from any danger of experiment. Sudden, Lehi felt somehow familiar energy emitting from Stark equipment. Even Kurama felt it and get interested. As soon as the whole thing was over, both Tony and Naruto walked to the table where new part for arc reactor was. The whole thing was just glowing blue triangle pointed upside down. Opening square bracket ellipsis dot. Congratulations sir. You've just created new element. Nice work Tony, Naruto complimented with a smile. Opening square bracket dot dot dot. Now I'll do the diagnosis on the new element. This might take an hour. Suddenly there was a ringing coming from Stark computer. Opening square bracket dot dot dot. Sir, there is a call, but the number is unknown. What are you waiting for? Let's hear what he has to say, Tony replied, knowing who it might be. Opening square bracket dot dot dot. Tony, how are you doing? It was Ivan Vanko. Tony chuckled while wondering how he got his number. What are you doing? Stark asked. Opening square bracket dot dot dot. I'm doing what you told the first we've spoken. Increasing revolution, good advice. You sound great for a dead man, Tony remarked. Opening square bracket dot dot dot. Same goes for you, haha. Now, the last chapter of the Stark family soon will be written. Track him, he said to Jarvis, before muting Ivan. Opening square bracket dot dot dot. For what your father did to us 40 years ago, I'll reply to you in 40 minutes. I hope you're ready. As Ivan ended his call, Jarvis was able to almost locate Ivan's position somewhere around environs of Manhattan. Tony already had an idea of where to go. To Expo, where hundreds of people are right now. Without thinking twice, Stark took of current reactor off and switched it with a new one. Opening square bracket dot dot dot. Sir, I still haven't finished the diagnosis. Wanna run some test? Well then, this should be a good one. By the way, assemble new suit. With that, the new arc reactor start to glow, as dark blue veins from previous one start to vanish. Naruto also felt something very familiar in the reactor, which slowly was growing in power. What the hell? Kurama, do you feel that? He asked his friend, while keeping an eye on Tony. I think you're right. I seem to like this new element as chakra itself. You know how other elements are surrounding us, right? Same goes for chakra, and now this reactor is not only curing him but also activating his chakra network. But I'm not sure what might happen to him at such an old age. Kurama explained. Weird. This tastes like coconut and metal. Wow, yeah, Tony exclaimed, while newfounded power was surging in his body. I kinda see better now. But I guess it's okay. Tony added as he turns to Naruto, whose eyes winded. What do I have something on my face? Stark asked confused. That was unexpected. Before I answer your question, what do you think about my eyes? At that, Tony thought for the second, before replying. I think they are cool, Tony replied, while Blonde nodded. Well, because yours are almost the same. With that Naruto. Show what Tony eyes look like now thanks to the mirror. Stark gasped as a start to examine them. They were the same blood red ones like Naruto had, but the difference was only with those black things. While Blonde had 3 in each eye. Tony had 2 in the right eye and 1 on left one. What the hell is this? He asked, pointing at his eyes. Why do I have the same eyes as you? Well, because you're part of Uchiha clan and your eyes are called Sharingan. It allows you to see enemy movements before they even make them and copy those movements at the same time. But you need to be fast enough to allow your body to react properly. He explained while Tony smirked. But because of your age and that your chakra network was reopened, you'll have a problem with your eyes. The chakra is like fuel for your eyes. If you don't know how much you have it and how long it lasts, it can be dangerous for your life. Back in the old days, before I was born, kids from the young age were trained in the academy to develop their chakra network. But if the person didn't train in the academy, most of his chakra points will close and only few will remain to allow the person to live. At that, Stark gulped, which caused Naruto to chuckle. Don't worry though, I'll teach you how to cut the chakra in your eyes and later to channel them back. It's already painful for me to write the rest because probably most of you didn't like that movie. So I'll go straight to the after the battle in S.H.I.E.L.D. hideout. Most went the same. Naruto only secured civilians and destroyed a few drones. Both Tony and Naruto were waiting for Nick to show up. While Tony was sitting at the table, Naruto was standing by Stark's side. Tony tried to check documents on the table, where Avengers Initiative was written. But Nick's hand stopped him from doing that. I don't want you to look at that, Nick said to him while sitting down on his chair. It doesn't concern you anymore anyway. But Romanoff wrote many interesting things about you. Fury then gave him other documents. Read it. Personality profile, often impulsiveness. Come on, only sometimes in self-defense. Susceptibility to self-destruction, I was dying. He explained. But Nick wanted him to continue. Naruto was smiling sheepishly on the other side. Classic narcissism. Agreed. Oh, that one is great. Recommended to the Project Avengers as Iron Man. I'll think about it. Read on, Nick said. As Tony Stark. Not recommended. He asked confused. That doesn't make any sense. How can you accept me and reject me at the same time? That right, Nick? Naruto remarked, also confused. I think he'd do great. We can only take him as consultant. Nick replied with a sigh. That's the only thing I can do for him. At that, Tony stood up and shook Nick's hand. You can't afford me, Tony said with a chuckle. Then again, I can agree for a favor. Rhodey, me and Naruto will get a medal and somebody must present us. Typical Stark behavior. Blonde remarked with laughter. But I won't get the medal. Nah, you, sir, deserve it. Tony said to him, while Blonde rolled his eyes. I'll see what I can do. Nick replied with chuckle. They'll make good friends. He added in thought as the two left the building. End of chapter. Thanks for reading. I'm sorry that my grammar is still bad, but I'm trying my best. And dyslexia isn't helping. Don't think that's an excuse, I really have dyslexia. But I'll still try to make it better. Thank you for your time. Chapter 10. Chapter 10. Naruto, Shinobi. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or Marvel MCU. Let's get started. Chapter 10. Hammer from the Sky. New Mexico, 2 days later. Naruto Ost Rakujutsu. Naruto appeared in the Flash of Yellow in New Mexico for his new mission. From Coulson report, some kind of hammer landed in the middle of nowhere. Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. secured the place, from curious people from the town not far away. Hi, Naruto. Good to see you again. Greeted Coulson, as he walks to Naruto on the hill. Any idea if this might have to do something with Shinobi World? He asked while looking down at the hammer and scientists around it. I don't think so, he replied with a sigh. It doesn't give any chakra at all. It's not from this world. He explained while rubbing his chin. Kurama. Does this has to do with those who killed my parents? Flashback. Naruto. Kurama called him. I want to talk with you. With that, Blonde appeared in his mind space. He came from the bushes in the forest of his creation for Fox to live in. It was few days after Hump Death and Naruto was still grieving. Yeah, what's it? Naruto asked while rubbing his eyes. It was middle of the night and he wanted to sleep. I need you to stop grieving and return to training, he said sternly, while Blonde looks away. Easy to say. It's not so easy, you know. Naruto replied while Kurama slams his hand on the ground. Listen to me. Do you want to end up like your parents? He shouted at the boy, whose eyes winded. What do you mean? Are you hiding something? He asked, demented now with his Mangekyo blazing in the dark forest. Looking at those eyes gave Kurama few bad flashback, but there was no time for reminding old days. Yes, that correct. Remember that Yin-I was still sealed in your mother before she and Minato died. After fusing I was able to regain his memories. Your parents were killed by a group of people from the other world. 2 of them were from Otsutsuki clan. The one from Kaguya comes from the third person. I don't know who it was, but he was strong. Fox explained while Naruto blood was slowly boiling. And why the hell you didn't tell me anything? Blonde yelled at Biju. Because you're too weak and naive. If I told you that before, for example after Kushina and Minato death, you would think that you can take them on with me at your side. I told this now because you need to stop grieving and return to training. Kurama replied and Naruto calmed a little. I guess you're right. I'm sorry for my outburst. Naruto apologized. It's okay, Kit. You have right to be angry. Let's forget about this for now and move to your new training schedule, Kurama said while waving him off. Yeah, sure, let's do it. Naruto replied with a grin. End of Ost. End of flashback. I don't think so, Naruto. I would remember if any of them would have that hammer. But tell you what, over this hammer belongs to might be the person that can help you. Kurama replied. Roger that. Naruto replied in thought while jumping down to the hammer. Oi Naruto. What do you want to do? Cool. Son asked as Blonde was making his way to hammer. I want to try something. Dismiss your agents now, Naruto explained while Coulson signs his agents to back off. As soon as Naruto got to the hammer, he felt a mysterious power within it. Now let's see what can you do. With that Naruto grabbed the hilt with his hands and slowly start to rip it from the ground. What is this thing made of? He thought before Blonde heard a faint whisper. Whosoever holds this hammer, if he is worthy, shall possess the power of Thor. For the second, Naruto loses the grip and look around. No one said anything, but everyone was looking at him with confusion. Are you alright, Naruto? Asked Coulson, as he got off the hill. Yeah, but I heard a voice, like a very faint whisper. He explained, looking still at the hammer. Kurama, you heard that too, right? Single quote. Yeah, I think there is a solution. Since it's probably my fault, you need to close Gate of the Seal. And to be sure, enter the Sage Mode. At that Naruto, eyebrow raises a little in confusion. What do you mean? Why is that your fault? Blonde asked. Because previously I was a massive hatred and killing machine, that's why. You on the other hand, from the begging, were a good person. Even if you had to kill. You regret killing everybody even now. As for Sage Mode, it's natural energy and it's a positive chakra. Fox explained while Naruto nodded in understanding. Naruto's fingers were covered by a blue flame with kanji symbols. Then he lifts his shirt and places the fingers on the seal, before locking the seal. After that, he stood still for 5 seconds to gather Sage Chakra and enter the Sage Mode. With long breath and wrap his hands on the hilt again and now could hear the voice clearly. Whosoever holds this hammer, if he is worthy, shall possess the power of Thor. With that, Naruto pushes his strength to limit and rip the hammer from the ground and lift it high above his head. Suddenly dark clouds formed around Naruto and Coulson with the agents. Blonde lightings dancing on the clouds, as wind start to blow around them. Coulson, you might wanna to run. Like now, Jinchuriki shouted at Coulson, so he could hear him. You don't have told me twice. He yelled. Everyone, fall back, fall back. As soon as everyone was able to take cover, lighting hit Naruto and storm formed around him. Nobody was able to see what was happening to Naruto because of that. After storm stopped, Coulson and everyone else got a better look at Naruto. His shinobi outfit was gone and replaced by some kind of armor, Age of Ultron costume. The foe, clan's symbol were now on the discs, On his chest, Senju with Uchiha on top and Uzumaki with Sarutobi beneath. Naruto lost his sage cloak, which now replaced by the red cape. Although the sage sign and black flames on the button were on a new cape. His yellow frog eyes changed color to his usual ocean blue color, but orange eyelid remained and his hair grown to his neck. Naruto. Coulson called a bit nervous. Are you alright? Better than alright, he replied in more deep voice than normal. I feel amazing, to be honest. Such amount of power in such a simple weapon. This power feels almost intoxicating. Blonde added. Suddenly, the two heard a sound coming from the sky. They look up and saw an opening, some type of portal that suddenly shoot a rainbow stream of light toward Naruto. Coulson jumped away, while Naruto remains in his place. As soon as the light hit him, Jinchuriki felt the familiar and unknown sensation all over his body. Then light vanishes with Naruto, leaving a burning symbol on the ground. Call Director Fury, said Coulson through the comlink. Shinobi has vanished. I repeat, Shinobi has vanished. Gates to Asgard. A few seconds later. Naruto ost doku shinjutsu. Naruto found himself in an observatory with dome-shaped walls with circles on them. In the middle were circle landings leading to Hoster for something. The landing was also growing in bright yellow color. I see you made it, Shinobi. Came a strong voice from behind. Blonde turned to see a man in dark yellow armor with big sword in his hands. His bright orange eyes seemed to be soulless and penetrating at the same time. Jinchuriki of Kyuubi no Yoko, last member of Senju clan, third immortal on Midgard and new child of the prophecy. Naruto Senju, Uchiha, Uzumaki, Sarutobi. I'm honored to meet you. Wah, who are you and how do you know me? Naruto asked, staying on alert with his kunai and new hammer. Although, he somehow already knew the man name. Forgive me for my rudeness. The man apologized in monotone. Which confused Naruto. My name is Heimdall. Welcome to Asgard and my observatory. Heimdall introduces himself. Nice to meet you. Naruto greeted back, letting go of his guard. As to why I know you. I can see and hear many things across the 9 realms, that includes Midgard, better known to you as Earth. Heimdall explained. Why I've been summoned here for? Blonde asked while looking around. Since you've picked up the Mjolnir, Allfather the Odin wanted to meet you. It was his order to summon you. Heimdall replied to Naruto's second question. I see. So Nordic myths are real after all. Naruto said with a chuckle. I guess I'll go to him now. Mjolnir will guide you through Asgard to Allfather. I wish you good day. With that Naruto vanished in Shunshin. End of Ost. Asgardian Palace, Odin Throne Room. Naruto Ost 3 Otsutsuki Kaguya. Odin, the Allfather, and protector of 9 realms were waiting for Naruto to appear with his wife and Loki. Young Loki was interested in meeting with this shinobi. Aside from his students, Uzumaki was the oldest shinobi on Midgard. He saw the battle that took place centuries ago when he but a child. Suddenly Naruto appeared in the middle of the throne room in Leaf Shunshin. Blonde studied his surrounding and saw a few guard on alert and 3 more people. The one in throne was Odin obviously. And the other 2 were probably his wife and son. Guard. Everything is under control, Odin said as he stood up from his throne. I see you made it, Naruto. I'm honored to finally meet you. Odin greeted with the smile. Me too, Naruto, said Odin's wife with the gentle smile. My name is Frigga. I'm guessing I have to introduce myself too. Son of Odin said with a sigh. It's interesting to meet you. My name is Loki. At that Naruto rose. His eyebrow and look at Loki for the second. He really didn't trust him and he wasn't sure why. He could sense his negative emotion, but there was nothing seemingly evil about him. I'm honored to meet you too, Odin, Frigga, and Loki. He said with a deep respectful bow. Could answer my question, Allfather? He asked, bringing smiles to Odin and Frigga. As for Loki, a snort. You don't need to be so formal, Naruto. But I'm glad that you respect elders. Odin remarked, while his wife noted. I already know your question and there are 2 reasons for that. First one, I banish Thor to Midgard for Is arrogance and almost starting the new war. I've put an enchantment on Mjolnir that allowed only the worthy to wield it. After finding a worthy person, I told Heimdall to summon him or here to see him. I didn't expect you thought. But I'm glad that Mjolnir chooses you. He explained. I understand. What is the next reason? Blonde asked curiously. As for second reason, Started Frigga. We knew your parents Naruto. That's not all. Were you godparents? At that, both Naruto and Loki gasped in shock. Naruto was in total shock. He had godparents, who were literal gods. Blonde's hair covered his eyes. As he clenched his fist and gritted his teeth. Naruto, I know you must be very confused and angry, but please let us explain. She started to walk toward the blonde before Odin's eyes winded as he shouted. Stay away, Frigga. He then appeared in front of his wife, while making the protective barrier from Susanoo fist. Naruto you. The whole Naruto Susanoo changed. From silver color to arctic blue. Drill sword to Mjolnir-shaped hammer. Susanoo armor changed to his current costume with cape and winged helmet. A godparents. Blonde snarled. You gotta be joking me. If you're my godparents then. Where the hell has you been through all of the centuries, huh? When I was alone at night when I lost my friends, comrades. Where? He shouted as whole throne room start to shake. Few guards jumped to attack Naruto. But Blonde used another arm to punch them away. Calm down, my boy. Trust me, you don't want to do this. We would only destroy the palace. Odin yelled to Naruto, who was barely listening. If you want to know why we haven't taken you, then let us explain. For few seconds, Naruto was looking at Odin, who was protecting his wife, who was worried more about Blonde than her husband or herself. Naruto decided to drop his Susanoo, but keep Mangekyo active. Talk. Naruto demanded in cold voice. Of course. Let me start from the beginning. Odin said with a sigh. During the Fourth Great Shinobi War, the Midgard was at risk of destruction. It was sometime after I've become the king of Asgard. I wanted to rush and save humans, but once your parents were gifted with powers of the Sage of Six Paths, I decided to see what will happen. Your parents show potential and great power together. Once Kushina erased humans' memories, I've called them to Asgard for help. After getting to know them and few battles took place, we've become very good friends. One day they asked me and Frigga to become your godparents. We agreed, and after your birth, we come to Earth for a day. He explained while Naruto was slowly calming down. But when we returned, many wars started and they took thousands of years. Many of our people died to protect Asgard and other realms. We wanted to take you in, but the state Asgard was in. It was too much. We had to regain our position and stabilize Asgard with 9 realms. Kushina and Minato last wishes were to save you if your life would ever be in danger. I know that this might be just an excuse for you, but we really wanted to take you, Naruto. Frigga assured. And I don't believe that we can ever repay you, but if you could at least give us a chance. End of Ost. You're lucky enough. At that, Odin and Frigga got confused. Because I'm always giving a second chance. He explained with a smile, while eyes changed to normal. Just like I believe that your son, Thor, deserve a second chance too. After that, Odin thought for a minute. I guess, you're right, Naruto. I too wanted to give him a chance again. He confessed with a sigh. Fine. If you think he can learn his mistake and become a better person, then let's send Mjolnir back to Midgard. Well, send me too, because my comrades are probably getting nervous. He said, smiling and scratching the back of his head. Why? Thor was barely kicking out off Asgard, and now this. Quest wields Thor Mjolnir, and because of him, my stupid big brother has a chance to get back. I need to stop this. Loki thought while walking away. Ah yes. It was great to meet you, and we hope you'll visit us. You still will be able to use Mjolnir whenever you need to. Thank you for a second chance. Odin said with a smile. Now go to Heimdall. He'll send you back. With that, vanished in Shunshin, leaving the two wondering where did Loki go. Heimdall Observatory. I see that your talk with Allfather went rather well. Heimdall remarked, while Blonde entered the observatory. Yeah, could send me now? He asked, annoyed, but Heimdall nodded. Of course. Heimdall replied while walking to the middle of the observatory and placing his sword in the holster. Soon lighting start crack around, making the round walls spinning, until portal to Earth was visible. Suddenly Naruto was sucked into the portal and left the Asgard. Midgard Earth, a few seconds later. Are you saying that Naruto picks up a hammer, got some nice ass armor and some kind rainbow beam took him away? Fury shouted at Coulson in disbelief. Man, why strange things always happen to him. Suddenly they heard a sound coming from the sky. Do you hear that? Yes, we have to take cover. Coulson exclaimed, as they jumped away and hid behind S.H.I.E.L.D. truck. Then familiar rainbow beam shot the ground where Naruto previously stood. When the dust cleared, they saw Naruto standing with a grin on his face. Where in the heavens' name was Naruto? Fury yelled at the blonde. Technically in heaven. Nordic myths are real, alright. Naruto replied, waving hammer around, before throwing it at the ground. After that, his armor vanishes, replaced by his shinobi outfit. His hair also returns to normal. Care to explain what happened? Coulson asked curiously. I will, don't worry. Also, if there will be someone trying to get the hammer, then let him. He replied with the wink, which confused the two. Now how about we drink some coffee? You always do that. Mixing into weird stuff. Nick remarked with a sigh, while Blonde chuckled. End of chapter. Naruto. Shinobi. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or Marvel MCU. Let's get started. Chapter 11. Bonds. New Mexico, the bar. Jane never in her life saw a man eating so much food before. Just a day ago, he bumped her camper into a man, who was calling himself Thor. After escaping the hospital, she bumped into him again and they took him to their lab. There, he woke up and they took him to bar to eat something. Eric was against taking him, but he couldn't argue with Jane and Darcy. This drink is great. Another one, Thor demanded by smashing the cup on the floor. Hey, what was that? The waitress shouted at the group. I'm sorry, he drops his cub. Jane apologized for Thor. What did you do that? I've asked for another, Thor replied with a chuckle. You could ask, like more nicely. Jane scolded Thor, who was still chuckling. I'm not looking for a grudge. Then two men came to the bar and sat by the counter. Then don't do that. Deal? Jane asked. You have my word, Thor promised with a smile. You've missed the fun by the crater, said one of the men by the counter. Some kind of satellite crash and we decided to check it. It was so heavy, that no one could pick it up. But there are a bunch of Federals right now. Thor realized what they were talking about. His hammer Mjolnir was somewhere in the area. He stood up and walked to counter. Which way? Thor asked, grabbing the men's shoulder. 70 kilometers on the south. He replied, a bit nervous. Thank you. With that, Thor leave the bar. After he went Jane and stop him in the roadway. Where are you going? Jane yelled at him. 70 kilometers on the south, he replied, stopping. I could drive you there. Jane suggested with small blush and shrug. Jane, come here for a second. Eric called. Jane sighed and walked to Eric and Darcy, who stayed away from Thor. You can't drive him there. He's insane. Eric, please. This might be what we were looking for. We need to check it. Jane tried to argue, but Eric gives obvious, no, look. Fine. With that she had to walk back to Thor was smiling at her. Oh, that smile was melting her heart. It's been a while since she felt butterflies in her stomach. I'm sorry, but I can't drive you there. She apologized while looking down. Thor was still smiling, as he grabs her hand. It's okay, but I guess this will be our farewell, he said, before kiss. Jane hand making her blush like a tomato. Darcy, Eric, and Jane. I wish you good luck in your life. Goodbye. With that he left, leaving stunned Jane in the middle of the road. Both Eric and Darcy had to wake her up. After dragging her body to the sidewalk. Jane lab. After some time, they head back to lab and what they saw shocked them. There were black trucks and cars around their lab, taking Jane equipment. They've dashed to the lab where people didn't pay attention to them. Hey, those are my stuff, Jane yelled, and suddenly some Federal walked to them. What the hell is going on? Agent Coulson, we're from the S.H.I.E.L.D. We need your equipment data. Coulson explained. Eric eyes winded before he grabs Jane and whispers to her. Jane, this is serious. Just let it go, Eric said, while Jane just shakes him off. I won't just give up, Eric. I spent a good amount of time making this equipment. Jane snarled while trying to get back on her notebooks. It's about national security we are talking about, Miss Jane, Coulson said to her, but she was barely listening. Jane tried to rip her notebook from Federal agent hands, but in vain as Eric grabbed her and pulled her away. We're sorry, but we need to examine your data. You mean steal? She yelled at him. Don't worry, Miss Jane, here is your compensation. With that he gave a card. Jane took only to second later rip it apart. Listen, I've made this equipment all by myself. At that Coulson sighed. I'm sure you'll make the new ones, Coulson replied. And I'm sure I'll see you. Coulson was paying attention as another agent walked him and whispered something in his ear. I'm sorry, but I have to go. Thank you for your cooperation. With that, Coulson left with other agents. I just can't believe this. Jane barked, while Eric sighed. It must be serious if S.H.I.E.L.D is here, Eric said out loud while scratching his head. Suddenly they heard a voice from behind. You don't even know. It was the strong and deep voice of Ta. Blonde man in his 20s with whisker marks on his cheeks. Darcy blushed at the sight of such handsome men appearing out of nowhere. Naruto Uzumaki, agent of S.H.I.E.L.D, nice to meet you. I'm sorry for my friends. They really need those data, but don't worry, I'll make sure S.H.I.E.L.D will give back your stuff once they're done. Also one thing, go and find Thor. You need to help him become a better person and get his Mjolnir back. He explained with a smile. Wait, to hold on. Are you telling us that insane guy is actually a Nordic god? Eric asked in disbelief. How do you know that anyway? Because I know his parents. And I'm immortal like him. He replied, showing his Sharingan off, which make the group to take one step back. I would like you all to become friends with him and change his way of thinking. There is no better way than making bonds. He said with a warm smile. Well, why should we become friends with him? Darcy asked curiously, trying to hide her blush. I may not know him in person yet. But I believe that he's a good person in heart. His pride and arrogance cause him to be banished by Odin the Allfather here on Earth. Once he'll try to pick up his hammer, Thor will see that he's not worthy anymore. To banish by your own father and being deprived of the only thing that's connect you to your family is cruel and painful. But it's nothing to compare with your parents' pain. I want them to reunite and understand each other again. That's why I need your help. He explained with a sad smile. That even caused Eric to feel sad by hearing all of this. But why do you care about him? Jane asked with concern. He's my godbrother after all. He replied with a chuckle. Godbrother? Eric asked and Naruto nodded. You mean that your godfather is Odin himself? Blonde nodded again. That's just crazy. I can't just believe you just like that. He admitted while chuckling. I'm not surprised. Hearing that there are gods rather than one is unbelievable. But trust me, I know what I saw. Eric still wasn't convinced. Well, look at my eyes and see for yourself. With that, he morphed his Sharingan to Mangekyo and said, Tsukuyomi. Within next few seconds the group saw the whole Asgard and Odin with her wife and other son. Was that really Asgard? Darcy asked. It's beautiful. That should be nothing but nonsense. But I guess that's truth. Eric remarked with a dry chuckle. This is what we're looking for. Thor's father and mother were so sad about banishing him. Jane whispered to herself before sudden determination appeared in her eyes. I'll help him, but first I need to find him. With that, Jane left. As for you two, go after her and make sure she won't get into trouble. He added, before vanishing in lighting Shunshin. Crater, S.H.I.E.L.D. camp. After driving Thor to S.H.I.E.L.D. camp, Thor decided to simply infiltrate the camp and took out 25% of security. Once no one was interrupting, he tried to pick up his hammer, but in vain. For the first time in his life, Thor felt truly defeated. He wasn't even opposing when they cuffed him. Right now, Thor was sitting on the chair in a plain white room with Naruto leaning on the wall. You simply took 25% of our people like they're some low-ass security and shopping gallery. It's hurt, you know, Jinchuriki said. Where you've been training? Pakistan. Afghanistan. He asked, playing with Thor. Nothing to say, huh? Well, doesn't matter. We'll find out sooner or later. Suddenly Naruto got a call from his phone. Excuse me for a second. With that, he left Thor alone. Hi, Nick. What is this time? Naruto asked with a smile. Opening square bracket ... Good to hear you again. Our agents found something regarding your friend, Captain Rogers. Take your time on your current mission and after you're done, get to New York. Come on, Nick, just spit it out. Naruto said with a sigh. Opening square bracket ... I still can't believe what they found. You need to see it for yourself. Goodbye. With that, Nick hang up, which confused Naruto. Oh well, I'll see it for me then. Then he walks back to the room, where Thor was. Goodbye, Thor said, making Naruto sweat drop. But, I've just come back. Well, anyway, your friends are waiting for you. Hen Thor heard that his eyes show confusion. We couldn't find anything, so you're free to go. It seems you are sick, but don't worry. As director of this unit, I'll allow you to go. He lied while pointing Thor to stand up and go to the exit. After a small walk, Thor found himself outside, where he saw Jane, Eric, and Darcy by a white camper. He doesn't seem to even think straight. He's depressed. Normal person, or former god would be confused on how he simply avoided troubles. But his new friends sure will make him feel better. That's right, my new friends, he thought, while smile plastered his face. One day later, Jane lab. In the morning, both Thor and Jane prepared breakfast together. Former god of thunder had to admit that he had fun. Back in the Asgard, his servants always prepared the meal for him. Jane handed him a plate and accidentally Thor touched her hand. It causes her to blush and him to smile. Last night when they decided to make a camp in the middle of the nowhere, they bonded somehow. They're talking about their lives, dreams, and goals. Thor also told her everything regarding 9 realms. As soon as Thor put the plates on the table, he heard a very familiar voice from the outside. It's Thor. There he is. It was Volstagg, one of the 3 warriors, and his best friend Sif. They were behind the window with grins on their faces. My friends, you don't know how happy I am to see you, Thor said when they entered the lab. Why are you here? We came to get you back, Fandral exclaimed. Hearing that caused a sad smile on Thor's face. You know that. I can't get back. It's the part of the deal with frost giants, he explained. Beside, because of me, Odin my father died. What are you talking about? Sif asked confused. Your father is alive. Thor got confused and angry at the same time. But Loki said, Loki. Little did he knew that Loki heard that and laughed. It seems that I was right. Naruto appeared in lighting Shunshin. There was something fishy about him. Who are you and why are you here? Sif asked, ready to attack Naruto at any second. That's not important right now. We have a bigger problem, he replied. Flashback. Naruto. Coulson called as he was eating ice cream. We found something. Let's go then. Naruto stood up and threw the stick from ice cream to dustbin. Then he grabs Coulson and Sunshine away. They appeared next to a black car to which Coulson hopped into, while Naruto jumped and landed on the roof. In next few minutes, then drove to next electromagnetic static source. Blonde, a weird vibe of familiar energy from before. Was somebody trying to teleport to Earth from Asgard? He heard and felt that something appeared on Earth, but from agents' report those were people dressed in some fancy clothes. But this was something else. Something darker. Sadly there was no time to think, as black tornadoes start to take its form above them. Get back now, he shouted as the tornado hit the ground, sending a little shockwave around him and agents. Once the dust clears out, there was tall humanoid standing with the dropped head. It was made of metal and some Naruto knew what it was. Maybe Thor hammer gave him some knowledge about Asgard. Probably. But there was no time to think about that. He quickly crosses his fingers and created a bunch of clones. Take them back to camp. I'll deal with him. Clones nodded, grabbed bed and teleported Coulson and agents away. Surprisingly, humanoid was paying attention to what was happening. Let's try this. Kongo Fusa. As he molded his chakra, adamantine chains shoot from the ground wrapping themselves around humanoid body restraining his movements. Now what are you going to do? He wondered, before some parts of humanoid face start to open revealing glowing orange color coming from the inside of this thing. Naruto quickly activated his Mangekyo as orange beam almost shoot him. Thanks to his Kamui, the beam slipped right through his body. Okay, so you can shoot energy beams, that's cool and all. But that's not going to scare me. Humanoid was even listening to him as he turns away and heads toward the town. Are you after Thor? Well, I'll make sure you won't get to him. With that, he leaps to stop humanoid, but sudden shockwave sends him back. Once he landed, Naruto found himself surrounded by the bunch of duplicates of the humanoids. Can he make clones? This will be troublesome. He quickly activated his Susanoo and punched humanoids aside. But he found out that those simple shadows of real humanoid. I can't spend time finding the real one. Need to get to town and alert people. With that, blonde deactivated his Susanoo and Mangekyo. Then he shunshined away. End of flashback. You mean Destroyer? It's my father, Vault Guardian. Thor explained as they all exited from the Jane lab. Cool name, but we need to evacuate people around. Naruto replied while making Fucage Bunshin. You have to run Thor, I and your friends will stop Destroyer. No, I won't run away. This town and people will suffer because of me. At least let me evacuate them to safety. At that Naruto smiled and patted Thor's shoulder. Sure thing, now all of you go. End of chapter. Chapter 12. Chapter 12. Naruto, Shinobi. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or Marvel MCU. Let's get started. Also, one of the reviewers pointed that my fanfic is similar to the other one called Marvel the Undying Maelstrom. God damn it, I didn't know that there was a similar story. Although I'm glad that mine is different. Still, they very similar and it's still weird for me XD. But I got interested in that other story. But that won't stop me from writing my own. Chapter 12. Vacation in Asgard. It was a sunny day in New Mexico. Adults were walking with the smile on their face, kids were playing on the roads while elders were watching everything peacefully. It would be perfect if it wasn't for the giant metal humanoid walking toward the town. Everyone slowly starts to panic, but few people start helping people evacuate from the town. On the other side, Naruto Warrior 3 and Sif were preparing their plan to attack Destroyer. We still don't know your name, stranger. Sif said, narrowing her eyes at blonde Shinobi. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, but you can call me Shinobi. He said, serious, activating his Sharingan. He spotted Destroyer, who was entering the town and slowly demolishing buildings. So you're one of those shinobis who Allfather was talking about. Hogan said and bowed to Naruto. I'm honored to fight along with you. I hope to get to know you better, but right now there is no time for chit-chat. Blonde snapped and they focused on upcoming Destroyer. Normally I could just obliterate him, but there would be nothing left from town. You know him, right? Any idea? He's tough, all right. Sif replied, preparing her shield and sword. Destroyer can defeat battalions of frost giants. It won't be easy without destroying this town. Don't worry my friends. Volstagg exclaimed with the smirk. I'll take care of him. With that, he leapt on the near car and jumped straight toward Destroyer. Sadly, Destroyer punches him and sends him flying back, crashing into the car. Naruto quickly shunshined away to Volstagg. You really took care of him. He retorted before they both vanished from another punch. Suddenly Sif jumped out of nowhere and pierced Destroyer's neck with her sword. She let out triumph smirk as metal humanoid looked defeated. Her smirk turns then to gasp, as Destroyer returned to live and move his position 360 degrees toward Sif. It seems like you have 4 broken ribs. Naruto examined Volstagg with his medical ninjutsu. Hold on a second. I'll try to use Shozen Jutsu, mystical palm, blonde left hand glowed bright green color. He then places his hand on Volstagg's chest and waited. What the hell? Kurama, my jutsu isn't working on him. It's because he's not a normal human. They don't have chakra, so your jutsu won't work. I remember that Minato once tried to heal Asgardian soldier. Only their magic can heal them faster. Kurama explained while blonde grunted. I'm sorry my friend, but it seems like I can't heal you. At that Volstagg only laughed. Don't need to be sorry. I'm used to it, so don't sweat it. With that Hogan and Naruto help him stood up. So what our next plan? Let me try something. His right hand was embraced by pure electricity. With amazing speed, Naruto dashed toward Destroyer. Reikiri, he exclaimed while slicing humanoid leg, making fall on his knee. But new metal parts formed around the wound and Destroyer was quickly back on his feet. That did nothing, maybe I should try this. Blonde said, smirking as he made half tiger seal, but nothing happened. My Horizon marker. Someone is blocking it. It must be Loki. Okay, let's try this. Kamui, he thought, appearing on Destroyer back. He closes his left eye and focused on the humanoid. Destroyer tried to get him with his hands, but Blonde managed to dodge. Every attempt as a whirlpool appeared on the Destroyer back. His body was slowly absorbing by whirlpool. Loki saw that and concluded that it was space-time technique. It was coming from Shinobi Eye, so he decided to make a nasty surprise. Naruto was in shock of how the humanoid body was glowing and was going smoothly, thought his Kamui. Half of his body was already sucked. Then his eye starts to bleed and hurt very badly. It felt like absorbing some kind energy, but the blonde eye was at the limit. AAAARRRGGGG. He screamed, as shockwave from Naruto eye caused Destroyer sucks part to pop out. while sending Blonde flying back and crashing into a building. My eye. Aarrrhhggg. He screamed as I become all bloody and swollen. Kurama. Fa, happened? He asked slowly, losing his consciousness. Hold still, Naruto. I know what that bastard Loki did. From what I remember, there was an Uchiha with Kamui power. When incomplete Ten Tails shoot his tail beast bomb, Uchiha absorbed it to his both eyes. But there was too much power to absorb for. His pocket dimension was obliterated, and since it was connected to his eyes, it put his eyes to such strain that his brain fried. You're lucky that your one eye was destroyed. Thanks to me, your strong body and Senju genes, you're still alive. Kurama explained, making sure Naruto will stay conscious. My head feels like on fire. It hurt. Naru. To ground while holding his head and wound. I know you're in pain, but better rip your eyeball. You don't need it anymore and it will only bother you. He said grimly, and Blonde grunted. He gritted his teeth and with a quick move, Naruto rips his eyeball, which causes even bigger agony for him. Blonde quickly performed a healing jutsu to stop bleeding. Once that was over, he took 2 small bottles and opened them. After that, he drinks them and took few breaths. Naruto wipes the blood from his wound and took off his headband. From his pouch, he took a bandage and wrapped his around the wound. Uzumaki put his headband again and stood up. His pain was gone and now he could get back into action. But a familiar voice stops him for a second. Whosoever holds this hammer, if he is worthy, shall possess the power of Thor. It seems like you are worthy again, Thor, Naruto said with a smile as he jumped out of the building. He saw that Thor was on the ground when Mjolnir landed on his hand. Lighting came from the sky and shoot Thor. Second, later, he was on his feet and with his famous armor. Blonde smirked and shunshin to Thor. Looking good, Thor. Feeling better? He asked with a smirk. I still better and stronger than before. We need to defeat Destroyer and stop Loki. He exclaimed while summoning lighting from the sky to his hammer. With enough power, Thor shoot lighting beam toward Destroyer, knocking him off his feet. I'm feeling you, man. Beside, Loki has to pay for destroying my left eye. Thor looks at Naruto and nodded. He must pay. Kurama juice me, he said mentally to his friend. While Rasengan formed in his hand. It was slowly gaining more mass and was about the size of the street. Thanks to Kurama chakra, Rasengan changed color from usual blue to blood orange color. Once he was over, and Destroyer slowly got up, Naruto jumped high into the air and prepared his Rasengan. Cho-Odama Rasengan, he exclaimed while falling down with Rasengan pointed right at humanoid body. Impact caused an explosion and dust covered everything around it. Once the dust cleared out, there was a hole in ground and Naruto was in it. There was only some leftover Destroyer. That was the amazing power you showed, my friend. Thor remarked, a little bit nervous looking at what Blonde could do. Now we need to get back to Asgard. Jane, he called Brunette. She walks to him, while Thor grabs her hip. Do you want to see Bifrost? Before Jane replied, she presses her lips against Thor's. I would love to, she replied softly. Well damn. That escalated quickly, Kurama chuckled, while Naruto laughed. With that, both Thor and Jane fly away toward the last place where Bifrost was open. Blonde chuckled and shunshined away. I hope they'll wait for us, Fandral said out loud. With Thor, Jane, and Naruto. Just as Thor and Jane landed, Naruto appeared in lighting shunshin. Thunder God let go of Brunette, while he and Naruto stood in the middle of the ring. They've waited about 3 minutes for rest to show up. Summon us to Asgard, Heimdall. Thor shouted looking at the sky. Nothing happened for few seconds, so Naruto decided to try. Heimdall, come on, we need you right now. Naruto yelled. But nothing happened again until suddenly clouds formed above them. They smiled, before rainbow beam shoot and took them to Asgard. Heimdall Observatory. The group appeared in Heimdall Observatory second later. Their eyes winded when they saw Heimdall on the ground in pain. They rushed to his side and see how badly wounded he was. I'm fine. There are frost giants in Kingdom. Around 100. Heimdall said, shocking everyone. Okay guys, here is the plan. I'll take care of those giants, while Thor will go to palace and you'll take both Volstagg and Heimdall to medic, Naruto explained seriously. You're not our king to order us. Sif snapped angrily, but Naruto didn't even flinch. We'll only listen to Thor. She said looking at Thunder God. I'll agree with, I didn't catch your name, he said to Blonde, who chuckled. Naruto Uzumaki, Blonde replied with a small smile. I have to agree with Naruto. It's better this way, besides we all saw what he can do, right? He asked his friends, who nodded slowly. I've never seen frost giants. I wonder if they will like my fire, he said grinning like an idiot, before shining away. He's no normal Midgardian, isn't he? Hogan asked with a chuckle. Kingdom. Asgardians start to panic as frost giants appeared on streets. Soldiers couldn't react properly to a sudden attack. Giants start to freeze everything around them, with people too. A little girl barely escaped to a corner and hide there. She slowly starts to weep, and that caused one frost giant to hurt her. Giant grinned and slowly make his way to the little girl. Don't worry, little one. I'll make sure to share you with my friends after freezing your meat, he assured with a sick grin, which causes little girl to scream for help. No one will hear you. Kaden. Gokaku no Jutsu. A medium fireball hit Frost Giant back, causing to scream in agony. Naruto landed behind the giant with a smirk on his face. Make a move on a child. That's pathetic, and I thought that Frost giants will be strong and proud warriors. Such a shame. Who are you? Giant demanded. You're not from Asgard, I can tell. So who dare to attack me? He yelled, dashing toward Naruto, who sighed and shook his head. Shinobi. To your service, he said, vanishing from Giant's sight, before reappearing on his back. Chidori. He drove his hand right through Frost Giant head, killing him second. I'm disappointed. No a single challenge, sigh, he said while dropping on the ground, allowing the giant body to fall flat on the ground. Then he sensed a fear coming from the little girl. He turns around to see a little girl about 8 years old with green eyes and black long hair. She was dressed in blue sleeve shirt and a dark orange skirt reaching her knees. Naruto smiled warmly, which caused her to calm a little. I'm sorry that you had to see that. He apologized gently, sending a calming aura. What's your name, little girl? Ada Mr. Shinobi. She answered, making a few steps toward Blonde. That's a nice name. My true name is Naruto Uzumaki, it's nice to meet you. He introduced himself, as he kneeled to her level. Where are your parents? At that, she tears up a little. I don't know. We got separated when frost giants appeared, she explained, and Blonde noted. I hope they okay. They are, so don't worry. Let's go, I'll help you find them, he assured with a grin. Is it safe to go? She asked worriedly. Yeah. Some of my copies defeated those big bad frost giants, he said in a bit childish voice, which causes her to pout. Don't talk like that, I'm not a baby, she yelled, which caused Naruto to chuckle. Let's go then, he said, offering her his hand. She took it and they start to look for her parents. Elsewhere, Naruto jumped and landed in front of a group of frost giants. Once they spotted a single blonde standing in front of them, they snorted and laughed. One man. Is this joke, my friends? One of Frost Giants said, probably the leader of the group. Naruto CMPLY smirked and went into series of hand seals: monkey right pointing arrow, bird right pointing arrow, dog right pointing arrow, ram. Kaden, Kan Senpu. The fire erupted around Naruto's body in a spiraling manner, which he launched with his hands towards Frost Giants. Once the technique hit the targets, they were sent into the air in a spiraling manner and their bodies burned into ashes. Lame. I'm getting out of here, he said, poofing away. Asgard Palace. Naruto appeared inside of the palace with a sigh on his face. After making sure that all of those pathetic giants died and everyone was safe, he dismissed his clones. Naruto then starts to flashing around corridors, rooms, baths until he finally found the secret room, where both Frigga and Odin were. Oh Naruto, I'm so glad to see you, she said, hugging him quickly. What happened to him? He asked, pointing Odin, who was sleeping. It's Odin's sleep. Because of his power and old age, he needs this sleep to regain his strength. But, she paused. I don't know if he will ever wake up. Frigga finished with tears in her eyes. Naruto, what happened to you? She asked worriedly when she saw the bandage around his left eye. Loki causes that, but don't worry. I'm fine, Blonde assured with a small smile. Anyway, I'll try to wake him up. Asgard needs him right now, he said, activating his single Sharingan and examining Odin's body from toe to head. There it is. Part responsible for sleep. Maybe a small jolt of electricity will wake him up. Please don't die, he thought nervously while sending small lighting pulls through Odin's head. Thank God. Well, he's still alive. Now, if you hear me, open your eyes. He called right next to Odin's ear, which causes Allfather's single eye to snap open. He quickly stood up and looked around. Welcome back, old man. Sweetheart. Frigga greeted Odin with a big hug which causes him to chuckle. Naruto, my boy, did you help me wake up? He asked, getting the nod from the blonde. Thank you. But we can't lose more time. I need my armor. With that, Odin stood up from his bed and with Naruto. They went to Odin's armory. Let's go to Bifrost, we need to stop this madness. Then Naruto touches Odin's shoulder and decided to test if Kamui is still working. They were wrapped by a whirlpool coming from Naruto's right eye. Suddenly they appeared on Bifrost, or rather what was left of it. They saw both Thor and Loki fell, so they quickly appeared by the end of Bifrost. Odin was able to catch Thor's leg, while Loki caught his spear that Thunder God was holding. I could have done, father. Loki said, trying to excuse his action. I could have done it. For you. Because of your actions. More of our people could die if it wasn't for Naruto. Odin said sadly. His single eye showed disappointment. Loki's eyes show sadness and anger at the same time. Thor knew what his brother wanted to do. Loki, don't. But it was too late. Loki let go of his spear and fell into the abyss. No. Thor shouted as his brother vanishes from his sight. Sometime later, Asgard. Thor walks into a ballroom with a viewpoint. 3 warriors with other Asgardians throw a celebration of his return and for Naruto, thanking him for saving people from frost giants. Blonde was sitting with them. At a large table with drinks and lot of food. He was interested in the stories they have told him. Thor ignored and went to see his father and real Naruto with him. The one my table was a simple buncheon. Sif and Frigga were talking about how Thor missed both Jane and Loki. Both Naruto and Odin stood on view spot, gazing at the sunset. Naruto wound already healed, so he took off his bandage and covered his missing eye with his headband. You'll be a wise king, Odin said without turning to his son. Naruto had small doubts about it. There will never be a wiser king than you. Thor replied with a dry chuckle. Or a better father. You've never been a father, so you don't know. Blonde retorted with a smile. Thor stared for Naruto, while he waved him off. I have much to learn. He paused with a tiny smile. Maybe someday I'll make you proud. Hearing that, Odin turned to Thor and put his hand on his shoulder. You already made me proud, he assured with a smile. Thor smiled back while Naruto grinned. Now since I'll be stuck here for some time. Naruto started getting the attention of father and son. The old man, could you find me somebody who might teach me? This magic or something. I've tried to heal Volstagg. But my jutsu didn't work on him. At that, Odin chuckled while Thor narrowed his eyes at Naruto. Oi brat, show some respect toward Allfather, he demanded while Odin laughed. Don't worry, Thor. I am an old man and don't be rude. He's not a brat. Naruto is older than you and my godson. At that, Thor gasped and bit his lips. He didn't know. Naruto looked younger than him. Well, Thor said he has much to learn, so I'll let it slide, he said with laughing at Thor's expression. I apologize, Thor said with embarrassment plastered on his face. If you want to apologize, then tomorrow we'll spar and see how strong you really are, he exclaimed with a happy tone, while Thor gulped. He was strong himself, but he wasn't sure if he can take on blonde Shinobi. Don't worry, since I lost my eye I won't go all out. I won't even use my friend chakra, so calm down, he added to reassure Thor. Also, I need to find way back to Earth since Bifrost is destroyed. Maybe my Kamui will work. But I'm not sure if I would stick there too. But now I need to switch my eye with my mother's, so I have to get to my pocket dimension anyway. Don't worry, my boy, we'll find a way to send you two to Midgard. With that, the group decided to join the rest by the table, and despite this bad day, have small fun. End of chapter. Chapter 13. Chapter 13. Naruto. Shinobi. Disclaimer: I don't own Naruto or Marvel MCU. Let's get started. Chapter 13. Old Friend and New Life. Asgard Training Area. Next day, the whole area was made of golden metal aside from the concrete ground. The structure was round-shaped with balcony for viewers and King himself. Both Odin and Frigga get up early in the morning to see their godson sparring with their son. It would be an interesting match to see. Naruto and Thor stood on the opposite sides of the area. They both smiled at each other. First we'll have a hand-to-hand combat. Naruto explained, raising one finger. After that real spar with weapons and techniques. He rose the second finger with a grin. Agree. Naruto then makes a half-tiger seal, which confused Thor. What are you doing? It's an old shinobi way to symbolize a fight or spar between two warriors, blah blah blah. Blonde explained with a sigh. You get the deal. Thor nodded understanding, so he also made a half-tiger seal in respect. Odin stood from his seat and looked at the two with a smile. How Shinobi used to say. Hajime. Hearing Odin's voice makes Naruto deactivated his gravity seals, while Thor clenched his fists. Both blurred and reappeared in the middle of the area, ready to attack. Even without his Sharingan, Naruto was able to see that Thor was about punched him with his right fist, grab him and then kick him in the stomach. Blonde smirked, before moving his head out of the way and sidestepped to avoid the kick. He elbowed his face and grabbed his arm to flip him over and slam into the ground. You need work on your speed. I didn't even need. Before he could finish, Thor kicks his face with his feet, sending him flying back. Naruto quickly regains his balance in midair and landed without a problem. Although he felt that Thor kick broke his nose, so he set it back in right place and healed it. Nice move, Thor, but you won't get another one, he assured with a chuckle. Naruto blurred and reappeared in mind-air behind and kicked Thor, sending him flying. He first hit the ground, bounced from it and landed on the wall. Thanks to that kick, Thor was stuck in the wall. Blonde shunshin to Thor with a serious expression on his face. He shows his fist and then he took step back. Before sending his fist toward Thor's head. Thunder God closes his eyes, actually fearing what might happen to him. But punch never came. Instead, he felt the power from it that created cracks on whole wall around. Thor opened his eyes to see Naruto first few inches from his face. If you're an enemy, you would be dead right now, he said gravely, causing Thor to drop his head. Your lack of speed will be your downfall. Thor, I'll give you few blood seals since you can't use chakra, so they will help you to get faster. I'll explain later, he said to Thor, who looked up. Second. Later Naruto grinned and Thor smiled. He helps him get out of the wall and pat his back. Now then, how about you show me what can you do with Mjolnir? He asked, pointing at the lying hammer by the exit. It would be my pleasure, he replied with smirk as Mjolnir flown to his hand. Naruto jumped far away from while activating his Sharingan. Blonde decided to get into his fighting stance. He bent his knees a little, rose his right arm with palm pointing at Thor with his left fist to his side. Thor simply rose his hammer and suddenly dark clouds formed around the area. Then lightings start to shoot toward Naruto and avoiding every single one of them. Getting tired of those lightings, Naruto went into series of hand seals. Futen. Daitapa. Naruto blows a gust of wind from his mouth, which causes dismissing dark clouds. That caused Thor to scowl, while Naruto went into another series of hand seals. Sweden. Heron Bansho. Naruto exclaimed as he summons water from the sky, which crashed into Thor and created a river around him. Then he waved another series of hand seals. Raiden. Jaibashi. Blonde shouted as electricity surrounded his body. Then he sends his jutsu through the river to electrocute Thor. Naruto knew that Thor would survive this since he's a god of thunder, so he could go all out, almost. So he cancelled his jutsu and let Thor go. Thor was barely standing, while looking up to Naruto with small anger. But what confused Naruto was the fact that he couldn't see Mjolnir anywhere. His senses kick in and he spotted Mjolnir flying to him from his left only a few inches from his chest. With quick precision, he activated his Kamui and hammer went right through him. He sighs in relief and calls Mjolnir to his hand. Thor saw this, the shock he gasped. Naruto, you. He started, still not believing. You can wield Mjolnir. Well, despite everything I've done my life, I'm still worthy of such a tool, he said somehow sadly. Anyway, that's your weapon, he added, tossing Mjolnir to Thor. Let's end out spar. You need much to work on anyway before we can fight somehow equally. He laughed, while Thor snorted. Blonde gave him a hand, which he grabs and stood up. You're just like Kushina and Minato, Odin remarked when he and Frigga appeared in the area. You're amazing at those. Jutsus. Yes, but that was just a fraction of your power, right? At that blonde noted as he scratched back of his head. Oh, and I found a teacher for you. You wanted to learn to heal magic, right? Yeah, mostly, but I might learn some other type of magic. More trump card for me, he said in a happy tone. While Odin smiled and patted his head. Maybe, if Earth would ever perish, this could be my new home. Where everyone is like me, hell, I might find love here someday. Or not, he thought, somehow better and happy. So where is this teacher? In south wing of palace. His name is Absalon. Frigga replied with a smile. With that Naruto shunshined away, leaving Thor with his parents. 3 weeks later. With Naruto throne room. Naruto Ost 3 road continues. Naruto stood in front of Odin, Thor and Frigga packed with everything they've given him. They had sad smiled on their faces. Why? They were hugging each other for goodbye. So, you're leaving, huh? Odin asked sadly and Frigga squeezed her husband's hand. Sure you don't want to stay longer? Yeah, I need to switch my eye to my mother's. Besides, there are people who are probably worrying about me. He explained with a sad smile. It was good to finally know you better, Naruto. I hope you'll visit us again soon, said Frigga with a single tear in her eye. We're still sorry for not taking you back all those centuries ago. It's fine, I've forgiven you already. Besides, I've learned many things on Earth, made friends, saved the world once or two. Made good memories and those bad. But I'm still glad that I'm living on Earth. Now I know that there is a family waiting for me. Maybe someday I'll start living in here, Naruto said in a happy tone. Despite the pain visible in his words. I wish you good luck, Naruto. Thor said with a smile. If you meet Jane by any chance, say hi and that I'm sorry, from me. You know I can take you, right? Naruto asked confused, but Thor waves him off. No, I'll stay and help to rebuild Bifrost, however, I can. He replied with a chuckle. I see. Well, this is goodbye for now. I hope you'll degrade and train, Thor. Goodbye Odin and Frigga, he said as his Kamui was slowly absorbing him. Before he was fully absorbed, Naruto said 2 words. Thank you. End of Ost. Kamui dimension. Naruto landed in his dimension with a sigh. He had such great vacation in Asgard, but so short. But he was able to learn magic and few tricks. He looks around to see some of the cubes destroyed, but most were still intact. Thankfully his decorations were alright. Naruto was so glad because of that, where he had his mother eyes. He left his backpack on the couch and went for his mother eyes. There it is, he said after looking for scroll with Kushina eyes. Blonde unsealed the scroll and 2 vials with Sharingan eyes appeared. Naruto then crossed his fingers. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. With that 2 clones poof into existence. Prepare everything for operation, he ordered. Sure thing, they said in unison with a mock salute. Kurama, how it should take before I would be able to use my new eyes? Naruto asked, waking up the fox Biju. Yawn. With your Senju jeans and me. About 2 days max, Kurama replied, before going back to sleep. Hey, boss. One clone called. Everything is ready. With that Naruto sat and leaned on the table. He then looks at one of his clone's eye. He put him in sleeping genjutsu. The whole operation took half of the hour because clones were lectured by Kurama, who had to wake up again to help them. Phew. That was tiring. Should we dispel ourselves? One clone asked. Yeah, he'll be fine. We are a censor, remember? The second said with a yawn. Later they dispelled themselves, leaving blinded Naruto alone. 2 days later. I think that's enough of wearing that blindfold, Naruto thought, standing on his hand from boredom. He drops back to his feet and sighed. He took his blindfold off and slowly opened his eyes. Blonde blinked a couple of times to adjust his eyes to the light. Finally, he then walked to the mirror and saw that his usual blue eyes were gone, replaced by pitch black eyes of his mother. Naruto smiled at the sight of his mother eyes, but he wanted to his old eye color. Kurama, is there any way to change the eye color without affecting Sharingan? He asked, examining his new set of eyes carefully. Maybe. Try Fuinjutsu, but there is no rush. Test your eyes before going back to Earth. Fox replied. Naruto nodded and went into the training area. It was one huge cube, so it obvious choice. Let's get started, he said, activating his new Sharingan. He could finally see with his left eye again. He now knew how Nick felt every day. So far so good. Time for eternal Mangekyo. With that he channels more chakra into his eyes, making them change appearance. His mother Mangekyo Itachi pattern was smaller and in the middle of his eyes, while his old side-like blades fused with her 3 blades. It basically the same pattern of his mother with his side blades is an extension to her own. Okay, let's start with something easy. Susanoo. He called and his body was embraced by silver flames until they formed a giant warrior in samurai outfit with kitsune mask which had a diamond-shaped sphere on the forehead where Naruto was standing. So that's perfect Susanoo, huh? Nice. He remarked dropping his Susanoo. Suddenly he heard a faint voice in his head and channeled more chakra into his left eye. Amaterasu. He exclaimed, summoning pitch-black flames on the cube wall. Wow, never had that one before. He said taking the step back. Kurama, do you think me? It looks like you inherited Kushina Mangekyo powers. Yo, you have all abilities of Mangekyo from Koto Amatsukami to Kamui, all 5 of them. Kurama explained smirking, while Blonde sighed. More power, huh? Naruto chuckled shaking his head. I'll have to test Koto Amatsukami and Tsukuyomi later. Now it's time to get back to Earth. With that, he starts to concentrate and sense chakra coming from Earth. After about 30 seconds, Naruto finally sensed his Horizon marker in New York. The whirlpool came from his eyes and absorbed him quicker than usual. New York. Naruto appeared in the middle of Times Square without people even noticing him. He looks around with a grin. Finally at home, he said to himself before he froze. Blonde felt a very familiar chakra signature. But he was dead. He couldn't be here. Naruto turned around to see a tall blonde man dressed in old shield shirt, brown pants, and black boots. As soon as man spot Naruto, his eyes winded in shock. Steve? Naruto asked in total disbelief. Naruto. Steve called shock and happy at the same time. But, you should be dead. Naruto said still not believing his new eyes. I thought the same when I crashed Schmidt plane. But I'm back here and everything is different. Steve said confused. There you are Naruto. Naruto heard Nick's voice behind Steve. Rogers turned to see black cars surrounding them. Where the hell you've been? I've been looking for you for a whole month. Nick yelled while blonde sweat dropped. Give me a break Fury, I was stuck in Asgard. He shouted angrily. Now would you fucking explain to me how Steve is alive? Fine, just calm down. Captain Rogers. Nick called getting Steve attention. You've been sleeping for nearly 70 years in ice. We found you about 3 weeks ago when Naruto vanished from Earth. Fury explained getting a gasp from 2 old friends. The world changed a lot during your absence. Are you okay, Captain? Yeah, but I've missed my date. At that Naruto could feel Steve's heart sinking down. Unlike him, Steve wasn't able to adapt quickly to a new surrounding. Naruto walks to Steve and put his hand on his shoulder getting his attention. Don't worry Steve, you're not alone, I'll help you. He promised with a smile. Steve smiled back, but it was a sad one. How about we'll go to the place which didn't change? He suggested and Steve nodded slowly. Nick, I'll take him for a while. Don't worry we should be by. Friday. With that, he activated his Kamui and 2 vanish second later. Goddammit. Nick sighed. Barely back on Earth and he's again going somewhere. Geez, I'm getting too old for this. He added with a chuckle. It was a sunny and chilly day in the mountains. There were many people who were visiting those mountains for the climbing challenge. But there was one single mountain, where nobody was ever able to climb. That's WH. Air whirlpool appeared and both Naruto and Steve pop out. Steve narrowed his eyes at the surrounding and quickly old memories flow into his mind. This is. Roger started with a smile. The place where I taught you how to use chakra. Naruto finished for him with a grin. This place hasn't changed a bit. Steve chuckled and gazed at the view from here. It was one of those places, where you could spend your life. The view, grass, water, sunsets, dawns, night sky and even animals, it was simply small paradise on Earth. You're right, nothing changed in here. But, he paused dropping his head. The rest changed, a lot. Even your eyes. He added last part with a dry chuckle. I know how hard it is. For you, it's been a day, but for me, it was always like this. I don't see how time flows anymore. But despite that, I'm still living like nothing happened. That's why I'll help you catch up with everything. He said to his old friend with a small smile. About my eyes. Not mine. Those are my mother eyes. I've lost my left eye not long ago, so I had to get new set. How many of our friends died? And how many are still alive? Steve asked concerned. Maybe there was somebody who was still alive. He doesn't care how old they are right now. Well, Naruto starts gazing the sky. Colonel died in the 50s, your team died ending the World War II. Howard died in 90s in car accident. Peggy is still alive. She's living in Washington, D.C. in house for old people. He replied sadly. Did she had a good life? Steve asked with bigger concern, but glad that at least she was alive. Yeah, after death, she was very sad for some time. Even though she didn't show it. But a few years later, she fell in love and had 2 kids I think. He mused looking at Steve. We can visit her later if you want. Naruto suggested and Steve tore apart. He really wanted to see her again, but was that a good idea? Rogers really didn't want to open the old wounds, besides she would probably not believe that he's alive. Don't think like that. Sooner or later, people will find out that you're alive somehow. And since I am technically a semi-god, she will believe it. Naruto somehow knew what Steve was thinking, which actually shook his old friend. How did Naruto know what he was thinking? But he really wasn't in a mood to think about it. Steve was the first friend that he could relate to and vice versa. Thanks to that, Naruto finally felt that he wasn't truly alone. Well, with human, not an actual gods. If you think so, I've never been in this kind of situation. Now I know how you feel, Naruto. Steve said sadly. To have such a burden on your immortality. This time around I'll make sure to not be frozen. He joked, which caused Naruto to give a chuckle. But, if at least you'd have a friend to stay by your side. I wouldn't mind being frozen again. At that, Blonde shook his head. Trust me Steve, there is no point in living longer than you should. He admitted bitterly. Unlike me, you're not given a legacy to protect Earth. No one should experience this, not even you. But I bet that you'll be the symbol of peace for Americans for a generation to come. He said, changing his tone from sad to a bit lighter. Anyway, let's start your education on what happened since you're gone. Steve nodded and both went to the secret entrance to Naruto hideout. A few days later, Friday. New York. Since Steve's old apartment was gone, he decided to live in Naruto place for a bit. Of course, after he'll earn some money, Steve would probably go back to Brooklyn. He had to admit that many interesting and bad things happened when he was on the ice. Thanks to Naruto and his collection of various things like movies, music, newspapers, and internet help him quickly catch up with what was going on. Steve then built up a courage to go and meet Peggy again. To his shock, Peggy recognized him, but because of her old age, it was difficult for her to believe that was him. But Naruto words dismiss everything and they've spent a few hours together. He was thankful to Naruto for taking him to Peggy. Now he felt a lot better. Currently, he was watching a TV show called Friends. It was pretty funny. But soon, it ended, so he decided to go to the gym for small training. Oi, where are you going? Naruto called while holding the plates with food. I've made pancakes. I've spent too much time making them since I'm not good at it. At least take one, he complained, yelling at Steve, who twitched. With a sigh, Steve quickly took one pancake and went to the doors. Going to the gym again? Yeah, I should be by 9 p.m., Steve replied. Before leaving the apartment, with a sigh, Naruto decided to eat his pancakes. After one bite, he spat it and coughed. Damn it, why can't I make a good food? Screw it, I'll order some pizza and ramen. He whined in defeat, before grabbing his smartphone. Gym, with Steve. The gym was one of the places that Steve liked very much. In here he could let go all his frustration and anger. Right now he felt anger at the fact that he couldn't save Bucky. With all his strength, he sends his punching bag flying and crashing on the ground. He took a few breaths in and out to calm himself. Take a break, soldier. Called new voice, and Steve turned to see Nick Fury standing in the entry and watching him. I already had a long break, Steve retorted, which caused Fury to chuckle. I was sleeping for 70 years, remember? Well then, go and see something. Have some fun, Nick suggested. You know, before I was frozen there was a war going on. Now, I wake up and they say we won. Duh. Despite Naruto helping me with catching up, I still felt that war is not over. Steve replied, preparing to leave the gym. Do you have some mission for me, sir? Bringing me back to world. Well, you're right about the mission. But rather than bring you back, I want you to save it. We've made a mistake lately. He confessed, giving Steve documents. He opens them and quickly saw the weapon that Schmidt once had. Secret weapon of Hydra, huh? Steve said out loud with a snort. Howard found the tesseract when he was looking for you. Nick said, getting Steve attention. Just like us, he thought that this thing can serve as a source of renew energy that we need so much. Does Naruto know about this? Steve asked, getting the slow nod from Nick. Yes, he does. The tesseract was stolen by Loki, a guy from another planet. At that, Rogers noted. Naruto told him what happened a couple of weeks before. That's why you and Naruto must prepare soon. With that, Steve was heading to the exit. Do you have any advice for us about tesseract? You should leave that damn thing in the ocean, was all Steve said before he shunshined away. Calcutta, India. Dr. Robert Bruce Banner was a renowned scientist in the fields of biochemistry, nuclear physics, and gamma radiation. He was once chosen to recreate the super soldier serum, which turned Steve Rogers into Captain America. But because of gamma radiation, he was turned into giant green monster Hulk. Because of that, he had to run to find a cure for himself. But he was constantly hunted by General Ross. Now he ends up in Calcutta in India, where he become a doctor. A little girl came to him with money to hire him to cure her parents. So Bruce decided to go with the girl. The girl was living in the countryside in a poor house, if you could call a house. Once they entered the house, Bruce looks at the girl confused. She turns to him and grinned, before poofing out of existence, shocking Banner. That was weird, Bruce mused, shaking his head. I am becoming crazy or something. You're not crazy, Dr. Banner. A new voice came and startled Bruce. He turns around to see a tall blonde man coming from the shadows with pitch black eyes and whisker marks on his face. He was dressed in black jacket and blue jeans with black sneakers. For someone who should avoid any kind of stress, you sure pick rather a loud place, he said with a chuckle. Naruto Uzumaki, I'm honored to meet you. Dr. Banner. So who are you really? Did Ross or S.H.I.E.L.D. send you? Bruce asked, not really caring. Everyone wanted to either kill him or capture for tests or duplication. S.H.I.E.L.D. But it's not about Hulk, he replied, making Banner snort. We need you to help us find something. He took his smartphone, turned it on, and shows a picture of a blue glowing cube. This is the tesseract, a very powerful source of energy from the other world. It's emitting weak gamma waves, but our organization can't track those waves. That's where you came. No one knows such much about gamma waves than you, he explained, getting a chuckle from Bruce. Well, that sounds great, Bruce replied in mocking excitement, making Naruto narrow his eyes at him. But what after that? Will you let me go or simply send me to the cell? I've already had a talk with Director Fury and other people who want your skin. Don't worry, you will be allowed to go back to Calcutta or maybe some new place, he explained with a smile before Bruce slams his hand on the near table. Stop lying. Naruto quickly reacted, activating his Sharingan and Reikiri in his left hand, pointed at Bruce. The killer intent coming from blonde Jinchuriki scared both Bruce and Hulk inside of him. And this electricity around Naruto's hand was making things worse. I'm sorry. I shouldn't react like this. If you could put your hand down, we can discuss everything calmly. Hearing Bruce calm, Naruto decided to drop his guard and cancel his jutsu and Sharingan. Let's go somewhere calmer. Are you okay with that, Bruce? Naruto asked, earning a nod from Banner. Next day, Naruto, Bruce, and Natasha stood in an aircraft carrier. They were waiting for Steve since he wanted to fly with a Quinjet. Naruto wondered what both Steve and Bruce faces will be when they'll see that's not a usual aircraft carrier. So Mr. Banner, Natasha started getting the attention of both Bruce and Naruto. How are you feeling? Well, Mr. Uzumaki said we're going somewhere calmer. Bruce paused, glancing at Naruto, who chuckled nervously. Don't look at me like that. Once we'll be inside, it's going to be great, Naruto assured Bruce, who was still not believing him. If they would try to do something to him, they would meet the wrath of Hulk. Just like before, but Naruto was probably the only person that could stop him. But he was doubting it. Finally, Quinjet with Steve landed and the group walks to meet a living legend. After few seconds, Steve and Coulson exit the Quinjet and meet the small smiles from the group waiting for them. Hey, Naruto, both Steve and Coulson greeted Naruto, who waved at them. It's great to meet you, Dr. Banner. Steve greeted Bruce with a handshake. Pleasure to meet you too, Captain Rogers, Bruce said with a smile. I don't believe I've met you before, Rogers said looking at Natasha, who smiled warmly. Natasha Romanoff. Natasha introduces herself offering her hand, which Steve gladly shook. Better get inside boys. You don't want to get wet, right? She joked, lied with a wink, which confused both Bruce and Steve. Naruto only little bit, only Coulson knew what she meant. Don't worry. It's hard to tell if Nat meant something sexual or not. Naruto said, making both Steve and Bruce sweat drop. Even I don't understand her sometimes, and boy, I know for a few years now. Inside of aircraft carry. After quite a walk and sudden move of the vehicle, the group entered a center of the ship where Nick was. Let's vanish, Nick said to one of the technician. Okay ladies and gentlemen, welcome on Helicarrier, said greeting the group behind him. With a sigh, Steve took banknote from his wallet and gave it to Naruto, who grinned. What was that about? Bruce asked curiously. We made a deal that there will be nothing that will shock me anymore. I've lost, he said in a defeated voice while looking through the window to see clouds instead of water. What are you doing right now? We search both for Loki and Tesseract, Coulson explained with arm crossed. Suddenly they heard a bip sound from one of the monitors. We got Loki. He's in Germany. Hearing that caused Naruto release some of his Ki. Captain, if you want to go, your new suit is ready. Germany, same day later. Loki had a simple plan. To control Midgard and become its king. But to that, he needed an army. For that he needed Tesseract, which Loki already had, and now to stabilize the thing, so he could summon his army. For this Loki needed iridium, so the so-called Hawkeye who was his servant needed to scan some man's eye. Loki did that and killed the man, scaring everyone and making them run for their lives. This causes him to glee and head to see more terror in Midgardians' eyes. He circled them with help of his shadows like clones. Dunno if that's a pun in this fanfic. Kneel, Loki shouted, and everyone kneeled in fear. Is not this simpler? Is this not your natural state? It's the unspoken truth of humanity. That you crave subjugation. The bright lure of freedom diminishes your life's joy in a mad scramble for power. For identity. You were made to be ruled. In the end, you will always kneel. Loki said in happy and strong voice, making gestures with his hands. Not to men like you, said a single old man as he stood up. There are no men like me, Loki replied with a grin. There are always men like you, the man retorted, which make Loki chuckle. He rose his scepter, pointing it at the elder. Look to your elder, people, let him be an example, he said, ready to shoot the stupid old man. Once the blue beam was released from his scepter, a sudden red, blue and white shield reflected his attack. An old soldier, who's out time, Loki remarked when Captain America revealed himself in all his glory. You know, the last time I was in Germany and saw a man standing above everybody else, we ended up disagreeing. The captain said, making his way to Loki through the crowd. Sadly, you're just a Midgardian. You're nothing but an ant under my shoe. He gloated with a smirk, which causes Steve to shake his head. I am not the one out of time. Suddenly a Quinjet appeared out of nowhere with Black Widow on board. Opening square bracket ... Loki, drop your weapon and stand down. Loki didn't listen and almost shoot down Quinjet. With that, Cap and Loki engaged into hand-to-hand combat along with their weapons. Thanks to his strength and training, Steve had upper hand, but Loki proved his skills too. He was able to dodge some of his punches or kicks and repay Cap with his own moves. Suddenly Loki felt a chilling shiver coming down his spine. He turns around to see Naruto with his eternal Mangekyo active and glaring at him. Suddenly adamantine chains shoot from the ground and restrained Loki. He grabs his head and making look at his eyes. Let's play Tsukuyomi. In Tsukuyomi. Then suddenly Loki found simple on some giant pillar. The world around was red, black and white. He found himself on a Os pinned by nails and surrounded by Naruto clones. What is this magic? Loki shouted in frustration. Welcome to my Tsukuyomi. In here I am a god, he declared, for destroying my eye and almost causing people to die in Asgard. I'll be torturing you for next 100 hours. he said sweetly, almost too sweetly. Will you really spend that much time on that? He asked, hiding his fear at the sight of swords in clones' hands. Don't worry. It will be only minute outside of Tsukuyomi, Naruto assured. Outside of Tsukuyomi. What the hell is going on? Tony, aka Iron Man, asked after about 30 seconds of watching Loki staring at Naruto's eyes. I think it's his Sharingan power called Tsukuyomi. He traps Loki in powerful genjutsu. Steve explained, waiting for Naruto to end his jutsu. So what are you doing here, Mr. Stark? Well, I was bored and I've overheard that Loki was here making small havoc, so I decided to go and stop him. I didn't expect you, Naruto and Nat to be here. He mused, before glancing at Naruto. I wonder when he'll teach me this Tsukuyomi. At that, Steve looked straight at Tony. Don't tell you to have Sharingan. Tony opened his helmet, showing the pair of two Tomo Sharingan in each eye. I didn't know Howard was in Uchiha. Steve thought. Pretty neat, huh? He said, pointing at his eyes. I dunno if I'll ever get the last. Tome. What was it? Tomo. He corrected himself with a grin. Well, okay. I think it's over. He said, pointing at Naruto to release Loki, who dropped on the ground breathing heavily. What did you do to him? I was torturing for about 100 hours in my genjutsu. He grinned evilly, causing shiver from both Steve and Tony. Now let's take him to Helicarrier. End of chapter. Naruto. Shinobi. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or Marvel MCU. Let's get started. Chapter 15. Formation. Quinjet. The day, night. Natasha looks at the skies while piloting the Quinjet. There were thunders around them. Naruto was sitting on the opposite side of where Loki was sitting. While glaring at him, Loki was looking at his feet to avoid being a trap of illusion again. Out of nowhere, they all hear Nick speaking through the comlink. Opening square bracket ... Said anything. Closing square bracket. Not. A word after Naruto put him in Tsukuyomi, Natasha replied, turning her head toward grinning blonde. Opening square bracket ... Just get him here. We're low on time. With Loki tied up and cuffed to his seat and Naruto making sure he won't do anything stupid. Tony felt at ease, but Steve was still unsure. Not like he didn't trust Naruto's abilities, but he felt that something will happen. I don't like this. Steve whispered loud enough to Tony to hear it. What? Rock of Ages giving up so easily? Stark joked with a smile. I don't remember it being ever that easy. This guy packs a wallop. Steve retorted, glancing at Loki. Still, you are pretty spry. For an older fellow, Tony remarked, looking at Steve. What's your thing? Pilates. What? Steve asked, confused. He didn't remember anything about Pilates. Naruto on. Lee educated him about what happened to the world and show him few movies, newspapers, etc. It's like calisthenics. You might have missed a couple things, doing time as a capsicle. Steve looks at Tony, finally meeting his ego match. Howard was different than Tony, it was obvious to him now. Thunder and lightning nearly hit the jet, making it shake violently. Where's this coming from? Natasha wondered out loud. Thunder rumbles overhead. Loki stared out the window intently. What's the matter? Scared of a little lightning? Steve asked, amused. I'm not overly fond of what follows, Loki replied dryly. Outside of the jet, a blinding light hit the jet. Not a normal light. It was Thor, who quickly opened the ramp and ripped Loki from his seat. Well, hello, brother. Thor, stand down, Naruto ordered. But Thor didn't listen to him and flew out of the Quinjet. Tony and Steve are left dumbstruck. Fuck. Why the hell he can't listen? Then without warning, he jumped out of the jet, vanishing into the darkness. Now there's that guy, Tony said, looking at Steve, who clearly didn't have any idea who it was. So he put his Iron Man helmet and went to the ramp. Another Asgardian? Natasha asked, but no one replied. Think the guy's friendly? Steve asked, looking at Tony, who was about to jump out. Tony turned around and glanced at Rogers. Doesn't matter. If he frees Loki or kills him, the tesseract's lost. With that, he jumps out of the Quinjet. Shit. Steve cursed while taking a parachute. I'd sit this one, Cap, Natasha suggested. I don't see how I can, Steve replied with a chuckle. Then he simply jumps out of the jet. With Thor and Loki. Somewhere out in the European mountains, Thor throws Loki into the side of the mountain. He raises the mighty hammer, Mjolnir. He looks down at his brother. who he thought to be dead and is angry to see him alive in this fashion. Where is the tesseract? Thor demanded to narrow his eyes at his brother. I missed you too, Loki joked as he stood up, nursing his back from the impact. Do I look to be in a gaming mood? Thor shouted. Oh, you should thank me. With the Bifrost gone, how much dark energy did the Allfather have to muster to conjure you here? Your precious earth, he asked, earning scowl from Thor. Or did somehow that Naruto fellow help you out? Thor grabs and picks up Loki. His brother. Although Thor is pissed for what he has done, a family is everything to a man or god. I thought you dead, Thor whispered, shaking his head. Did you mourn? Loki asked, already knowing his answer. We all did. Our father. Before he could finish, Loki rose his finger to cut him. Your father, he corrected. He did tell you my true parentage, did he not? Thor let go of Loki, who walks away from Thor, causing an even bigger wedge between them. We were raised together. We played together, we fought together. Do you remember none of that? He asked, feeling that his heart was slowly sinking. Loki turns around to stare at Thor with anger. I remember a shadow, living in the shade of your greatness. I remember you tossing me into an abyss. I wasn't should be king. He yelled at Thor, who started to feel guilty, but he couldn't allow Loki to rule over the earth. So you take the world I love as recompense for your imagined slights. No, the earth is under my protection, Loki. At that, his adopted brother laughed. And you're doing a marvelous job with that. The humans slaughter each other in droves, while you idly threat. I mean to rule them. And why should I not? He retorted with a snort. You think yourself above them, he said with disappointment. Well, yes, he agreed with a smirk. Then you miss the truth of ruling, brother. The throne would suit you ill. Angrily, Loki shoves his brother to the side. He walks back up to the ledge and turns around. I've seen worlds you've never known about. I have grown, Odin-san, in my exile. I have seen the true power of the tesseract, and when I wield it. He gloated with glee, as Thor sighed. Who showed you this power? Who controls the would-be king? Thor asked with a snarl. I am a king, he shouted at Thor. Not here. You give up the tesseract. You give up this poisonous dream. You come home, Thor said firmly. I don't have it. You need the cube to bring me home, but I've sent it off I know not where. He said with a smirk, as Mjolnir flies back to Thor's grasp. Sud. Denly a swirling sound could be heard coming toward them. You listen well, brother. I. Rasengan. Naruto exclaimed, slamming his jutsu at Thor, which sent him flying toward the forest. Naruto flew with him since he had to hold up Rasengan. The whole thing happened in just a second. I'm listening, Loki said. With Naruto and Thor crashed into the forest. Thor rolled himself up, while Naruto landed on his feet without a problem. I told you to stand down, Naruto said in cold tone, but Thor didn't flinch. Leave this to me. It's the family problem, Thor replied, making sure that Naruto gets part. Family. Blonde Shinobi sighed and took a breath. Suddenly Tony appeared and landed next to him. You, metal men, stay away from this. You have no idea what you will be dealing with. At Tony look at Naruto, who was narrowing his eyes at God of Thunder. Shakespeare in the park. Dith mother know you weareth her drapes? Tony joked, while Naruto sweat dropped. This is beyond you, metal man. Loki will face Asgardian justice, Thor declared, which caused Naruto to sigh. He gives up the cube, he's all yours. Until then, stay out of our way, tourist. Tony said, as he turned around and was about to fly to Loki, but Thor throws his hammer at him, which knocked him clear across into the three. Naruto decided to let Tony and Thor had a little spar, when he'll make sure Loki won't flee. Naruto flashed away and appeared next to Loki, shocking him. Naruto Ostrame. Thor raises his hand. Mjolnir flew back to his hand and swings the hammer, summoning a ray of energy. Iron Man stands up and from his hand boosters, a blast of energy knocks the Thor on his ass. Iron Man flew back up and knocked Thor into a tree. Thor, kneeling on the ground, pulls Mjolnir to his hand, raises it to the skies and pulls in lightning and thunder. Then he points the hammer at Iron Man and the outpouring of bolts lighting increases in intensity. Tony wasn't last enough to avoid the attack, so he took everything that Thor got. Opening square bracket ... Power at 400% capacity. Hearing what Jarvis just said, make Tony smirk. Iron Man fired away from his hand booster, pushing Thor to his knees. Like two gunslingers ready to draw, both Thor and Iron Man fly towards each other and meet in the middle and ascend up. But Tony was able to bring him back to the ground. He throws him toward the ground and landed a bit away from Thor. He quickly back on his feet to meet a punch from Iron Man. Iron Man grabs and lifts Thor, who headbutted him, and sends him across the forest. But he stops himself and launched at Thor. Thor tried to punch Tony straight in the face, but thanks to his Sharingan, he knew what to do. He sends a blast at Thor's hand, which knock his whole arm away, not rip it, and thanks to that, Oni was able to punch Thunder God in the guts, which sent him flying backward. Tony launch himself yet again, and this time he grabs Thor cape, spins around and slams at the near tree, knocking the air out of him. Thor could believe that a Midgardian was defeating him. Iron Man backs off a little away from Thor and lets him get back on his feet. Have enough, Blondie, Tony taunted with a chuckle. Suddenly Captain America's shield ricocheted off both Tony and Thor, stopping them. They look up and see Captain America standing on top of a fallen tree with the shield back in hand. That's enough, he ordered, jumping from fallen tree to their level. He then looks at Thor. Now, I don't know what you plan on doing here. I've come here to put an end to Loki's schemes. He explained, but Steve wasn't so sure about this. Then prove it. Put the hammer down. Cap ordered shootout, and Tony shook his head. Yeah, no. Bad call. He loves his hammer. With that, he bitch slapped by Thor, which sends flying backward. Thor, losing all tolerance with this sentential of liberty, raises the hammer. You want me to put the hammer down? Thor leapt high into the air, raising his hammer. Captain America crouches down and holds up his shield. Thor brings that hammer down onto the shield, and a massive implosion of light reacts to the vibranium shield, creating a massive shockwave that blows up anything standing within a mile. The Iron Man stands up, looking around like "holy shit." Lying right next to him is Cap, who never takes his eye off Thor. Thor looks at both men. End of Ost. Suddenly, in flash of yellow light, both Naruto and Loki show up. With a sigh, he looks at the three men and asks, "Are you done with child plays?" He asked, annoyed, and no one decided to reply. Then grab me and let get back to helicarrier. Helicarrier hallway. Closing square bracket. Dozens of S.H.I.E.L.D. police escort Loki, who is in handcuffs, smiling. As they pass the helicarrier lab, Banner stops working on the Chidori scepter and looks up. Loki eyes him as he walks, nodding and smiling. Burst rubbed his head, feeling weird. Helicarrier detention section. Naruto Ost Ninmu. Loki was now free from his cuffs and contained in a rather large glass cell held by hydraulic rigs. Naruto and Fury walked up the control panel of the cell. In case it's unclear, you try to escape, you so much as scratch that glass. Naruto and then Nick SSED a button which opens up a hatch underneath Loki's cell. Loki peered as much as he could from the glass. Without seeing, the sounds of gusting wind would make man shit his pants. Not a god, though. 30,000 feet, straight down in a steel trap. You get how that works. With that, Fury closed the hatch. Then he points at Loki. Insect. And then points at the button which would drop Loki into the steel trap. Boot. So from now on, you'll be called Mushi-kun. At that, Loki smirked. It's an impressive cage. Not built, I think, for me. Loki said, making Nick and Naruto narrow their eyes at him. Built for something a lot stronger than you, Nick replied, glaring at still smirking form of Loki. Oh, I've heard, Loki said, chuckling while glancing at the camera. He knew that the others were watching him, especially Banner. The mindless beast makes play, he's still a man. How desperate are you, that you call upon such lost creatures to defend you? I think you forgot that Earth has me. The one who will protect it at all cost. Naruto snarled, but Loki ignored him to frustrate him even more. How desperate are we? You threaten our world with war. You steal a force you can't hope to control. He retorted with snort. You talk about peace and you kill "cause it's fun. You have made us very desperate. You might not be glad that you did," he said, pointing at grinning Naruto. Ooh, it burns you to come so close. To have the tesseract, to have power, unlimited power. And for what? A warm light for all mankind to share, and then to be reminded what real power is. Loki said, laughing. Nick only smiled, while Naruto shook his head. Well, You let me know if real power wants a magazine or something. With that, blonde grabbed Fury and they flashed away, leaving Loki in his cell still smirking and looking at the camera. Helicarrier, briefing room. Steve watches until the monitor goes black. Thor, who didn't even look, just listened, stands there, torn apart. They all just stand there in stunned silence. Finally, Bruce decided to break it. He really grows on you, doesn't he? Banner asked Thor, but he didn't reply. Loki's gonna drag this out. So, Thor, what's his play? Steve asked CU, riotously at what so-called demigod was planning. He has an army called the Chitauri. They're not of Asgard or any world known. He means to lead them against your people. They will win him the earth. In return, I suspect, for the tesseract. He explained, and Naruto slams his hand on the table, almost cracking it. It was real Naruto, and one with Nick was just a bunchin'. End of Ost. Seriously. Naruto barked angrily. From where? Outer space or something. So he's building another portal. That's what he needs Eric Selvig for, Bruce concluded with a frown. Selvig? Thor asked. He's an astrophysicist. Banner explained with shrug. He's a friend. Thor said, and angry that his brother was using him. Loki has him under some kind of spell, along with one of ours, Natasha explained, hiding her worry about her precious friend. Clint Barton aka Hawkeye. I wanna know why Loki let us take him. He's not leading an army from here. Naruto wondered out loud. It's like he needs something from here. We'll make sure he won't escape from the cell, Natasha assured. I don't think we should be focusing on Loki. That guy's brain is a bag full of cats, you could smell crazy on him. Bruce said, causing Thor narrow his eyes at him. Have the care how you speak. Loki is beyond reason, but he is of Asgard, and he's my brother. That caused Naruto and Natasha to sweat drop. He killed 80 people in 2 days. Both Naruto and Natasha retorted in unison. He's adopted, Thor replied with a frown. Iridium, what did they need the iridium for? Bruce asked, changing the subject. It's a stabilizing agent, came a new voice. The group turns to see Tony and Coulson come to the room. Coulson went to other agents, while Tony starts to walk around the group. No hard feelings, Point Break. You've got a mean swing, he said to Thor, patting his back. Also, it means the portal can open as wide, and stay open as long, as Loki wants. That doesn't sound good at all. Naruto pointed, rubbing the back of his head. We need to find Tesseract and secure it. In a place where no one will find it, besides few people. But only one will have access. He explained, getting curious looks from the group. There won't be a better place than my Kamui dimension. Only I have access to it. At that, Nick, who entered the room, gave him a sharp look. I hope you don't think about taking it for yourself, Naruto. Fury said, hoping he wouldn't do that. There was no one could stop him from that, maybe Thor and Hulk if they would work together. No, just keep it until we'll send Loki back to Asgard and make him free Clint and Eric with other agents. Blonde assured, making Nick sigh in relief. Tony looks around the monitors and places a button-size hacking implant under Fury's desk, without anyone noticing. Well, that sounds great. The rest of the raw materials Agent Barton can get his hands on pretty easily. Only major component he still needs is a power source. A high energy density, something to kickstart the cube. Tony explained with a tiny smile. When did you become an expert in thermonuclear astrophysics? Maria Hill, who was in the room for quite some time, asked curiously. Last night, he retorted. The packet, Selvig's notes. The extraction theory papers. Am I the only one who did the reading? He asked the group with a frown. Does Loki need any particular kind of power source? Steve asked. He's got to heat the cube to 120 million Kelvin just to break through the Coulomb barrier. Banner replied, and get Tony attention. Unless Selvig has figured out how to stabilize the quantum tunneling effect. Tony countered to see how good was Bruce Banner. Well, if he could do that, he could achieve heavy ion fusion at any reactor on the planet, Bruce replied with shrug. Finally, Tony exclaimed, clapping his hands together. Someone who speaks English. Is that what just happened? Steve's sweat dropped, while both Tony and Bruce shook hands. Tony and Banner shake hands. A glimmer in their yes shines as the mutual respect for each other shows. It's good to meet you, Drive. Banner. Your working on anti-electron collisions is unparalleled. And I'm a huge fan of the way you lose control in D turn into an enormous green rage monster. Tony remarked while Bruce looks down. Thanks, he replied while Natasha giggled. How cute. Dr. Banner is blushing. Mr. Stark, I guess you found yourself a boyfriend. Both Tony and Bruce glared at Natasha, while Naruto, Nick, and Steve were barely holding their laughs. Thor was unsure what a redhead was talking about. That's enough, Natasha, Nick said seriously. Dr. Banner is only here to track the cube. I was hoping you might join him, he said to Tony and chuckled. Let's start with that then of his. It may be magical, but it works an awful lot like a Hydra weapon. Naruto said, remembering Hydra soldiers using something similar. I don't know about that, but it is powered by the cube. And I'd like to know how Loki used it to turn two of the sharpest men I know into his personal flying monkeys. At that, Thor got confused. Monkeys? I do not understand, he asked while Steve perks up. I do. I understood that reference. Both Naruto and Tony rolled their eyes, while Steve was proud of himself. Shall we play, Doctor? Tony asked with a grin. Let's play, he replied with a small smile as they walk out. End of chapter. Chapter 16. Chapter 16. Naruto, Shinobi. Disclaimer: I don't own Naruto or Marvel MCU. Let's get started. Chapter 16. Battle of New York Part 1. Banner Lab, same night. Banner was continuously scanning with a gamma-raw Y detection scanner on the scepter for radiation. Tony glanced at his monitors, shifting and solving as many algorithms and equations. The gamma readings are definitely consistent with Selvig's reports on the tesseract. But it's gonna take weeks to process, Bruce said with a tired sigh. If we bypass their mainframe and direct a reroute to the Homer cluster, we can clock this around 600 teraflops, Tony said. Which caused Bruce to chuckle. All I packed was a toothbrush. At that, Tony laughed. You know, you should come by Stark Towers sometime. Top 10 floors, all R&D. You'd love it, it's Candy Land, he suggested, which caused Bruce to shook his head. Thanks, but the last time I was in New York I kind of broke. Harlem, he replied as sudden memory of the Hulk fight with Abomination came to his mind. Well, I promise a stress-free environment. No tension, no surprises. Suddenly, Tony poked Banner with a miniature electrical prod. Then both Naruto and Steve walk into the lab, while Tony looked at Banner closely. Ow. At that, both Naruto and Steve got alerted. Nothing, Tony asked interested, while Bruce looks at him with disbelief. Hey, are you nuts? Naruto barked, while Steve was narrowing his eyes at Banner. That was the most stupid thing you've done, you know that. You really have got a lid on it, haven't you? What's your secret? Mellow jazz, bongo drums, huge bag of weed. Tony didn't even hear Naruto speaking to him. Is everything a joke to you? Steve asked, pissed at Tony. Funny things are, he replied with shrug, which causes Naruto to sigh. But then he felt something weird coming from Bruce. It was a mix of sage chakra and some new energy at the same time. He didn't felt anything before. Threatening the safety of everyone on this ship isn't funny. No offense, Doctor, he said, looking at Tony and then at Bruce. No, it's all right. I wouldn't have come aboard if I couldn't handle pointy things, he said, glancing at Tony, who smiled at him. Bruce. Naruto started getting Banner attention. Have you ever felt an energy surrounding you before that whole accident? He asked, earning mixed expression from Bruce. I'm not sure, but I always felt something close to me and so amazing around nature, he admitted with a smile. Why do you ask? Well, I'm getting weird vibes from the chakra around you. At that, Bruce rose his eyebrow. The chakra is things that bind us and surround us. It's the things that allow us to stay alive, he explained to Bruce, who nodded in understanding. I feel natural and some other energy around you. Kurama, do you have any idea what's going with Bruce? He asked in thought, waking up his friend again. If I recall correctly, there was a person in 4th grade Ninja War, which had an ability to absorb natural energy. The guy name was Jugo. He was from the unknown clan. Because of absorbing natural energy, he had a tendency to go berserk and had fluids in his body cause him to transform. I think that he might be his ancestor. Still, he seems stable, which was rare for Jugo. He explained and went back to his sleep. Did you had any tendencies for rages when you're younger? Naruto asked curiously, which caused Bruce to gulp. I was a calm child. I've never had any rage outburst or anything like that at that point of my life, maybe later when I was older, but it was rare. Why do you ask? Bruce asked, a bit nervous talking about his past. I believe that you're the ancestor of a member of the clan which was able to absorb natural energy. He explained, making Bruce's eyes winded. I need to know more about Hulk and what happened to you after the accident. I believe that there are some scrolls regarding the clan. But let's leave this for later. Now you should find tesseract. At that Tony snorted. You think I'm not? Why did Fury call us and why now? Why not before? What isn't he telling us? I can't do the equation unless I have all the variables. He said. You think Fury's hiding something? Steve asked with crossed arms. He's a spy. Captain, he's the spy. His secrets have secrets, he said, pointing at Banner. It's bugging you too, isn't it? Bruce rubbed the back of his head. I just wanna finish my work herein. He mumbled, looking down. Doctor. A bet. Naruto said, which caused Bruce to lift his head. A warm light for all mankind. Loki's jab at Fury about the cube. He replied with shrug. I heard it. Steve said with the sigh. Well, I think that was meant for you. Even if Barton didn't post that all over the news. He said, pointing at Stark. The Stark Tower. That big ugly. Then Tony gave him a look. Building in New York. It's powered by Stark reactors, self-sustaining energy source. That building will run itself for what, a year? Bruce asked curiously. That's just the prototype. I'm kind of the only name in clean energy right now. He replied with sight. So, why didn't S.H.I.E.L.D. bring him in on the Tesseract project? I mean, what are they doing in the energy business in the first place? He wondered while referring to Tony. I should probably look into that once my decryption programmer finishes breaking into all of S.H.I.E.L.D's secure files. While Steve was taken by that, Naruto simply smirked. I'm sorry, did you just say that you hacked the servers of the S.H.I.E.L.D? Naruto finished for Steve, who didn't take his eyes from Tony. Guess that the circle will never end. There is new Indra and old Ashura doesn't like him already. I just hope they won't have some battle to the death. Why am I thinking about that? Nah, let's forget it, he thought with shrug. Jarvis has been running it since I hit the bridge. In a few hours, we'll know every dirty secret S.H.I.E.L.D. has ever tried to hide. He explained while taking blueberries from his pocket. Blueberry, he offered Bruce, who declined, but Naruto decided to take few. Yet you're confused about why they didn't want you around. Steve retorted with the snort. An intelligence organization that fears intelligence. Historically, not possible. He replied with a chuckle. I think Loki's trying to wind us up. This is a man who means to start a war, and if don't stay focused, he'll succeed. We have ordered. We should follow them. You're wasting a time, Tony, better get back to helping Bruce. Naruto said seriously, which caused Tony to flinch. Following is not really my style, Stark replied, which caused Roger smiled. And you're all about style, aren't you? Steve asked, hitting Tony nerves. Of the people in this room, which one is, A, wearing a spangly outfit, and B, not of use? Steve, tell me none of this smells a little funky to you? Bruce asked, which caused Steve to take it as the possibility, but as an obedient soldier, he shook it off. Naruto asked man of the world. Just find the cube, Steve ordered and left the lab. Still torn apart by the possibility, he simply walks away, towards the hull of the ship. That went better than I thought. Naruto said, Ernan. Confused looks from both Bruce and Tony. What do you mean by that? Bruce asked. I'll explain that later. There is no rush, he replied with shrug. That's the guy my dad never shut up about. 1. Ring if they shouldn't have kept him on ice. Naruto narrowed his eyes at Tony and snarled. That's my friend you're talking about, Tony. The friend that I thought was dead. He explained sadly. He's been through much enough already. I wonder how would you feel, waking up almost 70 years where your girlfriend is long dead, huh? Tony was taken at his word. He was right now Pepper was his world. Without her, he would be nothing. Okay, I'm sorry. Tony apologized, shocking Bruce and making Naruto smile. Steve's not wrong about Loki. He does have the jump on us. Bruce admitted. What he's got is an Acme dynamite kit. He said, earning a chuckle from Naruto. It's gonna blow up in his face, and I'm gonna be there when it does. And I'll read all about it, Bruce promised with smiled. Or you'll be suiting up like the rest of us. he said while snapping his fingers. Ah, see. I don't get a suit of armor. I'm exposed, like a nerve. It's a nightmare. He scowled. You know, I've got a cluster of shrapnel. Trying every second to crawl its way into my heart. Tony pointed at his mini-arc reactor in his chest. This stops it. This little circle of light. It's part of me now, not just armor. It's a terrible privilege. I have something like you, Bruce, but I was able to become friends with him. He said with a warm smile while placing his hand on his stomach. I also believe at you and Hulk might become friends if you two will be willing to try. He explained looking at Bruce, who gave a chuckle. I'm not a Yamanaka, but I believe that my old friends can help you. Yeah, sure, but I don't think it'll work. I've tried everything, but I can't control him. He said while shaking his head. Well, you never see until you try harder, Naruto said sagely, which caused Tony to roll his eyes. End of Ost. Hull Hanger. Secure Storage 10C. Steve, with all his might, slides the heavy iron door and stealthily walked in. Secure Storage 10C was a large warehouse, filled with metal crates stacked. Steve looks up, seeing another level. He leaps up high and holds onto the catwalk railing. Steve continues to move forward. Briefing room. On a S.H.I.E.L.D. monitor is a photo and record of Jane Foster. Thor looks at her, remembering time spent with her. With him was Agent Coulson, who was also looking at the monitor. As soon as Loki took the doctor, we moved Jane Foster. We've got an excellent observatory in Tronsea. She was asked to consult there very suddenly yesterday. Handsome fee, private plane, very remote. She'll be safe, Coulson promised, looking at Thor with a smile. Thank you. It's no accident Loki taking Erik Selvig. I dread what he plans for him once he's done. Erik is a good man. He replied with a frown. He talks about you a lot. You changed his life. You changed everything around here. He said chuckling. Although not as much as Naruto, you earn a credit. He added with laughter. They were better as they were. We pretend on Asgard that we're more advanced, but we come here battling like Bilchstein. Thor said with sigh, getting a confused look from Coulson. Come again, came a new voice from behind, which causes the two almost to jump. They turn around to see Naruto with curious eyes. What? You startled us, Naruto. Coulson said as soon as he calms his heart. Don't do that. Fine, fine, he said waving him off. So what are Bilchsteins? Bilchsteins. You know. Huge, scaly, big antlers. You don't have those? Thor asked, just like Coulson, after calming his own heart. No, I don't think so. But we have bijus, he replied with shrug. Wait for a hold on Naruto. Coulson waved a hand in front of Naruto, who rose his eyebrow. What are bijus and why haven't you tell us anything? They are tail beasts and there are 9 of them. I have the last and strongest one, the 9-tailed fox. His name is Kurama. They are massive chakra with personalities and bodies, created by Sage of 6 Paths. They living in the world. As to why I haven't told anything, was because I don't even know where they are right now. Besides, it's not like I would allow you to find them and use them. You don't even know how to use chakra. He explained with shrug. Well, they are repulsive, and they trample everything in their path, Thor added, once Naruto was done with explaining. Really? Bijus are the same, he said, hearing mental growl from Kurama. With sigh, Thor walked over to the side of the ship and looked out the window, lamenting about what has happened and what may come. When I first came to Earth, Loki's rage followed me here and your people paid the price. And now again. In my youth, I courted war. He admitted and sighed, which caused Naruto to roll his eyes. Come on, Thor. War hasn't even started yet. Naruto said, crossing his arms. You think you can make Loki tell us what the tesseract is? Nick asked once he entered the brief room. I do not know. Loki's mind is far afield. It's not just power he craves, it's vengeance upon me. There's no pain that would prize his need from him. He confessed with a tired sigh. A lot of guys think that until the pain stops, Nick said, looking through the window. What are you asking me to do? Thor asked, annoyed. He's asking, what are you prepared to do? Naruto explained while joining the two at gazing through the window. Loki is a prisoner. God of Thunder said, somehow unsure of his answer. Then why do I feel like he's the only person on this boat that wants to be here? Nick wondered out loud. Helicarrier detention section. Loki was walking back and forth inside his glass cell. Suddenly, He stopped and smiled. There are not many people that can sneak up on me, Loki admitted, as Natasha stepped out of the shadows. But you figured I'd come. She replied with shrug. After whatever tortures Fury can concoct, you would appear as a friend, as a bomb. And I would cooperate. I wanna know what you've done to Agent Barton. He demanded entirely. I'd say I've expanded his mind. He said chuckling. And once you've won, Mainframe, what happens to his mind? She asked curiously. Is this love, Agent Romanoff? Loki asked back, which caused her to frown. Love is for children. I owe him a debt. She answered coldly. Loki smiled and sat on his prison bed. Tell me, he insisted, and Natasha pulled a chair and sat on it. Before I worked for S.H.I.E.L.D, I made a name for myself. I have a very specific skill set. I didn't care who I used it for, or on. I got on S.H.I.E.L.D's radar in a bad way. Agent Barton and Agent Uzumaki were sent to get rid of me, they both made a different call. She explained with a smile. And what will you do if I vow to spare him? And maybe even Naruto? He asked in a calm voice. Not let you out, she retorted with a frown. No, but I like this, he admitted with laughter. Your world in the balance, and you bargain for one man. Naruto oust dark clouds. Regimes fall every day, she explained with shrug. I tend not to weep over that, I'm Russian. Or was, Natasha added with a sigh. What is it you want? Loki inquired, confused. It's really not that complicated. I've got red in my ledger, I'd like to wipe it out. She explained with crossed arms. Can you wipe out that much red? Dracov's daughter. Sao Paulo. The hospital fire. Barton told me everything. Your ledger is dripping, it's gushing red, and you think saving a man no more virtuous than yourself will change anything. He stood up and snarled at her with anger. This is the basest sentimentality. This is a child at prayer. Pathetic. Intercuts. Tony and Banner continuously worked on their monitors. You lie and kill in the service of liars and killers. Agent Hill checks every viewscreen in the bridge. Fury oversees every procedure. Naruto is meditating outside on top of helicarrier before he opens his eyes and frown. He just got a bad feeling that something will happen soon. Uzumaki didn't like it. You pretend to be separate, to have your own code. Something that makes up for the horrors. But they are a part of you, and they will never go away. Steve opened a steel crate. Angry, he looked behind him and looks back into the crate. The whole crate is filled with an array of Hydra weapons. End of intercuts. End of Ost. Loki slammed his hand on his cell, making Natasha flinch. I won't touch Barton. Not until I make him kill you. Slowly. Intimately. In every way. He knows you fear. And when he'll wake just long enough to see his good work, and when he screams, I'll split his skull. This is my bargain, you mewling Quim. He shouted, making Natasha stood up and turn around, disgusted by what he just said. You're a monster, she said quietly in a distraught voice. What? Loki voice becomes staggered, as Natasha actives her comlink in her ear. Loki means to unleash the Hulk. Keep Banner in the lab, I'm on my way. Send Naruto and Thor as well. He reported while making her way toward the exit. Thank you for your cooperation. Natasha quickly walks out of the cell, leaving Loki frozen. But after she was gone, he smirked and said again with a smile. Banner lab, hour later morning. Fury walks in surprised to see Tony and Banner not working on the scepter. He narrowed his single eye at the two who were drinking coffee. What are you doing, Mr. Stark? Nick demanded while raising his eyebrow. Kind of been wondering the same thing about you. He retorted, placing the cub on the table. Beside, we've been working for a couple of hours with only like toilets breaks, that's all. We need at least break for coffee. You're supposed to be locating the tesseract, he said with his arm crossed, glaring straight at Tony's face. We are. The model's locked and we're sweeping for the signature now. When we get a hit, we'll have the location within half a mile. Banner explained, pointing at the monitors. And you'll get your cube back, no muss, no fuss, Tony added, clapping his hands together. Suddenly monitor next. T to him shows a collection of secret files. What is phase 2? Suddenly, Steve drops a Hydra assault rifle on the table, causing Fury, Banner, and Tony to turn around. Captain was pissed. Then a flash of yellow appears in the lab, revealing to be Naruto, who had confused expression. Hi guys. What's the Hydra rifle doing here? Naruto asked 3 cold ground. Phase 2 is S.H.I.E.L.D. uses the cube to make weapons. Steve explained, which caused Naruto to gasp. Sorry, the computer was moving a little slow. Fury, what's the meaning of this? Naruto demanded, grabbing Nick by his cloak and lifting him. Tesseract was supposed to be the thing that someday will replace arc reactor, not a weapon. Listen, we gathered everything related to the Tesseract. This does not mean that we're. Before Nick could finish, Tony cut him. I'm sorry. Nick. Tony moves the computer screen towards Fury, which shows plans various type of weapons. What were you lying? I was wrong. The world hasn't changed a bit. He said, pissed while clenching his fists. At that moment, Thor and Natasha walk into the lab. Natasha kept her eyes right on Banner. Banner looks at her, now pissed too. But she quickly moves her eye. To see Fury trying to get away from Naruto grip. Agent Naruto. Drop Director Fury on the ground now. She demanded, taking her pistol and pointing it at Naruto back. Hearing that caused Naruto to chuckle. Come on Nat. You know that guns can't kill me, but fine. He dropped Nick, who readjusted his cloak. With a sigh, she moves her eyes back at Bruce, who didn't take his off her. Did you know about this? He asked her in rather demanding tone. You wanna think about removing yourself from this environment, Doctor? She suggested, but it was more like an order. I was in Calcutta, I was pretty well removed. He said with a dry chuckle. Loki's manipulating you. She explains while he waves her off. And you've been doing what exactly? He retorted, looking at the group in front of him. You didn't come because of promise to let you go. Naruto asked and Banner nodded. Yes, and I'm not leaving that easily. I'd like to know why S.H.I.E.L.D. is using the Tesseract to build weapons of mass destruction. He said, pointing at a nuke looking like a rocket on the monitor. Because of him. Nick pointed at Thor. Me? He asked, stunned and confused. Not long ago, the Earth had a visitor from another place. Anet, who had a grudge match that leveled a small town. We learned that not only are we not alone, but we are hopeless, hilariously, outgunned. He explained, which caused Naruto to shook his head. My people want nothing but peace with your planet. He declared firmly. That's right, Nick. Naruto assured. I know people of Asgard. King of Asgard is my godfather. The group was a little taken by Naruto's words. But they decided to let that subject for later. But you're not the only people out there, are you? And, you're not the only threat. The world's filling up with people who can't be matched, they can't be controlled. That caused Naruto to sigh. Still forgetting about me, huh? Naruto thought with another shake of his head. Like you controlled the cube? Steve asked rhetorically. You're working with the Tesseract is what drew Loki to it, and his allies. It is the signal to all the realms that the Earth is ready for a higher form of war. Thor explained, earning gaps from the group. A higher form? Naruto inquired. You forced our hand. We had to come up with something. Nick replied, crossing his arms. Nuclear deterrent. Backquote cause that always calms everything right down. Tony said out loud with a chuckle. Remind me again how you made your fortune, Stark. Nick asked rhetorically. I'm sure if he still made weapons, Stark would be neck this now, Steve said, and Tony waved his hand on Rogers. Wait. Hold on. How is this about me? He inquired curiously. Isn't everything about you? Cap asked rhetorically with a snort. I thought humans were more evolved than this. Thor snarled, and somehow Naruto couldn't disagree. Excuse me, did we come to your planet and blow stuff up? Fury asked rhetorically. Did you always give your champions such mistrust? Thor snarled, while Natasha looks at him with disbelief. Are you all really that naive? She asked, shaking her head. As the team argues, they don't realize the blue gem on Loki's scepter is glowing brightly. All aside from Naruto, who was feeling dizzy. No, we shouldn't be arguing. Need to find Tesseract, he thought, as his vision slowly became blurry. Kurama, what the hell is happening to me? Now he was hearing some high-pitched sound that slowly becoming louder and louder. Same with me. I don't know what's happening, he replied, holding his ears and shaking his head. This sound, I think it's from that scepter. It's affecting our chakra. Aircraft carrier. Outside the helicarrier, a lone carrier slowly hovers over the ship. 661 Bravo, please relay your passcode. What is your hull? Over. Arms to ammunition, over. Barton, who was piloting the Quinjet, replied. After Barton and his crew suit up and arm themselves, Barton pulls out his high-tech bow and arrows. End of Ost. Banner Lab. Back in the lab, the egos of these people keeping rubbing off each other, and at any moment, the shit will hit the fan. No one was paying attention that Naruto was barely holding himself. You speak of control, yet you court chaos. Thor barked, clenching his fists. It's his MO, isn't it? I mean, what are we, a team? No, no, no. We're a chemical mixture that makes chaos. We're a time bomb, he said, pointing at the whole group with a frown. Naruto was now helping himself to stay up. He grabbed the near table and leaned his butt on it while nursing his head. You need to step away. Nick pointed at Bruce. Why shouldn't the guy let off a little steam? Tony asked, placing his hand on Steve's shoulder. Steve simply pushed him off, angry. You know damn well why. Back off. Naruto's breath was slowly becoming faster and faster. Blue gem was now glowing even brighter than before. A round blonde formed an orange mist, his eyeballs became purely red, his fangs became larger and his whiskers were more pronounced. Oh, I'm starting to want you to make me, Tony said, coming face to face with Steve. Big man in a suit of armor. Take that off, what are you? Cap asked while Stark smirked. Genius, billionaire, playboy. Philanthropist, he answered smugly. I know guys with none of that worth 10 of you. Yeah, I've seen the footage, he said with a snort. The only thing you really fight for is yourself. You're not the guy to make the sacrifice play, to lay down on a wire and let the other guy crawl over you. I think I would just cut the wire. Steve chuckled at the answer. Damn, this scepter. Stop fighting. Scepter is affecting our mind and chakra. Naruto thought, as his vision now become all bloody. Fuck, I can't transform into four-tail form. Kurama cut your chakra. He shouted mentally. I can't. This sound. I cannot concentrate. It hurts. Kurama roared. Always a way out. You know, you may not be a threat, but you better stop pretending to be a hero. That did it. A hero. Like you. You're a lab rat, Rogers. Everything special about you came out of a bottle. He snarled, activating his Sharingan. Outside the helicarrier, the ramp of the carrier opened. The carrier maneuvered next to one of the large turbine engines. Barton stood at the base, holding out his bow. He pulls out a grenade-tipped arrow. He points right at the engine. Then, Barton at his aim and points the arrow about 100 feet from the engine. He releases the arrow. The arrow flies out, but then it's sharply heading for the engine. The arrow is punctured onto the engine. It has a visible timer which is counting down. Back at the Banner Lab. Back in the lab, Steve puffs up his chest at Tony, who just stands there, staring at him with two Tomo Sharingan. Put on the suit, let's go a few rounds. At that Thor laughs. You people are so petty, and tiny. Naruto tried to say something, but whenever he opens his mouths, he felt burning sensation in his throat. Scepter is affecting all of us. Naruto thought to turn his eyes at the glowing scepter on the table behind Banner. Each the time I want to move, my body isn't listening. I'm at my limit. Tony rubbed his head and moves away from Cap. He starts to feel weird now and the sudden ringing sound was bugging him. Yeah, this is a T. Banner snorted. Agent Romanoff, would you escort back to his? Before Nick could finish, Bruce cut him off. Where? You rented my room, he retorted. The cell was just in case. Yet again Bruce cut him off. Naruto asked Yogensha. In case you needed to kill me, but you can't. I know. I tried. The group was a little taken by the words coming from Bruce. Even Naruto regained a bit control over himself, but still, nobody saw that he was in pain. I got low. I didn't see an end. So I put a bullet in my mouth and the other guy spit it out. So I moved on. I focused on helping other people. I was good until you dragged me back into this freak show and put everyone here at risk. Banner slowly gets upset as he looks at Romanoff and other beside Naruto, who got unnerved. Wanna you know my secret? You wanna know how I stay calm? Black Widow and Fury put their hands down to grab their guns. Damn it, I can't. No, please stop. I don't wanna hurt anyone. Not anymore. Not my friends. Naruto shouted in his mind, as he gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Dr. Banner, put down the scepter. Steve said in a calm tone. Bruce looked down, shocked to see him holding Loki's scepter. It's over. Those were last thought, before his body shoot wave of red chakra, blasting everyone. AAARRRRGGGHHH. He roared, while think black and red chakra dome covered his body. What the hell happened to him? Banner called. This isn't good. Stark grabbed the armor. Thor summons your hammer. Nick ordered while taking his gun and pointing at the dome. Agent Romanoff, take Dr. Banner with you. Barton pulls the trigger on his bow. The arrow then explodes the engine right off the helicarrier. Everyone was thrown in every direction. Steve, Fury, Thor, and Tony were thrown across while Natasha and Banner are down in the lower equipment room. Along with sudden explosion on the aircraft carrier. Chakra dome exploded too, revealing Fox with a humanoid body and 4 tails. Skin of the monster was blood red and was flowing like a river. Fox narrowed his pure white eyes at the remaining group. Steve looks up at Tony. Put on the suit, Steve ordered, quickly helping Tony get up. Yep, Tony replied, heading straight to his armor. Fox roared, sending a shockwave at Steve and Tony. Stark was able to dodge, but Rogers got hit and sent at the wall. He quickly gets up, saw his shield and jumped to it. 4 tails sent another shockwave from his mouth, but this time, Cap had his shield to cover himself. Sadly, shockwave was too strong yet again. Captain was sent to the wall. Hill. Nick shouted through the earpiece, but there was no reply. Shit. This day starts wonderfully. Then he points his gun at 4-tailed Fox, who was staring at him. AAAARRRRRRRRGGGGGGGGGGHHHHHH. Fox roared with all his might, caused the room to shake violently. End of Ost. End of chapter. Chapter 17. Chapter 17. Naruto, Shinobi. Quote. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or Marvel MCU. Let's get started. Chapter 17. Battle of New York Part 2 inches. Helicarrier bridge. Pandemonium erupts. Emergency alarms set off. Fire extinguishers activate near surrounding fires and every agent is in a spinning scramble for their positions and armaments. Agent Hill tries to keep the bridge as calm as possible. Turn up that engine. Number 3 engine is down. Can we get a run in? Hill inquired, as she walks to one of the crew members. Talk to me. Turbines loose. Mostly intact, but it's impossible to get OUT there and make repairs while we're in the air. The crew member replied, pointing at the monitor. We lose one more engine, we won't be. Somebody's got to get inside and patch that engine. She concluded. Banner Lab. Stark. You copy that? Exclamation mark quote. Nick shouted through the earpiece, before ducking to avoid Fox's tail. Opening square bracket ... I Director. I need Cap to help me. I don't know if we can fight with him, Director. Steve shouted, before covering his face from other tail, which bounced off his shield. Naruto wakes up. You can stop this. Suddenly Fox stops while shaking and moving uncontrollably. His mouth opens widely to reveal Naruto's struggling face. The blonde face was mostly covered by thick red chakra. Run now. Please, I don't want to hurt you. AAARRRRRGGGGHH. He screamed as both Nick and Steve look at each other. They nodded and quickly get out of the lab. Lower equipment room, carrier. Natasha looks over to Banner, who is breathing heavy, having landed hard. He is gripping the grated floor to maintain control. But his eyes are green, his face intense. I'm okay. We're okay, right? She said quietly to herself. Helicarrier deck. Barton leads his men into the air ducts of the ship. They rappel down into a corridor. Get that engine down. Detention. Get him through the dark. Come with me. Barton ordered, as 2 of his men follow him. They head towards the bridge. Lower equipment room, carrier. On Banner's face in the dim light as he struggles to suppress the rage, but his face is growing, changing slowly. Natasha is pulling herself painfully free, talking to Banner. Doctor. Bruce, you gotta fight it. This is just what Loki wants. We're gonna be okay. Listen to me. 2 approaching S.H.I.E.L.D. soldiers arrive to check on her. She furiously waves them away. They bolt out of there. We're gonna be okay. Right. I swear on my life I will get you out of this. You will walk away, and never. Your life. His voice has the change in it. The bitter amusement is morphing to a growled threat. Another explosion rocks the carrier, and he turns to look at her, transforming just as the lights go out. Bruce. she pleaded, as Banner suddenly starts transforming into the Hulk and gives Natasha one last knowing look. Natasha struggles free of the rubble. She stops. The Hulk, sensing her, turns his head and puts on a face of a disturbing monster. Natasha jolts up the stairs with the Hulk chasing after her. Natasha maneuvers like a Black Widow should do. She rolls under a turbine, starts to crawl within the maze of pipes. The Hulk pulls them out from above the catwalk. Natasha falls through under the catwalks and quickly and stealthily escapes. The Hulk lets out a roar of rage just like Naruto back in the lab. Primal. Not human. Helicarrier bridge. Fury runs in and sees. The chaos has increased even more than before. The helmsman is in complete disarray. Bring the carrier inwards and head south. Take us to the water. Fury ordered, narrowing his eye at helmsman. Why water? Navigation's recalibrated after the engine failure. He inquired confused. Is the sun coming up? Nick shouted, making helmsman flinch. Yes, sir. Helmsman replied fearfully. Then put it on the left. Get us over water. One more turbine goes down and we drop. Nick demanded, before giving nervous sigh. Helicarrier port side. Captain America, pushing with all his strength the door to port side, sees S.H.I.E.L. D-Tech in full oxygen masks shoot fire extinguishers and cover from sparks, largely unable to do anything. Engine 3 is totally dead. A large chunk of the port side is torn off. Stark, I'm here. Cap shouted through the earpiece. Opening square bracket ... Good. See what we got. Tony flies in his Iron Man suit and gets close to the damaged engine. Inside of his suit, Tony observes within his views Cr. At the damaged engine and its layouts. I gotta get this superconducting cooling system back online before I can access the rotors and work on dislodging the debris. He said to himself and nodded. Iron Man begins pulling on the stock rotors. Looks over at Steve. I need you to get to that engine control panel and tell me which relays are in overload position. He said, pointing at the control pan. L on the other side of the broken railing. Iron Man flies into giant cooling conductors. Captain America jumps over to the other side of the broken railing. Captain America gets himself to the control panel and opens it up. For a man who grew up as a Yank, everything was looking the same for him. Opening square bracket ... What's it look like in there? It seems to run on some form of electricity. He replied and hears Tony sigh from the earpiece. Opening square bracket ... Well, you're not wrong. Lower equipment room, carrier. Natasha continuously crawls under the catwalk. She stops. Then, boom, boom, boom. The room vibrates. Rhythmically. Natasha pulls out her gun and slowly walks out onto the catwalk and spins, and then a roar. The Hulk. Natasha fires a shot into a liquid nitrogen pipe that hits the Hulk in the face. The Hulk smashes out of the way. Natasha begins to run through the maze of corridors. The sound the monster is coming. Finally, she reaches in a long corridor. As she runs, behind her, the Hulk tears up the hallway, coming at her. Natasha turns to see, but the Hulk slaps her into the wall, smashing into the ground. The Hulk marks his territory. Natasha looks up. A fear she has never felt begins to seep out. The Hulk raises his hand and is knocked off his feet by Kyuubi find Naruto who tackles him into the next room. Naruto Ost 3 Shirato. Helicarrier aircraft port. Both Fox and Hulk roll across the floor. Every person runs the hell out of the room. Thor looks up at this magnificent beast. The Hulk stands up and moving like a boxer, wants Fox to make his move. Fox slowly move on his 4, walking around Hulk, who is slowly getting piss. The Hulk makes his move. Swing and a miss. Fox swings his massive tail and almost knocks Hulk off his feet. Hulk keeps swinging and missing, pissing him off. Finally, he brings down his arm. But Fox grabs it with one tail and wraps around it. AAAARRRRRGGGGHHHH. Fox roared straight at Hulk face making him frown. AARRRGGGGHHH. Hulk roared right back at Fox, who didn't even flinch. Hulk. Smash. Then Hulk suddenly punches Fox's face, sending him flying, or rather his neck with the head, which stretches a few meters behind his own body. Fox lifted his head and smirked at confused Hulk. His head and neck quickly went back to their place. Fox wrapped his other tails around Hulk's arm and legs. The green beast tries to move, but Fox proved himself to be quite strong too. Fox cracks a menacing grin, before sending a barrage of punches at Hulk, who couldn't do anything. His rage is reaching its limit as he tries to punch the shit out of the Fox. Fox simply smirks at the struggling Hulk. Suddenly at the end of Hulk's elbow, a grayish jet-like appendage is formed. Slowly a green chakra blast shoots his arm forward, giving Fox powerful punch in the face. Losing his control over the tails, Fox is sending flying through the multiple crates. Hulk takes heavy breaths, before glancing at his right elbow. It slowly returned to normal, so Hulk went back to the fight. Helicarrier port side. With Tony, Iron Man continuously blasts broken debris off the turbine engine. It's bad, but still fixable. Opening square bracket ... The relays are intact. What's our next move? Even if I clear the rotors, this thing won't re-engage without a jump. I'm gonna have to get in there and push. Tony explained to Steve via comlink. With Steve, well, if that thing gets up to speed, you'll get shredded. Steve yelled. Opening square bracket ... Then stay in the control unit and reverse polarity long enough to disengage mag. Speak English, Cap demanded. Opening square bracket ... See that red lever? It'll slow the rotors down long enough for me to get out. Stand by it, wait for my word. Cap looks over at the other side where he was. He sees the red lever and jumps towards it. Helicarrier aircraft port. Fox crashes into another stack of crates. As he raises his head, the roar of the Hulk is not too far. Fox is waiting on his fore, as he swings his tails. Suddenly two more tails manifest from his back. A fox skeleton. On from above, Kyuubi find Naruto and join his body. The roar gets louder and closer. Fox focuses. His tails prepared. His eyes tight in concentration. The Hulk runs right at him. At the last second, Fox uppercuts Hulk with all 6 tails, who crashes into a fighter jet. Hulk stands up, shaking his head like "What the fuck just happened?" He shakes it off and angrily rips off the tail of the jet, too. Arcs his body like a Greek discus thrower and hurls the massive plate at Fox. Fox dash at him, use his tails to grab the jet tail, rip it apart and throw them back at Hulk. Hulk quickly punched but was too slow to avoid Fox tail slapping him in the face. That knocked Hulk off his feet, which allowed Fox to use his tails, grab Hulk and send him flying through the stack of crates as a payback. Helicarrier corridors, with Thor. Thor makes his way toward the Loki cell. He meets a few member of Barton crew which tries to stop. Sadly they are against the God of Thunder. Thor smirks as crew member shouted, "Kill him." End of Ost. Helicarrier bridge, with Fury and Hill. Fury and Agent Hill look over their monitors. "We need a full evac on the lower hangar bay," Nick ordered and Agent Hill nods. She leaves to exit out. But a sliding grenade appears. "Grenade!" Hill shouts as the grenade goes off, sending her down the steps. Fury fires a shot at the open entrance. He moves over to the side of the entrance. A handful of Barton's men enter. Watchful, ready, waiting. Fury steps out, his gun drawn. A shootout and hand-to-hand ensues, but Fury is unable to stop one of them, which is why he is shot in the head by Agent Hill. Helicarrier armory section. Agent Coulson walks up the armory door. He places his head into a facial recognition scanner. Walks into the room. Opening square bracket ... We got perimeter breach. Hostiles are in shield gear. Hold on to every junction. Helicarrier aircraft port. Hulk crashes from under the floor, sending Fox on his ass. Hulk grabs him by the neck. Helicarrier bridge. A gunfight opens up. Agents exchange fire with brutally efficient tactical soldiers. Opening square bracket ... Sir, the Hulk and Fox-like creature are in shuttle levels 2, 3 and 4. Sir, the Hulk and that creature will tear this place apart. Hill shouted to Fury. Get their attention. He replied, shooting another soldier. Escort 606, proceed to 270 main shuttle. Don't get too close, she said on her earpiece. Opening square bracket ... Copy that. In sky. Escort 606 feet S-jet banks to the right, heading towards the shuttle. Outside shuttle. Escort 606 pilot slowly makes his way in, sees the action going between Fox creature and the Hulk. Target acquired. Target engaged. A shower of bullets sprays the Hulk everywhere. From Fox's neck flow a green crystal, from which came dozens of light green tentacles. The Hulk turns around, letting out his primal roar. The tentacles wrapped around Fox's body, making him cry in pain. Slowly red chakra was fading, revealing Naruto screaming from pain. His skin was gone, as chakra was flowing to his stomach. Hulk takes running start and leaps. Target is angry. Target is angry. Escort 606 pilot cried as Hulk lands on the jet's nose. The jet spins wildly. As the Hulk tears it apart, Escort 606 pilot pulls his ejection seat, but Hulk catches him, waves him around and then throws him away. Escort 606 pilot pulls his parachute. The jet explodes. The Hulk plummets to Earth, roaring his swan song. Back with Naruto. He was breathing heavy while healing his body and regaining his skin back. He slowly gets up and shakes his head. Finally. Thankfully I didn't kill anybody and get to know how strong Hulk really is. Kurama, how are you holding? He wipes the sweat from his face while narrowing his eyes at the surrounding. I'm mostly fine. For now, I need a nap, so please don't talk to me for next couple of hours. He replied growling, which caused Naruto to chuckle. Now, let's see how my chakra is doing, he said to himself while closing his eyes. Fine, thankfully. Let's get to Nick and Hill, he thought. Before flashing away, Helicarrier port side, Iron Man laser cuts a big piece of broken metal. He then jumps on it, relieving the rotors. On the other side, Barton's men enter the port side. Cap looks down, pondering if they are to help. Evidently not, as they begin shooting at him and throwing grenades. Cap jumps to the other railing and down with Barton's men. He begins to take them down with ease. Then goes as far as throwing one off. A few more entries, firing at him. Captain America grabs a gun and jumps back up to his position, firing down at them. Helicarrier bridge. Naruto Ost 3 friend. The gunfight has gone down, but more of Barton's men enter and are taken by the pair of shurikens, which confused Nick. He turns around to see Naruto with a smirk on his face. See, you finally get control over the fox, Fury asked with a chuckle. Any idea why they still try to get in? No, but it's like they trying. Suddenly, Barton loses an arrow down to the bridge and explodes in critical spots. Barton releases a multi-tipped arrow towards Fury, but instead hits his command desk, right above a USB. Naruto quickly turns to the source of that arrow and saw Barton leaving his spot. The arrow then self-activates and inserts itself into the outlets, hacking every single monitor and mainframe. The hacking causes Engine 1 to shut off. Suddenly, the heli-carrier begins to dangerously tilt to one side. Shit. Blonde curses, quickly sending chakra to his feet to remain in his place. Opening square bracket ... Sir, we've lost all power in Engine 1. It was Barton. He took out our systems. Naruto, you know what to do. Naruto noted and activated his Ms to quickly warp himself away. He's headed for the detention level. Does anybody copy? Lower equipment room, carrier. Still shaken by the Hulk ordeal. Natasha sits there, rocking back and forth, after crying for a while. Summoning back all her coolness, she touches her earpiece. This is Agent Romanov. I copy. Natasha springs up and runs for Barton. Helicarrier port side. Iron Man begins to push the rotor using boosters from his boots. Opening square bracket ... Stark, we're losing altitude. Yeah, noticed. He replied with a sigh. Opening square bracket ... Naruto, are you in there? Opening square bracket ... Yeah. Naruto appeared just below the helicarrier and exclaimed, Susanoo. Suddenly a white-flamed giant warrior in samurai in fox mask appears out of nowhere. He grabs the aircraft with his arms and flaps his wings with all his might. Slowly helicarrier is rising up. Huuag. Naruto gave a mighty roar as he struggled the damn ship. Opening square bracket ... Shit. This thing is heavier than I thought. Come on Naruto. Give us a few seconds. Tony said with a chuckle. The rotors start propelling faster and faster as Iron Man's boosters get more and more bright. On the other side, Cap continuously shoots at Barton's men. Blinking at the wrong moment, Cap loses the upper hand and slides off the railing, but grabs onto a loose cable. End of Ost. Helicarrier detention section. Thor runs into the detention section where he finds Loki, escaping. No, he shouted as he charges at his brother. Loki walks up to him and crouches down to attack. Thor only goes through him. The false Loki dissipates into nothingness. The real Loki comes out from behind the cell door, which closes on Thor, locking him up. Loki smiles. Are you ever not going to fall for that? He asked rhetorically. Lower equipment room. Carrier. Barton walks alone down the catwalk. In a lightning-fast move, Barton knocks an arrow and points it at Natasha. A hand-to-hand fight ensues. Natasha crawls her way around Barton, making Barton drop his bow, but he pulls out a knife on her. Helicarrier detention section. Thor, in a fit of anger, slams his hammer onto the glass cell. To his surprise, the cell door only cracks, but violently shakes the ship. Loki stands there with caution, as does his guarding soldier. Loki smiles, as he walks over to the control panel. The humans think we're immortals. Should we test that? He inquired. Suddenly, guarding soldier falls down like a tree. Coulson stands there, holding Phase 2 weapon prototype. Move away, please, he ordered, and Loki step away from the switch. Do you like this? We started working on the prototype after you sent the destroyer. Even I don't know what it does. Do you wanna find out? A loud gasp. Coulson is impaled through the heart. The real Loki stood behind. No, Thor shouted, as his brother ripped his scepter out of Coulson's body. Loki sends Agent Coulson against the wall. Agent Coulson slumps down, breathing fast. Loki makes his way to the control switch. He gives his brother one last look. Thor looks at him, hopeful. Loki opens the hatch. Thor still hopes. Loki hits the button and drops Thor out of the ship. Lower equipment room. Carrier. Barton and Natasha continue attacking each other. Natasha kickboxes Barton's face. Feeling that, Barton takes a swing at her, but she grabs his arm, twisting it. Barton writhes in pain. Using his other arm, he tosses the knife over and begins to slash at Natasha. She dodges every move but finds herself in a lock hold with him. As he forces the knife down, she bites his wrist. Barton lets go of the knife. Natasha wraps her legs around his neck, flips him over and arm locks him. She slams his head into a pipe's rail. Barton goes down, hard. He looks up her, almost coming to his real senses. Natasha cold cokes him and Barton are out. Helicarrier detention section. Loki has no remorse as he looks down. He closes the hatch and proceeds to leave. But a weak voice stops him. You're gonna lose, Coulson said with a dry chuckle. Am I? He inquired, turning to fallen agent. It's in your nature, he explained. Your heroes are scattered, your floating fortress falls from the sky. Where is my disadvantage? He asked curiously. Loki was amused at how this man was stubborn to die already. You lack conviction, Coulson retorted, spitting a bit of blood. I don't think I. Coulson shoots Loki with his Phase 2 weapon, causing Demigod to be blown through the wall behind him. That was awesome, Coulson remarked. Helicarrier bridge. Back in the bridge, Y sees on his view screen that the hatch has been opened. Knowing Agent Coulson was sent there, he springs to detection section. Helicarrier port side. Iron Man continuously spins engine 3, giving it all he has. Naruto was doing the same, maintaining balance of Helicarrier. The rotors are propelling properly and fast. The Helicarrier was going back to the previous level. In his suit, Jarvis was showing him that he can slowly stop his work. Cap, I need a lever. Opening square bracket ... I need a minute here. Lever. Now, he demanded. Opening square bracket ... Please, Steve, I don't know how long I can hold Helicarrier. With Steve, Cap climbs up the loose cable and reaches the railing. Barton's man opens fire once more. Captain America pulls himself up and finally pulls the lever. A vent opens up from engine 3. Iron Man falls out, but the suit heavily damaged. Hardly keeping him up, Iron Man heads for Cap. Barton's man turns his aim to Iron Man, who tackles him into the wall. Iron Man rolls over, tired. Cap lets out a sigh of relief. Naruto, on the other hand, quickly drop his Susanoo and warp himself away, before passing out in the Helicarrier bridge. Outside of Helicarrier, the carrier that brought Barton and his team now leave, taking Loki and his scepter. The carrier flies into the distance. Helicarrier detention section. Fury runs into detention section to find Agent Coulson still alive, but barely. Sorry, boss. They got rabbited. He apologizes with a light chuckle. Just stay awake. Eyes on me, Fury demanded. Not an option, Coulson replies with his last breaths. It's okay, boss. This was never going to work. If they didn't have something, too. Agent Coulson looks away, sighs his last breath. Nick Fury looks on grimly at Coulson's body. The medical team arrives. Helicarrier bridge. Naruto S.H.I.E.L.D. Aoi wakes up and sit on the chair by the table. He takes a few deep breaths and he stands up. Opening square bracket ... Agent Coulson is down. Agent Hill is being treated for a gash on her head. Listens on her headset. She stands up and looks at Naruto. He gave a sad sigh, before nursing his shoulder. Opening square bracket ... Paramedics are on their way. Opening square bracket ... They're here. Helicarrier port side. Steve and Tony listen in as well. They were taken the Coulson death. They didn't accept that. Back at Helicarrier bridge. Fury gathers Tony and Steve back into the briefing room. Everyone there has a look as if in a daze. A look of NUMB shock is shown on their devastated faces. Naruto was meditating to calm his mind and heal his body, but he was listening to the conversation. These were in Phil Coulson's jacket. Guess he never did get you to sign them. Fury throws Coulson's Captain America trading cards on the table towards Steve. Steve picks them up, stained with blood. We're dead in the air up here. Our communications, location of the cube, Banner, Thor. I got nothing for you. Lost my one good eye. Maybe I had that coming. He said, giving a dry chuckle. Yes, we were going to build an arsenal with the tesseract. I never put all my chips on that number though. Because I was playing something even riskier. There was an idea. Stark know this and so does Naruto since it was his idea. He paused looking at Naruto who close eyes twitched. It's called the Avengers Initiative. The idea was to bring together a group of remarkable people, see if they could become something more. See if they could work together when we needed them to. To fight the battles that we never could. Phil Coulson died still believing in that idea, in heroes. Tony gets up and walks off, not wanting to hear it anymore. Naruto opens his eyes, Shoui. In the eyes of an old man who was feeling like losing part of himself. He tried to make this team, but Loki ruined that in a big way. Maybe it was time to actually become a god in the earth. It's his project isn't going to work, then there was no other way and go all out and stop Loki by himself. If he would find him in time, that is. A bonded building. Banner wakes up, in human form. He looks around. And sees he is in a pile of rubble and looks up at the open ceiling he crashed in, and he completely naked. A security guard stands there, amazed. You fell out of the sky, guard said with a small smile. Did I hurt anybody? Bruce asked once he spots the guard. There's nobody around here to get hurt. You did scare the hell out of some pigeons though. He replied with a chuckle. Lucky. Banner sigh in relief. Or just good aim. You were awake when you fell. Guard remarked. You saw? He asked a bit anxious. The whole thing, right through the ceiling. Big and green and buck-ass nude. Here. He throws Banner a pair of big pants. Banner pulls on his pants. I didn't think those would fit you until you shrunk down to a regular size fella. Thank you. Are you an alien? Guard inquired. What? Banner asked confused. From outer space, an alien. He asked more specific. No. Banner replied shortly as he stood up. Helicarrier medical room. Barton is strapped down. Natasha watches Ove. Him as Barton tries to shake off Loki's mind control. Clint, you're gonna be alright, Natasha assures him with a smile. You know that. Is that what you know? I gotta go in though. I gotta flush him out. He answers with a chuckle. We don't have that long, it's gonna take time. She replies with shrug. I don't understand. Have you ever had someone take your brain and pull you out and send something else in? Do you know what it's like to be unmade? He asked, finally understanding what Natasha went through. You know that I do. She answered frowning. Why am I back? How did you get him out? He inquired. Cognitive recalibration. I hit you really hard in the head. She explains with a chuckle. Then Natasha unfastens the restraints. Tasha, how many agents? Widow only shook her head, while looking at Clint. Don't do that to yourself, Clint. This is Loki. This is monsters and magic and nothing we were ever trained for. At that Barton snorted. Loki, he got away. Nat give a long sigh before nodding. Yeah, I don't suppose you know where. At that Clint shake his head. I didn't need to know. I didn't ask. He's gonna make his play soon though. Today. Barton said as he sits on the bed. We gotta stop him, she said as it was a simple task. Yeah, who's we? He asked curiously. Those who are left, she replies with shrug. Well, if I put an arrow in Loki's eye socket, I'd sleep better I suppose. He laughed, while Nat chuckled. Now you sound like you. Natasha sits next to her partner and friend. But you don't. You're a spy, not a soldier. Now you want to wade into a war. Why? What did Loki do to you? He asked, worried about his friend. He didn't, I just. She looks down, while Clint narrows his eyes at her. Natasha. He calls her name, to get her attention. I've been compromised. I got red in my ledger. I'd like to wipe it out. She said with a wink. Helicourier detention section. Tony look at the empty cell container. He stands not saying a word. Steve walks in. Was he married? Steve asked, referring to Phil. No. There was an cellist, I think. He replies with shrug. I'm sorry. He seemed like a good man. He confessed, looking down at first then at the empty cell. He was an idiot, Tony remarked with a chuckle. Why? For believing? Rogers inquired. For taking Loki alone. He admitted, shaking his head. He was doing his job, Steve said, trying to convince Tony. He was out of his league. He should have waited. He should have. Before he could finish his sentence, he was cut off by a new voice. Sometimes there isn't a way out, Tony. Naruto said as he stepped out of the shadows. Right. How did that work for him? He asked rhetorically while walking away. Is this the first time you've lost a soldier? Steve asked with his arms crossed. At hearing that, Tony turned sharply. We are not soldiers. I am not marching to Fury's fife. He shouted. Neither we are. He's got the same blood on his hands as Loki does. Right now we've got to put that aside and get this done. Now Loki needs a power source if we can put together a list. Naruto pondered. Tony glanced at the blood stain on the wall with a frown. He made it personal. That's not the point, Steve said. That is the point. That's Loki's point. He hit us all right where we live. Why? Tony inquired. To tear us apart, Naruto answered. He had to conquer his greed. But he knows he has to take us out to win, right? That's what he wants. He wants to beat us and he wants to be seen doing it. He wants an audience. He concluded. Right, just like in Stuttgart. Steve pondered. Yeah, that's just a preview, this is opening night. Loki's a full-tilt diva. He wants flowers, he wants parades, he wants a monument built in the skies with his name plastered. He pauses at the sudden realization. Son of a bitch. End of chapter. Chapter 18. Chapter 18. Naruto. Shinobi. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or Marvel MCU. Let's get started. Chapter 18. Battle of New York Part 3 inches. Stark Tower. New York, Manhattan. Selvig works around the CMS device that has already been set upon the rooftop of Tony's tower. Everything was going smoothly, as Arc Reactor was powering Cube to its limits. Soon the reactor won't be needed. Selling couldn't wait until he would see it. The things beyond human imagination. His dream and goals will finally be complete. Helicourier, medical room. Naruto walks into the medical room in his new uniform. Well, it wasn't much of uniform, it was his training jumpsuit. Black and orange jacket with his clan's crests, Uzumaki on the back, Uchiha on left shoulder. Senju on right one and Sarutobi just below Uzumaki crest. He wore black pants with multiple pockets for scrolls and few pouches around his belt, mainly for smoke bombs, medical kits, and other stuff. His also had black combat boost. Natasha turns around and looks at him unprepared. Time to go, he said flatly. Natasha raises an eyebrow, obviously wanting more details. Go where? She asked with crossed arms. After Loki, of course. Can you fly one of those Quinjets? He asked as Barton came out of the bathroom. Naruto looks at Natasha, who nods to confirm that Kling was back on their side. Good to see you, Naruto. I can fly Quinjet, but why can't you use that teleport thingy? He inquired. I can't do longer jump between markers. Kurama said I need at least hour before my full chakra control will return to normal. He explained with shrug. I was lucky that I was able to lift Helicourier. He added with pride. By the way, do you have a suit? I could ask the same about you, Uzumaki. Clint retorted, chuckling, while blonde sweat dropped. Oi, my shinobi outfit got a little destroyed during my transformation. he said, wincing at the sight of his suit. It had a few holes here and there. So he really wasn't in the mood to still wear it. Montage. Thor grabs the Mjolnir and a blinding bolt of lightning strikes down from above, colliding on Mjolnir. The explosion is massive, but Thor stays still, feeling the power rushing through his body. Captain America puts on his helmet and shield. Tony welds his Iron Man helmet. Light slips down over Iron Man's eye holes. Black Widow attaches a glove gauntlet with her rounds on her wrist. A red light charges, making her smirk. Hawkeye slips on his quiver of arrows. Montage end. Helicarrier, docking bay. Naruto, Cap, Widow, and Hawkeye walk towards and into the Quinjet. A young S.H.I.E.L.D. pilot looks and stands in their way. "You are not authorized to be here," young pilot said, which caused Naruto to create 2 clones. One put pilot in genjutsu sleep, while others grabbed him and took him somewhere before dispelling. "Was that necessary?" Steve asked, sweat dropping. "Yep." Naruto shoots flatly as he sits down. Helicarrier, bridge. Fury looks through the window of the ship, contemplating. Agent Hill walks up to him. She knew what he was planning. Hill was only hoping that everything will work out well. "Sir," she started, getting Fury attention. "Agent Hill." She gulped, before speaking. "Those cards, they were in Coulson's locker, not in his jacket," she stated. "They needed the push," he explained, looking at Coulson cards. A loud noise screeches. Fury looks out to see Iron Man flying off as well as the Quinjet. "They found it. Get our communications back up, whatever you have to do. I want eyes on everything." At that, Hill saluted and went back to her position. New York City skyline, Stark Tower. Iron Man arrives at Stark Tower where Selvig activates the CMS device, holding the tesseract. Because of the damage, the Iron Man could barely hover in the air. Opening square bracket ... "Sir, I took off the arc reactor. The device is already self-sustained. Shut it down, drive." "Selvig," he ordered, but Selvig only laughed. "It's too late. It can't stop now. He wants to show us something. A new universe," he exclaimed with stars in his eyes. This dreamy expression makes Tony frown. "Okay then." Iron Man aims his hands toward the CMS and fires. The energy from his boosters shatters with a deafening crack. Selvig falls backward. Down below, citizens of New York look up at Stark Tower. Iron Man stares in disbelief at the CMS, unharmed. Opening square bracket ... The barrier is pure energy. It's unbreachable. The Mark 7 is not ready to be deployed. Skip the spinning rims. We're on the clock. Tony lands his suit and goes through the gauntlet and unsuits him. Loki looks up at him, smiling. They proceed to walk into the penthouse. With the group, Quinjet. Both Natasha and Clint were piloting the Quinjet, while Steve is sitting and preparing his shield for battle. It was important to keep it sharp and well balanced. Naruto, on the other hand, was meditating and gathering sage chakra. With it, he would speed up the process of getting his perfect chakra control back. "So, what's the plan, boys?" Natasha inquired, pressing a few buttons and generally checking if everything was fine. "It's simply," Naruto started as he gathered anew. Natural sage to get frog-like eyes and orange eyelids. The marks of the sage. You two will stay on the Quinjet, while I and Steve will go and aid Tony." "What about Thor and Dr. Banner?" Steve asked with concern. "I wouldn't stress about Thor, Steve," Naruto stated in a calm tone. "If Thor was able to find us with Loki and Quinjet, then certainly he'll find his way to New York. About Bruce, I'm not sure if my marker is still working. Loki mess with both of us, cause this whole fight with Four Tails State and Hulk. He could mess up something, but let me try." He closes his eyes for a few seconds. Naruto opens them and smiled. "My mark is still working. I can get Bruce here." "Go grab him," Steve said. "With all due respect, Captain, but that's not a good idea," Hawkeye confessed. "We're talking about a guy who can turn green giant monster and destroy pretty much everything. Besides, haven't Naruto told us that Loki messed with him too? What if he's still under his control?" At that, Natasha nodded and both Naruto and Steve pondered the possibility. "True, Clint," Naruto admitted, "but really don't want to leave him out of anywhere. Sorry Hawkeye, but I'm going." Before he flashed away, Naruto left a marker on Quinjet. Few seconds later, Naruto was back with Bruce. Got a little dizzy. "Easy there, Bruce," The first time is always like this. You'll feel better soon enough. Where am I? Bruce asked confused. In 1 second he was on a motorbike and now he was in some type of plane. Naruto helps him sat next to Cap. Quinjet, Steve explained, offering a bag but Bruce waves him off. And where are we going now? He asked another question. To New York to stop Loki, Naruto said and Banner shakes his head. No, no, no. Naruto, you know what he has done to us, right? At that blonde noted. Are you even sure that he won't do that mind thingy on us again? Clint chuckled, while Natasha sighed. Told you. Barton chirped, still chuckling. Naruto glared at him and then gave a sigh. Don't worry Bruce. I've closed the Kurama gate and I'll put a special on your spirit and mind. It's sound weird and hard to do, but don't worry. I've done that before, he assured with thumb up. Now unbutton your shirt so I can have access to your heart. With a gulp, Bruce did what Naruto told him. Then blonde fingers ignited with blue flames. He quickly touches Bruce's chest and head. Instead of burning sensation, he felt somehow frozen. Then he spotted a tattoos coming from Naruto's finger, slowly covering his entire body. What are those? Bruce asked curiously as those tattoos were making interesting patterns on his body. Seal arrays. Don't worry, no one will be able to get into control over your soul and mind. It might help you get control over transformation. He explained as he took a breath. Fuinjutsu. Seishin to Kokura no Haisa. Naruto exclaimed as seals start glowing before fading away. Uzumaki took his finger and let Bruce button his shirt again. How are you feeling? Better. Far better than before. Thanks. At that Naruto patted his back and grinned. Now let's go and kick Loki ass. He declared, bumping his fight high in the air. We're flying into Manhattan, Natasha informed. As they were flying past Brooklyn Bridge. Stark Tower, New York, Manhattan. Tony was trying to pay time for Naruto and the rest to came here. Well, it worked mostly, but after Loki tried to take control over him. Which didn't work at all. That damn demigod throws him through the window. Tony free falls down the tower. From behind Loki, an elevator opens and a red pod shoots out. E-pod laser signals flash at the bracelets on Tony's wrists. The pod begins to transform into the Mark 7 suit. It latches onto Tony. Iron Man. The suit flies up before he hits the ground or the gazing people. Loki looks up, angry as he sees metal men before him. And there's one other person you pissed off. His name was Phil. Loki raises the scepter. Iron Man fires at Loki, sending him on his ass. Avengers Ensemble. Outside of Stark Tower. Selvig looks up at the sky. The tesseract's energy beams into the sky. The beam then forms a vortex, which then opens up. Vastness of space. A hole in space rips open, and from it, the Chidori army spills out in flying chariots, carrying energy rifles with a bayonet on the end. Inside of the suit, Army, Tony said as he changed normal mode to battle mode in his suit. Iron Man flies up towards the portal. From his shoulders, a miniature multiple rocket launcher pops out and fires. Like the Jericho missile, several targets are taken down, unlike no missile. It's useless. Thousands of Chidori fly out. Iron Man flies towards the city. The Chidori are unleashed. New Yorkers filled the streets, staring at the firefight in the distance. The Chidori unleashes blasts as it goes, blowing up cars, setting storefronts aflame. Everything turns into chaos. An explosion rips out the windows of the top corner of buildings. Flame and stone rain down. A domino effect of explosions rippling across the bridge. Quinjet, with Naruto group. Everyone eyes winded at the sigh of Chidori army unleashed. Naruto gritted his teeth and clenched his fist. Slowly a killer intent was coming out of Naruto, which makes the group feel uneasy. As they were next to Stark Tower, Naruto walked and opened the ramp. I'm going out, Naruto said seriously. Go and close that portal. With that, he jumped and crossed his finger together. Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Suddenly equal amount of Naruto clones pop out into existence. Few of clones landed on flying Chari. OTS and kill the Chidoris and make the crash into the streets. The rest went after Chidoris on the ground. The real Naruto with a small group of clones were looking for people to teleport them away from Manhattan. Stark Tower. Loki walks onto the balcony as the sounds of the Chidori rings out. He admires him soon to be a kingdom. Suddenly Thor lands on the tower. Loki turns to his enemy. Loki, turn off the tesseract or I'll destroy it. Thor shouted, while Loki simply chuckled. You can't. There is no stopping it. There is only the war. Loki declared with satisfaction. So be it. Loki and Thor rush at each other. They and their weapons collide. The two battle, Loki unleashing another pent-up rage and jealousy, Thor having no choice but to defend himself. Manhattan, soldiers and cops, have taken positions covering the streets. They see from the sky, Iron Man leading a trail of Chidori towards his tower. Other than that, they also saw a copy of a one-masked man helping in the evacuation of civilians and killing Chidoris with various of things, kunai, firing a literal fire from his mouth, water too, slamming blue spinning orbs into them or pierce them with electricity from his hand. Stark Tower. Iron Man banks around his tower. Sees Thor and Loki still going at it. Iron Man swoops down the street, causing a Chidori to crash. Flying up, Iron Man puts the following Chidori in view of the Quinjet. Black Widow takes out machine gun and fires at the Chidori. Hawkeye banks the jet towards Stark Tower. Aims the minigun at Loki. Loki aims the scepter at the Quinjet and fires a blast of energy. Thor gets to his feet, tackling Loki down hard. The Quinjet is soon caught on fire. Hawkeye maneuvers one wing of the jet. They spin and slow, dropping out of the air as it passes over skyscrapers. Then, they slam into the street. With everyone okay, Hawkeye, Black Widow and Banner unfasten their seatbelts and open the ramp. Captain America runs down, followed by Hawkeye, Banner and Black Widow. Each one has their respected weapons in hand. Well, aside from Bruce, the group arrives in the middle of a four-way street. Then Naruto appeared next to them. I'm glad that you're okay, guys. Naruto said with a smile. Those damned Chidori are everywhere now. I don't know if there is the end of them. We have to find a way to close the portal. Thor is here, probably still on Stark Tower. Tony is in the air, shooting those that are getting away from here. Your clone's doing pretty much the same. Dr. Banner, if you sure we would like your help. Banner gulped a little before everything seemed to calm down. A deep, primal rage bellows out. With that roar, a shadow comes over them. From the portal, Chidori Leviathan flies out. Leviathan was carrying hundreds of soldiers. The Chidori Leviathan passes over the group. They look up, out of their element. From both sides, Chidori soldiers cling off and attach themselves to the sides of the buildings, sliding down. Some crash into these buildings and begin firing from their energy rifles at innocent people, who Naruto clones had yet to save. Tony, you see what I'm seeing right now? Naruto asked as his eyes winded. Opening square bracket ... I'm seeing. Still working on believing. Where's Banner? Has he shown up yet? Yeah, he's with us right now, Steve replied. Opening square bracket ... Tell him to suit up then. I don't know, even with Naruto, we don't know how tough is this thing. On Stark Tower, Thor holds down Loki's face straight ahead, forcing him to watch the city falling to ash. Look at this. Look around you. You think this madness will end with your rule? Loki only looks away and snorted. It's too late. It's too late to stop it. He replied with a hollow chuckle. No, we can. But only together, brother. He said, looking at any sight of hope in Loki's face. Then, Loki stabs Thor with a small knife. Thor keels over. Sentiment. Thor gets up, kicks Loki and lifts him into the air. Thor then slams him down, hard. Loki, bleeding, rolls over the edge. Thor looks down and sees Loki riding on a flying chariot. Dozens of Chidori follow his lead. The group runs behind upside taxis. They look up and see Loki taking his band down E Street and fires at the street in a chain of the explosion. Smashing cars and hurling people as it goes off in one final conflagration. Terrified people running from Loki, looking over their shoulders, coming straight at us. Naruto looked down on the bridge. Damn it, I thought my clones saved those people already. Naruto cursed, before avoiding another blast from Chidoris. Hawkeye shoots an arrow into the creature's head. Gaining a few seconds for Cap and Naruto as they fall down the bridge, followed by an explosion. Cap races over to the plaza, jumping over dozens of exploding cars. While Naruto is simply created few clones and send them to civilians. Hawkeye with blonde clone runs over a bus full of people. From the windows, children are held by their parents for Hawkeye and Clone to pull them out to safety. Clone runs over to the jammed door and jerkily opens it. People begin to run out. Black Widow empties out her clips and refill them while protecting Bruce. Hawkeye fires arrows, while Blonde throws shurikens into the ranks of the Chidori, hitting their mark each time they shoot. Cap was saving a group of people from Chidori trapping them. Skyline. Iron Man swerves around a building and faces the Chidori Leviathan. Suddenly a dozen of Naruto clones jumps out of the building roof with Rasengans ready to go. Rasengan. Leviathan was slammed with a barrage of Rasengans, which barely dent the Leviathan armor. The clones dispelled as sudden electricity came from the colossal body. He pulls out his miniature multiple rocket launcher and fires. The Chidori Leviathan roars in annoyance. The Leviathan turns to him and went after him. We got his attention. What the hell is step 2? Tony said to Jarvis, as he flies away. Manhattan. The cops continuously fire at the flying chariots. It's pretty pointless. A young cop runs over to his police sergeant. We need to get out. They gotta bring the National Guard. Young cop shouted. National Guard. Does the army know what's happening here? Sergeant asked rhetorically. Do we? Young cop retorted as Captain America jumps in front of them. They look up at this ridiculous-looking man. I need men in these buildings. There are people inside that can run into the line of fire. You take them through the basement or through the subway. You keep them off the streets. I need a perimeter as far back as 39th. Cap ordered. Why the hell should I take orders from you? Suddenly, an explosion comes up from behind Cap. An energy blast is blocked by his shield. 2 Chidor soldiers attack. The cops watch in shock as Cap fights them off with ease. The sergeant turns to his officer. I need men in those buildings, lead the people down and away from the streets. I need a perimeter as far back as 39th. Bridge Street. Hawkeye trips a Chidori soldier and rams an arrow down its throat. Black Widow gets her hands on an energy rifle and sticks fight the hell out of them. Cap and Naruto join back in and Rogers using his shield swaps and whack oncoming Chidori soldiers. Naruto uses a Kaiden jutsu to fry few soldiers. Then lightning strikes down from the sky, channeling the blast, firing the electricity out at the Chidori soldiers around them. They're blasted back in a massive shockwave. The Chidori soldiers convulse, drop dead to the ground as Thor touches down. Crap, that bastard wounded you huh? Naruto asked rhetorically, while start to healing his wounds via magic. So how to story upstairs? The powers surrounding the cube is impenetrable, Thor explained. Opening square bracket ... Thor is right, we gotta deal with these guys. How do we do this? Widow asked as Bruce came from his hideout. As a team, Naruto replied seriously. I have unfinished business with Loki. At that Clint laughed. Yeah, then get in line. Save it. Naruto hissed. Loki's gonna keep this fight focused on us and that's what we need. Without him, these things could run wild. We got Tony up top and my clones, he's gonna need us too. Before he could finish, they heard Tony through their earpiece. Opening square bracket ... I'm bringing the party to you, guys. Iron Man comes out from behind a building. The Leviathan follows, impatiently. The rest of the Avengers look up. Getting ready and standing still. Yeah, I see the party. Naruto sighed before he covers everyone with Susanoo body. Iron Man swoops down the street. The Leviathan also swoops down. Barreling down the street like a freight train that keeps building and building its looks behind. Everyone looks at him. Banner begins to walk towards the monster. Bruce is sure about that. I've never been this sure in my life. Banner's body starts to swell and stretch and harden. Green shoots through his body. The Hulk. On smash, Hulk pops the Leviathan in the nose. The creature flips over a 360. Iron Man, in mid-flight, extends his arm out in a rocket, ready to shoot. Iron Man fires, the rocket hits a soft spot. Large Leviathan are blown completely away. Real pain from the Leviathan. Other pieces of meat catch fire and withdraw, sizzle as they hit the pavement. Naruto blocks them with his Susanoo. From above and on the buildings, the Chidori army watches in horror as a group of Earth heroes find themselves united against a common threat. To fight villains no single superhero could withstand. The Avengers assembled. The entire group stands to each back, watching what Chidorus will do now. Hulk gave a primal roar. Hawkeye prepared his arrow, Thor lifting his hammer, Widow was holding her guns, Cap adjusting his shield, Naruto narrowing his Mangekyo at the army wit. His kunais ready and Tony looking around and scanning how many Chidori were pointing their guns at them. End of Ost. In the skies, Loki watches below, motionless. But then he smirked. Sent the rest. He ordered. Also, I have a small surprise for you Uzumaki. He added with a dark chuckle. End of chapter. Hope you like it. Leave many favorites, follows and reviews. Chapter 19. Chapter 19. Naruto. Shinobi. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or Marvel MCU. Let's get started. Chapter 19. Battle of New York Part 4 inches. Bridge Street, New York. With Avengers. From the portal, 1,000 more of Chit. Ori soldiers and even more Leviathans fly out. The Avengers look up. Way out of their fucking element. Even Naruto was slowly getting tired of those aliens. So Naruto. Widow called. What's the plan? Call it, Blondie. Iron Man said. Alright, listen up. Until we can close that portal up there, we're gonna use containment. Clint, I want you on that roof, eyes on everything. Call out patterns and strays. Tony, you got the perimeter. Anything gets more than 3 blocks out, you turn it back or you turn it to ash. You'll have the aid of my clones, he explained, narrowing his eyes at Stark Tower. Hey Cap, I guess you need to change your nickname. Clint chuckled, making everyone sweat drop. Maybe Patriot would be better. Anyway, could give a lift. He said pointing to Tony. Rye. Better clench up, Arrow. He said in a cheeky tone. Then Iron Man lifts Hawkeye up to the building. Thor, you've gotta try and bottleneck that portal. Slow them down. You've got the lightning. Light the bastards up. After that Thor flies out and both Widow and Cap look at Naruto. You two and we stay here on the ground, keep the fighting here. And Hulk. Smash. The Hulk smiles with the most magnificent grins and leaps. Soaring high up into the nearest building, Hul runs up wall hits several Chidori soldiers, snapping in half. He dives toward soldiers on the other side of the street, throwing the dead soldiers toward other soldiers. The Chidori fire at him. The Hulk backhands them, seizes them and with raw power, throws them down. Suddenly Naruto gasped, feeling new dark and powerful chakra signature. It was very familiar to him. Yet different. It was coming from Central Park. What the hell was that? Central Park. As soon as civilians saw that giant portal coming from the middle of the city, everyone run for their lives. Few policemen stayed and looked for those who remained in the park. A couple, in their 40s, lost their nephew during the panic. One of the policemen saw a kid in the middle of the park. He dashed to him and grabbed his shoulder. Are you okay? No response. Listen, I'll take you away from to your aunt and uncle. It's dangerous to be here. Slowly boy lifts up his head. And looks straight at the policeman's eyes. Policemen take a step back, seeing that boy eyeballs become bloody red. AAAARRRRRGGGHH. Boy roared as red aura started to surround his body. Then thick dark chakra dome formed around him. The dome exploded revealing a monster with a bloody river-like skin, 8 tails and with horns on its head. AAAAARRRRRGGGHGGGH. The beast gave a primal roar, which old have been heard in entire Manhattan. Bridge Street. No way. Naruto mutter under his nose. Kurama isn't that Biju chakra. You're right. This damn bastard. Kurama roared. He uses some pay of spell and takes control of one of my siblings. It's Gyuki, the 8 tails. At that blonde gulped. Aside from Yin Kurama, he never faces another tail beast. Don't worry, everything is going to be alright. Let's save my brother and kick Loki ass later. Kage Takamemasu Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto called and single clone poofed out to existence. This is enhanced shadow clone. I'm sorry, but something bad is happening in Central Park. Good luck. With that he flashed away, leaving both Steve and Nat confused. Random building roof, with Naruto. Naruto flashed on one of the hotel's roof next to Park. He scanned the area and spot a slowly transforming into true 8-tailed beasts. Kurama, do you feel another chakra in Gyuki? Naruto asked as he flashed through series of hand seals. Yeah, I can't believe that Loki was able to create a Jinchuriki. Kurama replied growling. Then suddenly a dark purple chakra ball formed around Hachibi mouth. Kongo Fusa. Naruto exclaims, as adamantine. Chains shoot from the ground around Hachibi and wrap themselves around him. But that didn't stop Beast from shooting Bijudama toward Naruto. Hiraishin, Durai, Naruto shouted while holding Hiraishin Kunai in his fingers. This barrier technique incorporated with the Flying Thunder God formula to erect a barrier space capable of warping away anything which comes in contact with it. Once erected, the barrier has proven powerful enough to warp away Tailed Beast Ball. With a sigh, Naruto throws a kunai at Hachibi and once it pierces the beast, Naruto flashed to kunai. Hachibi tried to shake him and chains off. Suddenly Naruto and Hachibi vanish in the bright yellow light. Empire State Building. Thor grabs onto the tower. Raises his Mjolnir and summon lighting. A blinding bolt of lightning strikes down from above. Colliding on Mjolnir. Thor aims this massive shockwave toward the portal. Thor channels the blast and fires the electricity out at the Chitauri soldiers flying out of the portal. They're blasted back in a massive shockwave. The soldiers convulse, drop dead to the ground. He even rips the shit out of a Leviathan, which then explodes. Helicarrier Bridge. Back in the bridge, Rai sees on his viewscreen the destruction going on in New York. Agent Hill walks up to him. Sir, the council is on. Fury mentally cursed and then press his screen. Rooftop building, with Hawkeye. Atop the rooftop, Hawkeye fires arrows into the streaming flow of the Chidor riders, hitting his mark each time. Heaven aims his bow behind him, without looking and releases the arrow, exploding a rider. Stark, you got a lot of strings sticking to your tail. Clint reported. Opening square bracket ... Just try to keep them off the streets. Well, they can't bank worth a damn. Find a tight corner. Barton suggested. Opening square bracket ... All roger that. Iron Man does so and leads towards tight corners and in Hawkeye's view, who fires arrow upon an arrow, exploding the Chidori riders. Iron Man keeps leading riders under tunnels, through open parking garages. He looks back. None left. Inside of the suit. Nice call. What else you got? Tony inquired with a grin. Opening square bracket ... Well, Thor's taking a squadron down on 6th. And he didn't invite me. He mocked a fake pout. With Naruto, desert. Suddenly out of nowhere an 8-Tails and Naruto appeared in the desert. Blonde quickly move away from the beast and active his Susanoo. The warrior lands on his feet and drags his katanas out. What should I do? I can't fight him too long. Avengers need me. Kurama, do you have any idea? He asked mentally his friend. I would advocate you to find a way to cut Loki from controlling Yuki. If I stand correct, then Loki must be using something similar to what once was used on me. In order to free my brother and save a human, your clone must knock out Loki. Kurama explained and Naruto nodded. Naruto quickly makes a shadow clone, which quickly flashed away. Sorry Gyuki, but I'll have to beat you up a little, Naruto said, cracking his fingers. Hachibi roared and sent his tentacles at Naruto. Uzumaki created Mangekyo-shaped shurikens and throw them at the tentacles. Upon impact, his shurikens wrap and rip Hachibi tentacles. Beast roared in pain before a Bijudama formed around his mouth. He quickly shoots it, but Naruto quickly jumped away and formed a giant Rasengan in his hand. He slams it on Hachibi torso, which causes his fall on his back. Come on, what's taking you so long? Naruto thought, as suddenly Hachibi wrap his tentacles around his neck and legs. Then Beast send a barrage of punches towards Susanoo head and torso. New York, office building. In the conference room where office workers sit around a table, came noise that caught one worker's eye, then another, and soon they are all rising, stepping to the window. Mesmerized by what lies beyond, Leviathan swims right in front of them. Suddenly, another noise catches the workers' attention. The Hulk crashes through their floor, slashes his through the room, pounding away and jumps out onto the jaw of the Leviathan. Leviathan begins to head down, trying to wave off Hulk. Briggs Street. Black Widow, using the energy rifle, is taken off her feet by a Chidori soldier. She tiresomely takes it down by cutting its throat. She grabs the energy rifle, turns to attack. Cap stands there, holding his shield. She slumps back, tired. Then Naruto flashed next to them. Captain, Naruto, none of this is gonna mean a damn thing if we don't close that portal. She said, looking at Stark Tower. It's difficult to get there. My clones tried to destroy the device, but they were vaporized. Blonde said, wincing a little from memories of his clones. We have to try something else. Suddenly there was another flash of yellow and Shadow Clone appeared. Oh, hey, what's going on? Boss said that you knock Loki out, so you can save both Gyuki and his hoster. Clone explains before dispelling. Hold on, who's Gyuki? And the hoster? Widow asked confused. It's one the Kurama siblings. Loki created a Jinchuriki, a hoster for better control over Gyuki. Anyway, we need to find him. At that, she looks up and nods. I may have an idea of how to lure him out, she said, gesturing the chariots above them. You wanna get up there, you're gonna need to be fast. Cap smirked and prepared his shield. Black Widow backs up, giving herself a running start. Then she runs at Captain and does a parkour move, using her feet to run up the car and jumps on Roger's shield, who gives her a boost with his shield. She quickly grabs onto a flying chariot. Black Widow climbs onto the chariot and cuts the turret shooter's linkage to it. She then jumps on the rider and sticks her knives into his nervous system. She gets him to the bank over a building. Iron Man arrives and shoots any other Chidori riders following her. He makes his way down to Cap and Naruto, who fights off more Chidori soldiers. Iron Man points his hand boosters at his shield. The energy comes off and Cap uses it as a reflected beam and takes down nearby Chidori. Naruto jumped and poured a rain of fireballs, killing a dozen of alien soldiers. After that, he quickly follows Natasha on chariot. From above them, Hawkeye sends down remaining arrows. He sends one across the street, taking down a Chidori riders following Iron Man. Thor and Hulk with Naruto clones fight on top the back of the Leviathan, tearing apart and fighting soldiers. Hulk breaks off a massive piece of armor and slams it down onto the spice of Leviathan. Summoning all his strength, Thor, drawing lighting to it from the sides. Naruto preparing his chakra-enhanced punch, they bring their attacks down with a terrible blow. The Leviathan crashes into a history museum, dead. Thor and Hulk stand on the back of Leviathan after bringing it down. They stand still, admiring as clones in the background cheers. Hulk punches Thor with his enormous hand. Thor goes flying as Hulk smirks. Clone on the other hand sweat dropped. With Naruto. Desert. Naruto jumped away from series of uncompressed Bijudamas. Then he quickly created Rasenshuriken and throw it at Hachibi. Beast wanted to simply reflect it back at Naruto and Susanoo. But upon impact, Rasenshuriken explodes and consumes. After jutsu ended, Hachibi was on the ground, barely able to lift his head. Naruto drops his Susanoo and landed on Hachibi's head. He quickly took a piece of paper from his pocket. It was a seal with kanji for suppression. Naruto places a seal on Hachibi's forehead. The seal glowed in bright blue color, as Beast was slowly transforming and becoming smaller. After a minute, from the giant beast, there was only a kid left. The kid was about 10 to 11 years old. He brown hair reaching his neck, black glasses and blue jacket and red pants with green shoes. He was seemingly sleeping, which caused Blonde to sigh. Then suddenly his eyes start to bleed, same with his nose and mouth. Naruto tensed as he kneeled next to the boy and performed medical ninjutsu. The kid was dying. On top of that, Gyuki chakra that was somehow attached to him was leaking out. If he would do anything, then he will die. He quickly created 2 shadow clones. While he and one clone will work on sealing chakra back to the boy, the other one will be healing the boy wounds inside and outside. Loki knew he will defeat Tail Beast, so he planned to kill the boy in order to break Naruto. But little did Loki knew that Naruto was a seal master and great, well, not the greatest like his grandmother, a medical ninja too. He won't let this kid die, not if he can prevent it. Kurama wasn't saying anything about sealing his brother Inhuman again, so the guests that he approved making new Jinchuriki. Manhattan, New York. Widow, still driving the chariot with the rider, is hit at her side. She looks about, wondering whose energy fire it was. She looks behind. Oh, you. She smirked, as Loki followed her in hot pursuit. They race downward, trailing between buildings. They race madly, driving and dodging. Hawkeye, from his spot, looks at Black Widow, astonished. Nat, what are you doing? He asked in disbelief. Opening square bracket ... Ah, little help. Hawkeye pulls the trigger twice, knocks an arrow, and points it at Loki. Smiling. I've got him, Barton assured. He fires the arrow, which streaks down the city, straight at the Loki's head and snatches. Like a CA, Loki grabs the arrow straight out of the air. He looks straight at Hawkeye, amused. Then arrow exploded in his face and he was sent flying at Stark Tower. Widow looks down and building her momentum, she jumps off the chariot, lands on top of Stark Tower. Rolling herself to the edge. Stark Tower penthouse. As Loki looks up, shocked at what just happened, the Hulk is leaping up and kicks Loki, hurtling toward the glass window. He collapses as he hits the wall. The Hulk jumps in, ready to attack. Loki rolls himself up in a flurry of broken glass, standing up to the Hulk. Enough. All of you are beneath me. I am a god, you dull creature. And I will not be bullied. Hulk grabs Loki by the legs and smashes him against the floor repeatedly and finally throw him aside to the ground. Puny god. Hulk snorted as he walked away. Second, later, Naruto flashed to the room and is confused. He looks around until he hears Loki whimpering in pain. Blonde sweat dropped and kneeled next to Loki. That's why you don't make Hulk angry. Naruto said as he shook his head. Second, he punched Loki straight in the face knocking him off. To be sure he also cut his link to magic. A little trick that Asgardian taught him. With Naruto, Desert. All three Narutos were sweating heavily. Not only it was difficult to seal chakra back and make sure that boy also survived this, but the heat in the air was making things worse. Naruto had to create an array of seals to sustain his life and at the same time leak a bit of Biju Charka, which would allow his chakra coils to adapt slowly to massive chakra. It wasn't so simple. Blonde also decided to create a special seal that would allow the kid to absorb a natural chakra to make his body stronger. Though, those would be only drops of natural chakra, so the boy would not turn into stone. Suddenly Naruto was pulled into the seal for Gyuki. Inside of the seal, Naruto found himself in a sewer. He saw a cage with kanji for seal in front of him. A bit smaller Kurama appeared next to him. From the shadows of the gate, Gyuki appeared. He was nursing his head a bit. Did you really had to kick my ass so much? Gyuki asked while both Naruto and Kurama chuckled. It's good to see you Kurama. I'm guessing that this kid is your new hoster, huh? So you must be Kushina and Minato's son. You look a lot like your father. Naruto smiled. Anyway, could you explain what happened to me? We'd hoped you could tell us that. Kurama said, while Naruto walks over the seal and add few more things to it. The last things I remember was having a nice nap before a weird dress guy came and wake me up. That's all I remember. Gyuki admitted. A guy name is Loki, who from another world. He took control of you to make me fight you. On top of that he somehow sealed you into 10 years old kid. So to prevent his death I had to seal you in him again. Blonde explained sadly, while Gyuki waves him off. Don't worry. It's been a while since I had Jinchuriki, so I could use a little company. Gyuki said with a smile. Besides you saved this kid life. What's your name? Naruto. It's Naruto. Gyuki nodded and looked at Kurama. You got yourself a nice Jinchuriki, Kurama. Now I'll go for a nap. Before he could go deeper into the cage, Blonde stopped him. Wait a second. Before you go, I have something to say about the seal. At that Gyuki looks at Naruto and waits. You won. Be able to contact your Jinchuriki for a while. The seal needs to adjust to kid's body and mind, so you can't force him into his mind space. I've added a special seal for nature chakra, so in next few years. His chakra coil should be developed enough to use your chakra. It will also strengthen his body enough to allow him to be normal like other kids. Another seal will cause leaking your chakra from his system. What do you mean by that? Gyuki asked confused. Since this kid doesn't have any shinobi training, his body is so weak that it wouldn't handle your chakra. That's why Naruto added 2 seals. One natural chakra that would strengthen his body while second to leak out most of your chakra, so it would be easier for him to adapt. Having this massive chakra in your body without any type training would cripple him. Kurama explained and Naruto nodded. I see. That's good thinking. Now then, if that's everything, I'll take a nap. Gyuki then vanishes in the cage. Outside of the seal, once he was done Blonde dispelled his clone and drop on the hot sand. A minute later, the kid woke up and get up. He starts to look around, confused and scared. There was sand everywhere and no civilization to be seen. There was only a man next to him, who was taking heavy breaths. Hey, mister, kid called, getting Naruto attention. Blonde quickly get up and look at the boy. Where are we? Hi there. Naruto greeted with a grin. We're on Sahara. I know that you must be scared, but don't worry. We're going to be fine. What's your name? Blonde asked. My aunt said to never talk to strangers. Kid protested, which caused Naruto to smile sheepishly. Okay, my name is Naruto Uzumaki. Nice to meet you. He introduces himself while offering a handshake. Kid grab and shake blonde hand. My name is Peter Parker. He introduces himself too with a smile. Naruto smiled back before they break a shake and stood up. What are we doing in here? It'll take too long to explain. So how about I'll take you back to Manhattan, huh? You live there, right? Peter shook his head. No, not in Manhattan, I live in Queens. He said. Well then, do you have keys to your house? Blonde inquired. Yeah, but I barely know you. I can't show where exactly I live. At that, Blonde chuckled. I'll only drop you in Queens, so don't worry. Naruto assured with a smile before he places his hand on Peter's head. Now take a deep breath and close your eyes. Peter narrowed his eyes at Naruto, who waves him off. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. He assured as Peter did as Blonde said. Seconds later, they Florida. Shed away, leaving only dust in their place. Manhattan, Stark Tower. Black Widow walks up the CMS machine. Selvig, slumped down, weakened, looks at her desperately. The tesseract's energy is firing towards the portal, gaining in strength. At the surge of energy moving through the sky. Doctor. Natasha called, as she spotted serving on the ground. Loki's scepter, the energy, the tesseract can't fight. You can't protect yourself. The guilt in his voice was clear as a diamond. It's not your fault. You didn't know what you were doing. She protested, kneeling in front of him. Well, actually I think I did. He admitted bitterly. I built in a safety to cut the power source. Loki scepter. She concluded, and Selvig nods. It might be able to close the portal. Selling looks down. He sees a golden gleam. Manhattan. Thor rides on top of the chariot, smacking several riders with the hammer. As Thor takes the reins, Leviathan crashes through a building, knocking him down to where Cap is, fighting off soldiers. Iron Man flies right next to the Leviathan and aims his laser booster at it. Nothing. Opening square bracket ... Sir, we will lose power before you cut through that shell. Iron Man flies up ahead, facing the oncoming monster. Jarvis. You ever hear the tale of Jonah? He inquired. I wouldn't consider him a role model. Before Iron Man gets any close to Leviathan, a dozen of Naruto clones appeared out of nowhere. Jumping into monster mouth and going further into his insides. Then a bright light comes from Leviathan mouth and suddenly the whole monster exploded into the piece of flesh. Iron M. And flew past the now gone Leviathan, and one of the leftovers knock him down. He crashes on the ground and quickly stands up to see a Chidori dashing toward him. Rooftop building. Hawkeye turns to fire his last arrow. Using his bow as a staff, he knocks some Chidori soldiers, before yanking his last arrow off the dead body of soldiers. Hawkeye knocks his arrow, dives down the building and fires High-S grappling arrow up into the side of the building. Falling down, Hawkeye finds the momentum and swings himself into a building and cannonballs in. Manhattan. The Hulk holds soldiers by the face and slams them down. More keep coming. Hulk looks up. Hundreds of riders have over him. Then, they begin to fire energy blasts. Hulk take them like he's running through a light rain, blocking the stream of streaking blasts. As though swatting at bees. Helicarrier deck. A lone pilot sits in his cockpit, listening. 7 Alpha 11, confirmed. Prepare to take off. 7 Alpha 11, confirmed. Prepare to take off. The pilot said, igniting his engine. Helicarrier bridge. Back in the bridge, Agent Hill sees on her screen 7 Alpha 11 preparing to leave. Sir, we have a bird in motion. Anyone on the deck, we have a rogue bird. We need to shut it down. Repeat. Takeoff is not authorized. She declared. Helicarrier deck. Nick runs out of the deck, holding an Airtronic RPG-7. He takes aim and fires, hitting the tail end of the jet. The jet skids off towards the edge. Pilot unharmed. Suddenly, another 7 Alpha 11 jet flies off. Fury stands there, knowing he can't do anything about it. Stark, you hear me? We have a missile headed straight for the city. Nick informed. Opening square bracket ... How long? 3 minutes, at best. Stay low and wipe out the missile. He ordered. Manhattan. Iron Man fights off as many Chidori soldiers as he sustains. Jarvis put everything we got into the thrusters. Tony ordered, as he flies out and heads for the missile. Opening square bracket ... I just did. Sky. 7 Alpha 11 arrives outside the city. He flips the switch to press the button. He presses it. The missile is flying out to Manhattan. Destination is in 2 minutes, 30 seconds mark. Manhattan. Captain America and Thor battle, side to side. Cap and Thor both throw their respected weapons. Thor catches his hammer, but as Cap turns, an energy blast strikes him down hard. Thor runs over to a broken car, swings the hammer and flips the car over and over on its side, crushing a few Chidoris. Cap tries to get up. Thor helps him back to his feet. Cap raises his shields back up. Selvig, back in scientist mode, clicks away at his laptop. He nods. Black Widow grabs Loki's scepter, slowly breaks into the force field, almost touching the tesseract. I can close it. Can anybody hear me? I can shut the portal down. Natasha informed through her earpiece. Manhattan. Do it. Steve ordered. Opening square bracket ... No, wait. Stark, they still coming. Steve said urgently. Opening square bracket ... I got a nuke coming in, it's gonna blow in less than a minute. And I know just where to put it. Sky. Iron Man catches up, now comes at the missile from behind. The missile speeds on. Iron Man grabs it from behind, gripping it tightly. Suddenly Iron Man feels as something landed on the missile. He looks up to see Naruto with the smirk on his face. He then activates his Mangekyo and a pair of white wings formed on his back. He starts to flip them to help Tony. With Naruto help, he wrenches the rocket off its course. Steering it from behind, he accelerates quickly, flying straight up into the sky, towards the portal. Naruto then lets go of the missile, thinking that Tony did the same. He was wrong. Tony went straight through the portal. Tony! Naruto shouted. Space. Tony's looks in horror. An armada. The black sky is filled with what must be 90 ships in a vague cluster. Most of them hang still in the air. Some move swimmingly. Iron Man lets go of the missile. It whistles off into the blackness as Iron Man idly falls back down the portal's opening. The missile reaches the main ship. The main ship implodes, causing the entire armada to burst into a supernova, creating a spectacular heavenly display. Manhattan. Suddenly, all of the Chidori soldiers and Leviathans keel over and begin to shake. Then stop. They all fall over. The Avengers look up at their consultant, not sure if he'll make it through. Stark Tower. Still holding the scepter in hand, Black Widow shifts around, waiting. Naruto flashed next to her, still looking at the portal. Come on Stark. Natasha pleased. Manhattan. Thor and Cap see the supernova coming towards them. Thor nods to Cap. Close it. Steve said to Black Widow. Stark Tower. Without hesitating, Black Widow pulls the scepter out, the tesseract turns off its energy beam. The portal quickly closes. A small figure is hurled back into the open now closed portal. Iron Man. Plummeting to the earth. Naruto quickly activates his Mangekyo and with help of his Susanoo and fly and grab Tony. Then he drops his Susanoo and flashed to Black Widow. Naruto places Ton on the floor and rips his mask off. His heart stopped. Naruto quickly performed a medical jutsu and sent a jolt of lighting through the armor to arc reactor. Tony's eyes snap open, as he took a deep breath. What happened? Please tell me nobody kissed me. At that, both Naruto and Natasha chuckled. We won. Natasha said softly. Not yet. We still have one thing to do. Naruto said, getting their attention. That's it for today, I will stop here.